Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice.
It's showtime.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. I might actually keep the music going. That was fun. Good times, good times, good times. Big announcement. Big announcement. I uninstalled Destiny 2. I know. I know. I know. I know. Game just got stale for me. I'm like doing the same like night. I hate this week's Nightfall. It's horrible. Also, I just need a little bit more room. I think I might just like re-download in a couple of weeks. But we will be playing Call of Duty today. I re-downloaded Lost Ark. I don't know why I got rid of that. Let's go here real quick. Let me just fix this. Hold on. This screen of emptiness. So what Devin Nash has to say. Also, there was something from Asmund too. Okay. We got tons of news. Let's see what else is Vosh's channel video. I don't think he spoke to Anastasia. Famously spoke to Destiny about Ukraine. She's giving you like that personal view from Ukraine. She's doing a lot of good work there too. She is Ukrainian. I believe her name is Anastasia. Double check that. No, let's find out who this that's Overwatch League. We'll get clapped for that. Let's see. Then a little bit more news. Let's do a little funny and a little doom with Christopher Titus and the Armageddon update.
I never knew that, so I didn't want to be a vampire anymore. I wanted to be a werewolf.
The midterms, the battlements held, the invading Red Hats trying to overturn democracy and make us live in a fascist-run hellscape where women are baby factories with no rights and fossil fuels turn the planet into an unlivable wasteland. Well, those vampires were vanquished, except for one. Look, maybe that's an exaggeration what I just said, but we are headed that way. So in this rare update, may I congratulate you, those of you who voted for democracy, for keeping the rule of law, who stood against fascism and totalitarianism and whatever the hell this is. Seriously, when did we drop our standards for leaders?
Dude, you would have heard her back doing that, man.
Cocaine-fueled college dropout. That dropped us into the Great Recession, right?
Yeah.
Let's take a look at which party brings qualified
That's
people.
true.
Which party brings people that aren't qualified to work as carnies on the tilt-a-whirl. If you can't trust someone to run a restaurant without being armed, how the hell can you trust them to run anything? Now, the past history of the midterms is pretty consistent, and usually with a president that has a 44% favorable rating, the opposing party picks up anywhere from 20 to, and this is a big number, 60 seats in the House and 5 to 15 in the Senate. And this is so historically consistent that the Republicans thought, hell, man, we can put anyone up and they'll win. Yeah, no. In the last 100 years, Roosevelt lost 81 House seats. Eisenhower lost 48. Obama lost 63 at his midterms, and Trump lost 40. Only twice has the House and or the Senate not flipped in the midterms. One was when Clinton had a 63% favorability rating. He gained 5 seats. And the other was after 9/11. Bush gained 8. So people thought that this last midterm with Biden at 44%, that the Republicans were worse than 9/11.
Well, nobody's gotten to the bottom of 9/11, unfortunately, and they should have.
Biden may lose 3 and might gain 1 in the Senate. Good gain, everyone. Now, the youth vote canceled out the elderly, the minority vote canceled out the Nazis, and the don't want me or my kids shot in school or at the movies vote canceled out the insecure white men who watch porn and call themselves alphas while living with their moms vote. We didn't hold both houses, but we held democracy, at least this time. We voted out a group of crazies and kept a couple of dangerous court jesters that, if allowed to fester, will hurt us eventually. But to all of you who didn't vote party but decided to vote for America, thanks. Take a break for a couple months. Except for you, Georgia. Get off your asses and save the republic again.
You don't want a werewolf in Congress. All right?
Democracy.
They shit
work,
everywhere.
but it's better than.
Vampires. I don't know if you know vampires and cool people. Are they not?
I'm Christopher Titus, and this is the Armageddon update. Seriously, man, they just think that we're gonna win no matter who they put up. Might as well just put up a cartoon character or something. God dang.
Oh man, check out Christopher Titus and his channel. It's fucking dope shit, man. His shit is dope. Let's get his Armageddon updates are fucking hilarious. I love them.
All right, so Twitter is a complete
Devin Nash.
dumpster fire. There is all these hashtags: Twitter off, Twitter shut down.
What's Devin have to say about
You
this?
can just go through and scroll, and there are just people saying, "This is my last tweet. It's the end of an era. This is it. Everything's gonna die." I have no idea what that means. Everybody just saying that Twitter is gonna be over. I've been seeing hundreds of tweets from all kinds of accounts, including tons of people I know on my timeline, talking about Twitter being over. But is it? Is it actually over?
Is
We're
it
gonna
over?
talk
Yeah.
about that and what the hell is happening. We're gonna do it. I'm Devin Nash. I'm the CEO of an agency called Novo. It's an ad agency. I know a lot about this. I'm thinking a lot about this. All right, so Rolling Stones actually produced an article. It is so hard to find good information on this. The Rolling Stones produced an article that kind of gave a good timeline of what sort of is happening. We got to break through a lot of like the truth of what's actually happening. So Twitter office is shut down. That's why this all started out, right? So employees left in droves following an ultimatum from Musk on Wednesday, where he allegedly said you have to commit to an extremely hardcore culture at the company and it involves long hours of high intensity or leave with severance. The Verge reported. I don't trust anything The Verge says right now because they just came out with a bunch of wrong stuff, notably claiming that Twitter security executives left the company as a result of some critical infrastructure failure, which ended up not being true. And is they just had some random source. So it's really hard to find good media here. But what we do know is that there was some communication and a bunch of people resigned. Now, you might search Google and say, oh, Twitter is set to lose 75% of its remaining 3,700 workers after it lost 50% of those workers. And you might be like, oh, wow, with the Twitter offices closed and everybody leaving, and you can even go to some of these threads with these Twitter engineers who are posting up and saying, yeah, I'm out of here. We're gone. You might be kind of afraid for the future of Twitter. Here is the thread of employees that are leaving, and they're all and started here, and now this is every person just getting retweeted. So this is pretty extensive. But how many people are actually leaving Twitter? What is the truth? What are these news sites actually using as their source? Well, the only thing I could find was Reuters produced a survey where they went out and they asked people, and here's what they reported. So this is probably the truth of like how many people are actually leaving. Over 110 employees across at least 4 continents have announced their decision to leave in public posts reviewed by Reuters, though the resignations could not be independently verified. About 15 employees made an ad sales post their intention to stay. In Twitter's internal chat tool, over 500 employees wrote farewell messages on Thursday, a source familiar with the note said. So we only really know of an independently verified 110 employees that are actually leaving. Maybe 500 said farewell messages. That could have been something like, hey, goodbye, have a great time, guys that are leaving, right? And then again, a poll on the workplace app Wine, which verifies employees to their real work email addresses and allows them to share information anonymously, showed 42% of 180 respondents.
Which Elon does have access to, by the way, from what I understand.
Severance that was referred to by The Verge. So we know that a lot of people are leaving. We don't know how many. We don't know if it's 75%. We know it's over 100. And so as a result, apparently, we were trying to figure out why the office is actually closed. There was a joke tweet from Alex Cohen that I actually believed for a while. It said, I was laid off from Twitter. I was in charge of the managing badge across Twitter offices. Elon called me and asked if you let me in. Elon responds with thank you somewhere. So, okay. Yeah. This guy's just been memeing the whole time. But it ended up this is actually a parody. And hey, thanks, Twitter. One of the cool things that they've implemented recently is this thing that's like, hey, this is a joke. This isn't real. So the context was important. So what actually happened was apparently they closed the offices because they're afraid of like employee sabotage or anger. And that is what the Rolling Stones article says. That is what we know to be as close to the issue as possible. And that is the situation as it stands. So that sparked the whole rich like hashtag rip Twitter, hashtag Twitter is over, and like legit, like people are saying to me in my comment section because I posted this thing on Twitter, okay, and I was like, look, like if Twitter is actually gonna go down, like it's not. So I posted this thing here. I said, when Twitter is literally fine next week, I hope everyone remembers what a media grift this all was, because it really is. All this fear and all this fear mongering, end of the world this, end of the world that.
I think
need to click on stuff, right? And
I think
like,
the biggest issue is like the accuracy of all the information. Like we don't know if these news sources are getting it wrong and their sources aren't like accurate. Then because I've been very skeptical about like a lot of stuff that's been going on too, and I've been critical of Elon too. Like, why are you causing like all this unnecessary chaos to get like what you want out of like Twitter? You could slow roll everything that you want, but it's like you're doing all this like bad press. And I'm not one of those people who believe that like any press is good press. This is just like you're creating like this atmosphere of like you can't be trusted at the top. And like there's people leaving. I don't understand like what's the purpose of like all this chaos. Like it doesn't make any sense to me. I guess you're making like I guess you're just building up like Twitter, because the engagement on Twitter has gone up, especially. But like, let me ask you something though. Do you want like the engagement to be this? Like, is Twitter going to fall apart? Like, why would advertisers want to stay on a platform that's on the brink every single week? You know, I don't understand that. It doesn't make any sense to me. Like, you're just creating like all this unnecessary chaos for no reason. And you're saying you have all these plans for Twitter, so why don't you slowly start implementing those plans? And if the case is that you think that a company's bloated, and it probably is bloated from everything that I know of Twitter and most tech companies, then slowly start removing the people that you think that are necessary. You're going to take a hit for it, okay, and then just bring in the people that you want. All right? And if people don't want to do the things that you want them to do, then let them go, okay? But like, it's so weird, this whole thing. It's so like unnecessarily like chaotic. I don't understand. Like, why would you want like all this chaos like on your site? Sure, the engagement's going to go up, which is good for Twitter, but like, is it good for the company overall? Is it good for the internals? Are you going to find people who want to work there who are like good at their jobs too? Like, if like the CEO's like, yeah, if you don't get me my latte within the next like 5 minutes, like I'm going to like fucking like fire you. You know what I mean? Like, you start your job at Twitter, everything's going well. 3 months later, you get told you're fired. Like, what the hell? Like, why would you want to work in an unstable place like that?
Look, I do it too. Like, that's why the title of this video is the way it is. It's like, you know, I try to get people to watch my stuff, but I try to actually report accurate information. And granted, I have a ability to do that because I run an ad agency, so I know a lot of this stuff internally. But goddamn, can we get some like really good reporting here? It's so frustrating. It feels like every time I log into a social media app, it's the end of the world every day. So I posted, when Twitter is literally fine next week, I hope everyone remembers what a media grift this all was. And if it's not, the whole thing kabooms. At least there's no record that I said this, right? But no, I really believe that Twitter is going to be absolutely fine. I do think they have some long-term problems that I want to talk about in the context of this video. So
I agree.
Let's talk about some of those problems.
I hope it's fine.
Because I think they're really interesting. The first one I want to talk about is debt. And this is the one that I'm actually worried about. And I'm going to explain it in a really quick way that you can tell your friends that will just kind of explain what Twitter's actual problem is. And to be clear, I think this is kind of their only actual problem. We're going to go over all the structural engineering stuff and all that stuff I don't think is an actual issue. Twitter's shutting down because there's nobody working in there or whatever. You know, okay, we'll go through all that. So this is a great thread by Christopher Bloomstrand, who takes all the public data on Twitter, and he basically shows a full like readout of like kind of like what's happening. And that's a lot of stuff to read, and we don't have a lot of time, so I'm just going to summarize some of the critical stuff. The real problem with Twitter is debt. Okay, and it's debt to banks. Okay. So we got to understand how Twitter was acquired, right? So Elon bought Twitter, but how did he buy it? Well, right now, on the books, Twitter has, okay, $20 billion in debt, $6 billion in cash, and $5 billion in revenue. They make $5 billion in revenue.
All right.
Okay.
That's not good, by the way.
$13 billion is to banks. So that's from banks that Elon himself is 26 bill plus 9.6%. If the numbers don't add up, it's because remember he acquired the company for $44 billion. So what the debt is on the books is a little bit different from the debt that actually the amount that was actually acquired, and that's really important. but we can't go over. We don't have time. 5.2 billion is Larry Ellison and friends private equity investment. Okay, and that's the breakdown of the debt and how the deal got done. So the problem is not Elon's 26 billion. It's
Those
not
friends include the
5.2
Saudis,
billion
by
from
the way,
Larry Ellison
just
and
so you
friends.
know.
It's actually the 13 billion from the banks. That's scary. And some of the debt that's on the books now is going to be bank debt. And some people think that a large amount of the debt is bank debt. And you can see here Christopher's theory for doing that, for thinking that, right, is that from the start, new Twitter begins a private life with net debt at 2.7 times revenue, not EBITDA, earnings before interest, taxes, etc., which at the multiple of EBITDA is on the high side. So it's a little bit scary because with the Federal Reserve raising interest rates, the fear is that the amount of money
For no reason. There's
that
no
Twitter
real
actually
reason
makes,
to like
90%
raise
up from
interest
ads,
rates as aggressively as the
not
Fed
going
is
to be able
doing
to
right now.
cover the payment that the payment terms that the bank wants. That's the real danger, and the only danger of Twitter failing over time is debt. Basically, what happens is the banks like run the company dry. The company has less revenue and less revenue and less revenue available in order for it to keep its services running, hire, innovate, fix its ad problems, and so the company fails. Basically, it's kind of like the long late stage capitalism idea of why a company dies. Is just it gets kind of overridden in its expenses and what it owes to lenders, and then it can't get itself back up because Twitter has to find a way to be profitable. And since 90% of their money comes from ad revenue, they have to figure out how to make Twitter Blue actually enough people pay $8 to actually like go out and justify like buying like Twitter Blue and providing some kind of monthly reoccurring revenue. It's hard, really hard to and simultaneously they have to not piss off advertisers. We're going to talk about it in a second, which is the second like really big threat. We'll talk about that here. But as long as you understand the debt, you have to understand that Twitter has to find a way to become profitable. Now, I'm going to note that I don't think this was Elon's problem exclusively. I think this was also Parag's problem, and before that, it was also Dorsey's problem.
Yep.
That these guys had to figure out a way to get Twitter profitable, and it wasn't. It isn't. So this has been a problem in all of Twitter's history. It's just sort of something that Elon has inherited that he has to fix. And is he going to fix it? I don't know. But the debt problem is a little bit scary, and that's
Probably
really, like,
not
the big thing. Let's go into like some of the other stuff. So like the other second like big problem, and that's the thing I want to talk about that I know the most about, which is ads. And so I was the head of trust and safety at Twitter, and this is what could become of it. This is a great article by Yoel, who I also referenced when everybody was talking about like the hate speech going up on Twitter and everything. Everybody was like, oh my God, like this is going to be a huge platform like Parler or Rumble or whatever, where everybody's just talking about like everybody's just saying racist stuff. And no, right? Like so Yoel posted these tweets and he said, there's no evidence of this, right? There's no increase in impressions. Well, there's an increase. Yeah, that's right. There's no increase in impressions. There's an increase in number of botted accounts that are making hate tweets, but nobody sees them. And he posted a bunch of data about that we have in our former video, what is really happening at Twitter, which came out before this one. If you want to watch that, there's an hour on like everything, a bunch of like truth and untruth stuff if you're really interested in the deep dive on Twitter. So this is a great article because it really talks about, we're going to highlight some of the things in this article. Advertisers play the most direct role thus far in moderating Mr. Musk's free speech ambitions. As much as 90% of the company's revenue comes from ads, Twitter has little choice but to operate in a way that won't imperil the revenue streams that keep the lights on. This has already proved to be challenging. So a lot of people talk about this supposed idea that Elon wants to create a total free speech platform where anyone can say anything they want. This is not anything. Elon Musk has never said this. Okay. So this whole idea has come on that Elon wants to like invite back all of these like banned hateful accounts, that you're going to like regularly see racism and hate speech on your timeline. And
let me see. This thing's still on. Should be like, okay, this is the actual Elon Musk account. Yeah. Okay. Reinstate over 4 million votes. Okay. First World Cup match. New Twitter policy is freedom of speech, but not freedom of reach. Negative hate tweets will be maxed, deboosted, and demonetized. So no ads or other revenue to Twitter. You won't find the tweet unless you specifically seek it out, which is no different from the rest of it. Okay, so essentially it's shadow banning. Like, what's a hateful? You should see the comments for this too. This is pretty crazy. No, this just applies to the individual tweet, not the whole account. We'll look at the replies for this. Kathy Griffin, Jordan Peterson, Babylon B have been reinstated. Trump decision has not been made yet. Spoiler alert, freedom for this man's just having he's living his best life on Twitter right now. Oh my god. What should Twitter do next? Not get shut down. To investigate Twitter. Help us, Ligma Johnson. You're our only hope. Like, when he tweets shit like this too, it doesn't really bring confidence. And we just hit another all-time. Let that sink in. Oh my god. Chaos is not a good thing. Okay, let's see. Okay. He's officially adding shadow bans for negative tweets. But one of the few times. But this is a good question from Glenn Klippenstein. The fuck is a negative tweet? What does a negative tweet mean? Negativity directed at an individual. Hold on. What does negative mean? Negativity directed at an individual, entity, at a movie or video game. All the above. What cursing counts negativity? From Tim Young. What decides what a negative tweet? Who decides what a negative or hate tweet is? And more electrons and protons. Pretty straightforward. As you can see, there's a ton of fucking muted accounts that I've muted. And no, I'm not gonna unmute them to show you who I muted. From Saber Spark, how's that even quantified by tiers? Frederick Joseph is on Mastodon, and who decides what constitutes said negative tweet, especially seeing as you're a fan of things that are deeply problematic? From Rex Chapman, what if a politician is anti-abortion, even in the case of rape and incest? That's me and negative to me. Who's going to decide these things? Justin Amash, it's your company, so you're free to enact any policy you like, but free speech includes speech that challenges and sometimes offends others. That's how people grow. Making negative tweets hard to find hurts this process, and there's no way this policy can be applied evenly. I feel like this is just some bullshit that he put out there to literally get all this. Look at this. Look at all these actual check marks. Like the Hodge twins. Like these are people I actually know. These are their actual accounts. Like Vosh, Tim Young, Hutch. Like, these are people who have followings. What did the Hodge twins say? There's somewhere down here, right? Hope Hat, Pinch, Control. That's Spicon. He's doing this for he's doing this for the attention and the engagement. Bath Steve. I love it. It does really only happen to us. Yes or no once? Oh, fuck it. Let him on. Jack Smith. National Defense Information. Cannot. Okay. Okay. Yeah, everybody. The more I think about it, everybody is fucking. Everybody's fucking with the. Everybody's getting angry at Elon now. I really don't think. Forget him at Elon induced chaos. Nobody on my side of the aisle is like triggered by this. This is like fucking hilarious. Like this thing is like hilarious to us. Like I don't want it to die, but like my life is not gonna be negatively like impacted by this. You're gonna probably see me more often on Instagram and TikTok more than on Twitter. I just like Twitter because of this. Look at this. Look at this. Sports scores and news. News and sports. Everything's nice and aggregated here. I can follow everything here. I don't have to have like a dozen different websites on for different leagues and stuff like that. So it is what it is. All right, let's go back to Devin Nash.
I will guarantee you, I will personally
People on my side, y'all finds this is funny, like all this chaos. He can't keep this up. You know that, right? Like this type of engagement from him, like just like shit posting. Like he can't keep this up. I don't think he like who's gonna want to work there and deal with this shit.
guarantee you that you will never see that. Not because I'm an Elon fan. I was not a fan of Tesla when it was coming up. He proved me wrong on that though. But I've not historically been that big of an Elon fan, which is kind of crazy now because I'm really defending a lot of his points. I just do not think that is possible from an ad standpoint. If you understand the ad world like I do and you run millions of dollars in ads, you know how much ads control everything. And I mean everything. Ads control everything. So this is part of the reason why Twitter is actually doing so much better than people think it is, okay? Like, people think that Twitter is, like, dying everything. It's the opposite. Twitter has record numbers of users. Record numbers of users are logging in to see if Twitter is dead, ironically making it a lot more alive than ever. So why does that make sense? When a person sees an ad, the ad impression that is made that then pays out that ad, that pays out that advertiser, that pays out Twitter, right? Paid by the advertiser, paid by Twitter. The impression doesn't matter if it's negative or positive. It just matters that it was viewed. So the more views that come into something, the more ads that get run, the more ads that get run, the more money Twitter makes, on and on and on. So this is doing amazing for Twitter. And what Yoel talks about here is something that I'm very familiar with, and I totally agree with, which is that when it comes to content moderation, much has stayed the same since Mr. Musk's acquisition. Twitter rules continue to ban a wide range of lawful but awful speech. He's insisted publicly that company practices and policies are unchanged. Are we just in the early days, or has the self-declared free speech had to change of heart? I wonder what this link actually goes to. It goes to a link from The Guardian, so nothing that Elon probably ever said. But the truth is that even Elon Musk's brand of radical transformation has unavoidable limits. We talked about as 90%. So almost immediately, a wave of racist and anti-Semitic trolling emerged on Twitter, where marketers, including those of General Mills, Audi, and Pfizer, slowed down their pause ad spending. This is really the agencies behind those that did that. It wasn't these brands. It was us, not us for those companies, but like people like us. We also paused our ads for our vendors. Mr. Musk empowered my team to move more aggressively to remove hate speech from the platform, and it worked. Before my departure, I shared data about that was the data I was talking about, which is a really good post. We'll just pull that up real quick. That was showing that basically the hate speech from the increased bot accounts just didn't work. It just didn't actually get out to anybody. I mean, it was there because 1,500 people, 1,500 bots appeared, and they created accounts that just spammed racist hate speech stuff. And Yoel's algorithms and everybody caught it, and they removed it. And he even says here, by some measures, Twitter was actually.
That's why when people like bringing it up, I was like, when I started to see, so you guys were like, I'm looking at the accounts. Right, and when I checked some of those accounts were already taken down. So I don't know if like those were their bots that they made, or like they were actively seeking like those accounts too. It's a different story. You could see on my timeline, like on my feed, like what shows up like most often. I've tailored it that way to avoid certain like people on Twitter, to avoid like certain types of posts. Every once in a while, something will come up, but it's usually a reply from somebody I'm following that shows that something too, which I'm fine. I have no problem to see, because they usually like the person I'm following is like shitting on them. So it is what it is. But yeah, when people were saying that too, I was like, yeah, because Elon's coming out saying he's a free speech absolute, so people are gonna like create bots and like say some crazy shit online. What do you think was gonna fucking happen? It's not like you need like more brain cells than necessary to figure that shit out. That's why people on my side of the aisle were like, "Oh, look at all this hate speech. It's gonna get caught by the algorithm." And those probably mostly are bot accounts. They're gonna get banned. Like, stop like trying to make like some like news about this. There's more important things to talk about. It's funny to see like the chaos that's ensuing from this, but like, I'm kind of worried about like whether if like advertisers are gonna flee from the platform, then the platform is not gonna make any money. But from what Devin's saying though, they don't care about whether the impression is positive or negative. It's just that there's an impression. So if there's more engagement on the platform and more ads are being run, and they're getting an ad, and these ad agencies, advertisers are getting more impressions on those ads, then they might just stick around. But I'm wondering from, maybe in the short term this will work, but I wonder in the long term that's going to continue. You know what I mean? And the environment that Elon is like cultivating there at Twitter is something that's sustainable for the long term. I imagine Devin's going to talk about this like at length about his worries, because I don't think that like you can cultivate that type of environment like at Twitter. Like no offense, like I've worked the jobs where there's like little to no like work-life balance, and it fucking sucks. You get burnt out real quick, man. Like it really, like the money sometimes is just not worth it after a while, you know, even if it's like pretty decent money. Like it's just like you get all this money, but when can you enjoy it, you know? Like it fucking sucks, dude.
It must have been before.
That's one of the reasons why I'm trying to like build this up here too, so I can grow like an audience with like you guys, so I can do this like full time. This is what I really want to do. If I can decently make like enough money where like it's like $50,000 to $60,000 a year, like I'd be like fairly happy, because I know from there I can like grow. I can grow it from there. I just need to like network a little bit more with like more people.
Pretty nuts, right? So let's talk about like how ads work with marketing, right? We're going to pause our ads, of course, because we're nervous about a platform changing to the degree that it has. But my argument for so people think like my argument, I'm not basing my argument on like whatever Elon has said or didn't say about like free speech or whatever. I'm basing my argument on a very simple fact that Twitter can't function. Okay, so we'll just drop this stuff, but Twitter can't function unless advertisers say it can. And this is the same problem that platforms like Mastodon and platforms like Parler and platforms like Rumble have and will always have. The advertisers don't support those platforms because those platforms can actually say whatever they want. So if you logged on to Twitter and you saw tons of racist hate speech that wasn't suppressed, and let's just give all the credence to all the haters, right? They like I don't call it haters. The people that believe that, because that's the unfair. It shows a bias. I don't want to do that, even though I just did it. But I'll leave it in the video so that you see that I'm trying to correct myself. Let's say that all the people that say that Elon is totally going to open up the platform to everybody are correct, okay? And let's just say that plays out. What'll happen is you'll start seeing hate speech on your platform, and people will start talking about it, and it will start becoming like trending hashtags, and then we'll see it, right? Agencies, advertisers, Pfizer, Big 500, those people, okay? People that run the ads. And then we'll say, well, we're pulling those immediately, because I can't tell you how many hundreds of phone calls I've had over the years of people that said, some marketing manager at a brand that is like, no, that's too violent. That's too this, that's too that. Like, brand safety is still a very real issue in 2022. No matter how you feel about it, it's a huge issue. And people brands are extremely sensitive to their constituents. Yeah. And I used to think that this was like kind of easing off, but then I realized it was just because I was working in areas at the time like Web3 and where like this was like more accepted. And now I realize like now I'm doing now we're in the recession. Web3 is temporarily, I think, gone. Where I'm working with a lot more traditional brands, and like the brand safety stuff is just exactly the same. Like, it's just people are very concerned about things that are violent, things that are over sexualized, whatever. So as soon as that stuff starts appearing, everybody's going to pull their ads, and that 90% of revenue that comes from ads is gone, and Twitter sinks. That's it, right? If the advertisers pull out of Twitter, Twitter sinks. Just like if the advertisers pull out of YouTube, if they pull out of out of Twitch, any platform is completely dependent on ads.
True.
That's just how the whole internet is monetized. It's monetized on a CPM basis. Everything. Sponsors, ads. Influencer marketing, ads. My whole business is ads. That's all I do, right? I either run ads for brands or I do influencer marketing, and I take care of creators. That's it. Like, and I'm having creators do ads, basically. They're just better ads than other agencies, I think. So the takeaway here is that I don't care what Elon says. I don't care if Elon says or even thinks. I don't think he thinks that, because I've been very clear in my other videos. I've shown his quotes, and I haven't seen anything where he says we're going to allow hate speech back on the platform, or we're going to allow these like terrible actors back on the platform.
Yeah, that's true. People took. He never said that
I don't care
specifically.
what he says. What I care about is that Twitter can't function unless advertisers say it can. And as a result of that, and this is kind of what Yoel talks about in this article if you want to read the whole thing, you can't get away from it. So there's no way, even if he monetizes and Twitter Blue pays for like the revenue of it would have to have 50% user adoption of the 430 million users on the platform. So like 50 million users, $8 a month to actually make those numbers work. There's no way that's going to happen. So I just don't think that this is ever going to be a platform where like hate speech reigns supreme. And I also don't think that's Elon's goal, just like for what it's worth. But even if it was his goal, he can't make it happen because the business would literally fail. There's no way.
Okay.
Which is why, by the way, Parler, Mastodon, Rumble, those people have not succeeded and will not succeed because advertisers won't go there. So the companies will never become profitable. So what the hell is Elon's goal for the platform?
He is right about that too. Like with Rumble too, those guys, the guys who actually like who created Rumble and run Rumble, those aren't like some far right like crazies. It's just like a lot of people on the right got scared about like getting deplatformed, so they went to these alternate sites. But because like these alternate sites are pretty principled with like we'll allow you, even if you like it's speech like we may not agree with, we'll allow it. But the problem is like advertisers are not going to go on those sites en masse. It's like they're not going to succeed because of that. And like Devin said too, because of that reason, those sites are not going to grow. Like if you've ever gone to Rumble and you see who's like on Rumble, look at who the top people are. They have followings on other social media platforms too, and they're palpable. Like Ben Shapiro, Charlie Kirk, I think is on Rumble. Like these guys are on Rumble and some others too. But the other people, bro, they're pulling my numbers. You know what I mean? Like they're not. There's no growth on Rumble. One, it's the same group of people that who watch Charlie Kirk might watch like a 10 viewer Andy, like me, you know? But here's the thing. The minute Charlie gets on, where they're not staying for you, they're going to Charlie. You know, there's no growth. That's why Twitch and like YouTube are the best right now for like growth, and then using the other social media platforms to like push people to one of those two if you're streaming. You know, just being active like on Instagram, on Twitter, on TikTok is to get impressions. And so then you can filter those people to like a YouTube stream or like a Twitch stream. People have done it all the time too. That's why I'm trying to build up a TikTok, because then I'm going to start streaming on TikTok. So then I can build, because TikTok is kind of like where it's at right now. I start streaming there, but I like to transfer all that to Twitch after I start growing on TikTok, playing video games there. The reason being is Twitch just has more functionalities too. Twitch is just, it's built for the live streaming space. But if I feel like Twitch isn't like working, they're doing some good things behind the scenes, but they're doing some other like non-friendly things with the with like partners too. Because the 730 split, I thought was just like, I'm not eyeing for a partner anytime soon, but like, so I might make that switch over. I can gather an audience on like TikTok, take them to Twitch, and then I can move them over to YouTube because it's getting better, especially within the live streaming space. Hopefully it does. Then we'll see what happens. But I can keep that. I can keep that open.
Platform. Well, he actually just released like this really important tweet, I think, and I'm glad that I made this video when I did, because this is really the first policy-related tweet that he released, and we're going to read it. So, new Twitter policy is freedom of speech, but not freedom of reach. Negative hate tweets will be max deboosted and demonetized. There's no ads or other revenue to Twitter. You won't find the tweet unless you specifically seek it out, which is no different from the rest of the internet. And then simultaneously said, Kathy Griffin, Jordan Peterson, and Babylon Bee have been reinstated, but the Trump decision has not yet been made. Note that this policy applies to individual tweets. And
we just saw this tweet.
Account. Okay. There's going to be a lot of feelings on this one. I'm not going to even touch this part of the tweet, okay? I don't have enough political clout, and I don't care. I'm a marketer. I better stay in my lane, okay? I got too close on the last couple of videos, and people got mad. So we're just going to stick up. We're going to go up here. Push that over there. Oh, okay. Woo-hoo. You guys can go fight it out in the comment section if you think that that's good or not. I don't know. All right. So negative. So what about this? All right. A lot of people are gonna be really upset about this. And the number one thing you're gonna see.
Kathy Griffin is fine. I mean, just I don't have any feelings. Elon, Jordan, Babylon B. I forgot what the fuck Babylon B was. I really forgot what it was. So I have no comment on that. Jordan Peterson. I just think because he was like dead naming. It's not Page. Is it Eli Page now? No, after the transition, I forgot. Elliot Page. It's Elliot Page. He was like dead naming like Elliot Page too, and it was just like, and for no reason too. It was like weird, like he was like trying to pick a fight with Elliot Page, and for like no reason, like whatsoever, and it didn't make any sense to me. But then he kind of like he started backing off. So I don't know about like Jordan Peterson. It's just like, why are you like fucking like picking a fight with somebody who's never antagonized you, and you just have like an issue with like. You can like talk about if you have an issue with like transitioning, you can just keep that in a vacuum and not like bring in anybody else. Like he's dead naming Elliot Page to get like conservative, bro. They love you anyway on the right. Why are you like dead naming somebody like that too? So if you want to bring them back and Jordan apologizes, I don't think Elliot Page really gives a shit. He's making like a ton of fucking money acting, so who cares? Just don't like dead name Elliot Page. Don't, like keep Elliot Page out of your mouth. Just like fucking let that person like live their life. They're not doing anything that you like that's affecting you directly. All right, you might not agree with the lifestyle. Okay, then talk about why you don't agree with the lifestyle. Just don't like bring the person's name up. Jeez, man. Just because they shared some like pictures and tweets about like post operation and about their transition. Who gives a shit, dude? Good for Elliot Page living their best life. Yeah, this is fine. I don't know enough about Babylon B to be able to comment on Babylon B. I just think if you bring back Donald Trump, it'll just be fucking nuts. I also don't think that if you allow Donald Trump to come back, he's going to come back. I think he likes Truth Social. He completely controls that platform. That's his platform now. He wants everything to basically be owned by him, or he has enough influence to like manipulate it his way. You know what I mean?
See right away is people like this. So who decides what is a negative and hate tweet? Okay, and then you're going to see other people that are like, oh, the billionaire gets to decide what gets suppressed. Negative tweets is defined by a right-wing billionaire are going to be throttled. Okay, no, it's so. Let's answer this. This account's like hilarious, by the way. Let's answer Liquidity's question. Who decides what is a negative hate tweet? This guy thinks it's Elon. It ain't Elon. It ain't Elon. It's advertisers. True. It's advertisers decide what a negative hate tweet is across everything that they sponsor.
But you have to understand, like people are like gonna bring that impression too. I think Klippenstein and some other like intelligent people know it's the advertisers, but it's an easy W to get on Elon about this too. I think that's the thing. I think they know that it's not Elon, it's the advertisers. At the end of the day too, like the people who are actually putting the money into the platform are the ones who define like what that is. That's why like conservatives are like we're talking about too, like the Hodge twins, libs of TikTok had a tweet about it, etc., etc. They were all talking about like what's considered like who's controlling that too. It's the advertisers, and the advertisers don't give a shit about what your political take is. They just want the money. But if you're talking about like, you know, all trans people are groomers and shit like that, they're not going to want to associate with that. So guess what? Your tweet gets removed or gets like essentially shadow banned. And everybody knows those shadow bans like do happen. They do happen. But it's because an advertiser makes a phone call. It's the money. It is the money that makes the phone call at all times. At the end of the day, these guys don't really care. Like Elon doesn't care at the end of the day because he's a billionaire, he's the richest man in the world, and he's won at life. But he cares about like the money that's going into the platform because he wants to make even more money. It has always been about the money, and the money behind Twitter, the advertisers get to say what gets to stay and what gets to go. And everybody has to know that. And the people who are saying that are asking this, right? Like Glenn is, like Klippenstein is, I think he knows. But it's easy to get nice views on the tweet and likes on the tweet when he says stuff like that. He doesn't. He's a smart guy.
Advertisers decide. If advertisers don't like it, they tell the platform, and the platform goes, whoops, sorry, we won't show you any of that stuff again. Okay? Because if I'm buying jewelry from Tiffany's and then right next to it I see some crazy hate speech and Tiffany's paid, I don't know, $1.5 million that quarter for that ad run, Tiffany's marketing guy is going to, or girl, is going to call up Twitter, and no one's going to answer the phone because no one works there. But if someone's going to eventually get the message and then be like, oh shit, okay, we got to drop that. And then that's never going to appear again. Okay. So all these people that are like, well, the negative tweets because Elon gets to decide. Elon is one guy with 24 hours in the day running Tesla, SpaceX, and now Twitter. He doesn't have time to go through and individually, like, the idea that this crazy billionaire is just randomly going through and deciding that's a negative tweet and that's not. It's obviously insane. Like, we don't actually believe this, right? You need teams for that. You need content moderation teams. And Elon has said that he is building a content moderation team, right? Elon content moderation team. Elon fires more staff. Okay. Elon says Twitter will form a content moderation council. It's one of the first things that he said.
True.
Okay, from TechCrunch.
A content moderation
Twitter will
council.
be forming a content moderation council with widely diverse viewpoints. No major content decisions or account reinstatements will happen before the council convenes. So is the council here now? Because I guess I would consider those major reinstatements. Uh-oh. Did we find a hole in the matrix? That's not good. I don't know. I'm pretty sure he hasn't got the council going, but so he's reinstated these people already. Who knows, right? We don't know. But anyway, so what does this mean and why is this important? Ads determine if stuff gets negative, hate tweeted, and max deboosted, demonetized, etc. Okay, so and ads are going to determine most of the stuff that you would consider offensive, or you would consider the stuff that you don't want on Twitter. Even people that are watching this video that have very sensible attitudes, personalities, like viewpoints. Basically, like, you don't want to see anything that, like, maybe even like your kids wouldn't want to see. That you're going to see, but like very sensitive, like hate speech towards certain groups or marginalized groups or things like that. That's not going to happen. That's stuff that advertisers are going to pull immediately. There's almost no advertisers that are okay with that stuff. And there's, by the way, there shouldn't really be any advertisers that are okay with that stuff. Like, I actually kind of like that it works this way. That's why I work in the industry I do. I like that advertisers hold people accountable and have to, because their constituents are customers and their customers hold them accountable. So in a way, it's this whole kind of messed up system that works. And Elon is in the system. He can't break the system. Doesn't matter if it's a private company or whatever. He's got to still be profitable. Okay. And then the second part, I think a lot of people are gonna jump on, are gonna say negative hate tweets will be max deboosted and demonetized. They're gonna say, well, they're still there. Okay. But if a tree falls in the forest and doesn't make a sound, does anybody see it or anybody care? Yeah. Right. Well, social media platforms don't think so. It's the same way it works on YouTube, same way it works on Facebook. The reality is you cannot stop racist speech. You cannot stop hate speech. It is a societal epidemic and problem. They will always be there. So the best thing algorithms can do is basically make it so none of that stuff is seen. Now, there are going to be problems because YouTube already spent $8 billion trying to do this, building it, and now they're really good at it, where like you'll almost never see this stuff unless you're specifically looking for it.
Yeah.
Twitter's got to go through that whole kind of painful process, and they've got some algorithms clearly that already help them to Yoel's point, but it's going to be hard. It's going to be really hard for them to like do it, and they're going to mess up. So sometimes there's going to be hate tweets that are going to appear. They're going to have to drop those. But this idea that Elon is creating this like super right-wing platform where everybody can just say like really like racist stuff, I just don't buy that. Again, it doesn't work for the advertisers, and it doesn't make any sense. So what we're likely to see here is that, and by the way, this isn't also like a real change. This is just like Twitter was already like this, right? Like this platform before Elon came on, there was tons of like hate speech and negative stuff. You just never saw it, and that will be the same way that it is. So reinstating these major accounts and the things that could really make a difference, I think like reinstating Trump is a massive difference. And again, I don't want to be political, so it sucks that I've actually over the last couple of days.
Unfortunately, politics hits every part of your life, so you can't avoid it.
People think I'm political. I'm just trying to talk about marketing. I'm trying to talk about attention. I don't care. But like Trump will have a major impact on the platform, and no matter how you feel, reinstating him, I think it's a major decision. To some extent, reinstating these three people is a pretty major decision. So I'll leave that to people to talk about. But the bottom line is that if any of these three people and Trump go against advertisers, I don't think any of them are more powerful than advertisers. I don't think it matters.
No.
Advertisers are insanely powerful. They run the platform. Okay, so I think those are kind of the two existential threats to Twitter: is like the debt and the advertising policy. And Elon is going to understand the advertising policy. Already understands it. The very first post that he ever made was to advertisers and saying, "Hey guys, we're committed to a safe platform for you. Don't worry, acquisition is going to go fine. Everything's cool." He did that right away. Okay, because Elon is very conscious of the amount of revenue that is coming from ads. A lot of people are like, "This guy's just like a dumb billionaire. He's like doesn't understand what he's doing." Again, I'm not an Elon apologist. It's like people that knew me from like 2-3 years ago on Twitch when I had like entire rant sessions for hours about Tesla. I just could not imagine how it would succeed in the EV market. Would not believe that I'm sitting here defending him, but I'm defending what
That's true.
I really do think that there is like so much of a concentrated media effort on making Twitter look horrible, where whether it be from the
Twitter
layout's
isn't.
perspective or
Here's
like
the
Elon
thing.
as an
It just
individual.
depends on like how you curate Twitter. The beautiful thing about Twitter is you can curate it any way you want to. You saw like all these like muted accounts, like Chuds of TikTok here, which is supposed to be like the counter to Libs of TikTok, which I think is hilarious. I follow like ACYN, angry. Like you can tell like my political beliefs from the like by the people I follow. You know what I mean? Like look at all the Call of Duty stuff, Ron Fowski. This guy's actually was really, really good in his predictions. Yeah, it's getting that line. From Benny Hassan, I'm pretty sure I just heard Garland say that Trump's decision to announce his 2020 fed into DHS to put him hunted to the special counsel who claimed on the side. Most valuable Patriot. Oh yeah, these Patriot Awards things. There has been something going on with like the video player too. It's been we're not gonna play that song. I'm gonna get clapped by WWE, but this is going to the court. Okay. Wow, that's big news. Oh, that's our Jordan Peterson, yeah, with the Elliot Page and Babylon B. That's right. Okay, I recognize the name. I didn't know what they were doing. All right, thanks, Bender. I was definitely following Matt Bender. Oh, this is hilarious. All right, but you get what? Oh, Jesus Christ! This is the reason why it's dangerous. It's dangerous to fucking scroll through Twitter sometimes. Oh my God! Luckily, there was no nudity. LA Knight, glad to see that guy back. He can talk. This is not the end of Twitter. Okay, I'm gonna be back, guys. Let me just get some water. I need to get some water, grab a quick snack, and then we'll be right back. But I'll leave you with some pretzel rocks. Okay, sorry for the wait, folks. I do like how Pretzel Rocks does fade out like
I
that.
still believe that Elon acquired Twitter with the objective of creating a place where open discussion
Gonna do a
can
Hassan.
be done. And I'm gonna, if you take away any of my actual personal feelings on this, I'm gonna share them with you right now. Okay. I think that I'm an American for people that are watching. We are in like the worst place we have ever been as a country. Not ever been. There was a civil war. Okay, we're in the ways since I've been alive. It's probably pretty bad back then. Okay, since I've been alive, we've been more divided, and I am extremely concerned about the polarization of issues. By which I mean the inability for two people to come together with empathy and talk about issues as humans is really concerning to me. I feel like we are so labeled and we are so like set up in our identity that like you have to take this side and you can't argue against the other side at all, and you get stuck in this group of people that is now defending something, and that group is almost like a river that takes you down its belief system, and then you might not even believe the things that the river has taken you to, but you have to, because if you don't, your own group turns against you. This is a really dangerous state of affairs that's leading to a lot of extremism in America on both sides. And I am concerned about it. I don't like the division. And I think the answer is, with empathy, you have to be able to sit down with other human beings and have conversations about difficult issues, about human issues, about social issues, about all the stuff that we're concerned about. You have to hear out both sides. And if you want to hear out both sides, that means you have to platform both sides. But you have to platform them in a way that isn't, again, so when I said with empathy, that is really important. Hate speech isn't empathy. Hate stuff isn't empathy. Racism is not empathy. It's not empathetic to your fellow human. It's not equal. That's not good. That we don't need, and we don't need none of that. And we'll make sure that none of that appears, because the advertisers control everything again. Okay, but empathy is something we are sorely missing with each other. And I don't mind platforming an idea that I don't agree with, but we need to be able to discuss that idea with empirical evidence, with science, with progress.
Too bad that doesn't really happen.
Each other, our intent as human beings is mostly good. And I think that Elon understands that. And if you don't believe me, I put a lot of references in my previous video as to why. And so I think he's trying to create an open town square where that discussion, again, that human discussion with empathy, without racism and hate, can happen. And I think that's super duper important. And I think it's so important that even if Elon it doesn't succeed at that, like, the very effort of it is super, super important, because on every other platform we're just drawing sides. So I don't know if he'll succeed, but I'm a huge fan of that, because I'm worried about the state of things. I also think that Twitter is a real important news source, and getting news from what people have been calling citizen journalism is really important, because there are so many
a lot of stuff breaks on Twitter
in the media now, on the left and the right, that will post articles that are just outright wrong, that just don't report on something correctly. And I mean, like, even remotely correctly. And it's because they understand that to get the clicks and to get the fear, right, to get the attention, again, everything runs off ads, to get the ad revenue, they need to scare you. They need to put you in a perpetual cycle of, like, fear, so you continuously click and consume this stuff. And it sucks, but that's the reality of things. It's a negative part of kind of what we do. So I do think that Twitter is a source for news in real time, and that is super important, and that no other platform can really do that reliably without a bias, because we are the people that are reporting the news. Cool. Where are we at in the video? Yeah, it's time for the secret call. 30 minutes, 30:08, 30:10. Hey, you're here. You're still listening to a Devin Nash video. Post a secret "I'm listening to a Devin Nash video" comment in the 30 minutes if you're still here, the Secret Call Out Club. And hey, there's a couple ways to support me if you'd like this kind of information. The main way is Patreon. Patreon is my basic, like, platform that I kind of live on. Dude, I'm just going to shout it out real quick, because my Patreon is insane. I have like 85, 90 videos. Join about 600 people here. Can I, like, show you this? Is there anything on here? I don't know. Who cares? Yeah, join about 600 people on here. This is a video about health. There you'll see brand and career. Everything you know about Twitter, which is just going on for, this is just, like, directly related to people in the marketing and business world. So how to create the perfect pitch, unconventional techniques to get a dream job or win a conversation. By the way, these are all like 35, 40-minute videos. There's 85 of these. $5 gets you access to all of them. That's it. So if you might maybe just want to support the channel, toss me $5, or you want to actually get real information about how to run a business from a guy who runs a business and run several businesses, sold a couple businesses. I'm doing the work there, and I'm putting it in, and it's really good information. You can also go to the Discord, discord.gg/Devin, where we have live conversations about stuff like Twitter all the time, 24/7. Patreon and Discord, the links are down in the description down below. I would really appreciate it if you did one of those things. If you join the Discord for free, that's totally fine. Or just go on to Patreon. $5 gets you in, and it's honestly, like, really good value. Like, if you don't like it, you can email me. I'll give you back your $5. That'll actually happen. You can email me. All right, cool. So let's keep going. What did we miss? Man, what a crazy world this is right now. Dude, I just want to talk about the Elon memes for a minute. Can I do that? All right, AOC. Shout out to all the workers at Twitter. We appreciate you. Elon Musk to AOC, you're welcome. The classic one, I think one of my favorites. Where is it here? Is it Elon? This guy So why? Like, why is he doing this? Like, people are just like, this is so disrespectful. It's just so. Elon understands the game, right? Like, you saw it.
It's not
He
disrespectful.
betrays-
It's just fucking funny. The dysfunction he's creating. I don't. It's weird too. I think he understands like how social media works. Like he's just doing this for like the clicks and for the engagement. As my camera goes out of focus, it is about the engagement. He's getting a lot of engagement. The worry is over the long term because it's the unnecessary chaos. That's the biggest critique I have still. It's like the unnecessary chaos he's creating involving this too. But like Devin said, if the advertisers only care about the impressions, and if the negative isn't as negative as, but like that's what traditional advertisers are. Let me couch that. Traditional advertisers don't want anything negative touching their brand. Like Coke don't want none of that shit. Okay, like fucking I don't know, like Coke, Pepsi. I can only think of soda companies. The NFL. You know, some old white guys run that league. You know, they don't want to touch any of this like this new age stuff yet. You know, it doesn't mean they will, but right now they're not. But my biggest critique is why do you have to make it like so chaotic? Memeing on Twitter is one thing, but the thing is like people, it's like you're creating this chaotic space now that might scare off the advertisers, and that would really kill Twitter. And I'm kind of worried about the workplace environment he's creating at Twitter too. Like these tech jobs are fairly notorious for a lot of things too. Those companies are all over bloated. I don't think Dorsey, I don't think Parag, like they really gave a shit about running Twitter. It was a sinking. It wasn't a sinking ship. It just wasn't profitable. And maybe Elon could turn it around. But creating all this unnecessary chaos, I don't think is like the best way to do it. He could just like very slowly roll this out and meme a little bit across the way, right, to increase engagement. But I mean, people are talking about it. I'm talking about it right now. Still, people are still talking about it. But the problem is though, is it going to be like where you're just going to like blow your load all at once now over a short period of time, or where you could easily edge, and then the next big reveal, oh, they're streaming on Twitter now. We supported like 1080p streaming now. We can do this. You can directly stream, you know, all these like nice functionalities for like content creators and things like that. I think that would have been the better approach, but that's me though. I would have slow rolled everything out and building. You know what I mean? This is like too much. He needs to take a break, man. He just needs to like take a break and just slowly implement. Like he's the owner of the company. He can fire all these people much as he wants. He can create whatever culture he wants. But the problem is though, like people are just not going to work at a place where like they're doing like 10-hour shifts. You know what I mean? Even for like they're going to get burnt out and they're going to leave. And I do agree with the one thing that Devin said in his last video. Work is work. Your life is your life. I'm not going to play foosball at work. Okay? What I want at work is my workspace to be nice and clean. I would like a nice cafeteria. I don't want sleep pods. I'm not going to sleep at work. I think that's weird. That's just me. Okay? If I can't go to work, I'm telling them I got to work at home today. I think there should always be a work at home option for people who want to work at home, especially for a tech job, especially if the person doesn't need to be there. Daycare for people who need the daycare there at work. I can't think of anything else. Obviously, clean bathrooms, absolute clean bathrooms everywhere at work. Everything's nice and sanitized. Things like that. Very simple things. But your work shouldn't. I don't want like a bar at work. Okay, I want a nice cafeteria for food, or you can get a snack or something like that. And if I have to pay, I don't mind paying for it. That's fine. If I have to pay for it, I'll pay for it. That's fine. I understand you got to make money for that space. All right, rent it out to these people. Have McDonald's come in there, work. That's fine. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Like I know at Twitter, like you don't have to like pay for the food there. Now you do probably, but it is like every place says that's how it was. Like all my corporate jobs, that's where it's always been. It's always been you have a cafeteria, but you pay for everything. The last real corporate job I had, that at Starbucks there, the line was always packed.
Himself, right? He goes out of character, right? We just hit another all-time high in Twitter usage. LOL. Let that sink in. Elon understands outrage marketing. And if you want to understand anything in this world, you got to understand outrage marketing. Elon is so good at getting a rise out of people. And the more rise you get out of people, the more impressions you get, the more the more attention you get, the more ad revenue you get, the more stuff you get. There have been many people that have used social media in recent history to literally change the world because they understand this concept. Elon is really good at pissing people off, and he's really good at just like memeing on people and making extremes. And the reality is, like, if there's any reason that Twitter is going to succeed, like, if there's any reason that Twitter is going to succeed, it's because Elon is gonna know. You will never shut up about him. Like, he will just continuously do these outrageous things that a billionaire is going to do, and everybody will talk about it, and then bam, impressions go back up, logins increase, ad revenue. The only way to kill something is to not talk about it. Nobody can not talk about Elon and Twitter. It's the news of the day, and so this is going to keep going. It just doesn't matter. You know, and I want to talk about the layoff situation real quick, because again, like in the beginning of the video, we showed like it's kind of hard to figure out how many layoffs are actually happening. It's a lot of people think that Twitter might actually fail just as a result of its engineering failing, right? I don't think this is going to happen. And,
Yeah, I don't think so either.
There's some people that could, if you're an SDE or you're like an SRE or something, maybe you could tell me if I'm wrong. But I don't think that there's any critical infrastructure within Twitter that actually results in the whole platform exploding. I wonder if I had something about this. Yol talks about it a little bit. Somewhere in here is probably an infrastructure tweet or something. I'll just talk about it, I guess. But people are worried that the infrastructure of Twitter is going to like drop. I guess let's Google Twitter skeleton crew. See if we can find anything there. Okay, we didn't find anything. Engineering. Oh God. Staffers have called out hardcore. Even the skeleton crew has jumped ship. What I read was that there is basically Twitter is now running with a skeleton. Here we go, Washington Post. Now running with a skeleton crew. Half the company was let go allegedly, right? We don't know. Hundreds more left on Twitter. Extremely hardcore conditions in 3 months. So it's unclear how many of Twitter's originally good for Washington Post to actually admit this. It's unclear, but a reporter from Fortune tweeted 75% had quit. Well, according to The Verge, about 2,900 staff. They don't know. They have no idea. Many staff saluted their way out the door. So, and then Musk basically called in a bunch of engineers to try to figure out how the platform works. So the bottom line is, are there enough engineers for the platform
This is what
to
I'm
actually
talking
physically
about.
work?
It didn't have to
I
like
think we
come
can
to
kinda
this.
drop the fear mongering around this, because there are plenty of people that want to work at Twitter. But I mean, think about it. Twitter is probably one of the most interesting places to work right now, right? Now, you might say, well, okay, you got to work hard, because what about like the crazy, like you're gonna have to spend 50 or 60 hours in the office? Like, look, I'm gonna betray a little bit of my personal bias here. I like recessions because they kind of show what the real people. It's time to grind, you know. I don't like that. Like, God, Twitter was what. Talk to anybody in the Silicon Valley space. You can look at the YouTube comments. People will confirm this. Twitter was like the place where engineers go to die. You literally go there, and there are teams that would work hard there, of course. But you would go there, and you'd sit on a laptop on the roof. You would go to your 5-star restaurants. You would make $300K a year. You would work like 1.5 to 4 or 5 hours a day. Those days are over, man. I don't like the idea of like people getting paid 300, 400K to just sit around and do nothing. Now that's coming from a business owner, so you gotta take it with a grain of salt. But like, man, people should work for what they're going for. And by the way, you're like, oh, are you like a slave driver? Dude, like my requirements for my employees: work 6 hours a day, or up to 6 hours a day. Excuse me, and complete your KPIs. So we come together, we have a phone call. What do you want to do? Okay, I want to do this. All right, cool. What's the timeline? All right, 6 hours a day to get there. I have had to tell my employees at CLG, stop working. You're working too much. Take days off. Go see your family, whatever. I don't like this culture that Twitter built and Silicon Valley, frankly, built. And Twitch has a huge problem with also this family culture of living at work, where basically like 50-
He is right about that. I'm not a big fan of that either. Work is work. Like your work is not your family. That just like, no offense. And here's the thing: all you Marxists out there and all you anti-capitalists out there, you should agree with that. Like, if you're going to work, you're just going to work. You're clocking in and you're clocking out. Your work is not your family. There should be, because guess what happens in that situation? The capital owners, right? The people, the bourgeoisie, they have removed any barrier you have between your work life and your family life and everything else in life. Pardon me. So now, you're right. They sweeten the pot a little bit. Hey, we give you a little bit of this and that. You might come in on a Saturday. Next thing you know, it's Saturday and you're still at work. Hey, you coming in on a Saturday? Why are you coming on Sunday? Sure. I love this place. I get free meals and it's pennies on the dollars for these guys. It's nothing. Next thing you know, you're working 7 days a fucking week and your wife and kids work there too. No, your work is your work. Your life is your life. That's it. And like never, if I ever got asked to work on the weekend, you pay me double. You always pay me. I'll work a weekend, especially if I got nothing going on, which is most of the case, especially nowadays. But like you pay me. I'm making sure you pay me.
15, 16 hours of your day is like sitting in the office, but you're not really doing anything. You're not actually working. So I believe in dedicated hard work. Work 4 hours, work 6 hours, get out. Go spend time with your family. Play video games, right? Like do something else. Like go do a hobby, whatever.
Okay, there you go.
This live at work culture is so toxic. It sucks. People should be in the office for the amount of time that they need to get their stuff done, leave. That's it, right? So I actually kind of like the idea that we're moving back towards a more KPI focused system, key performance indicators, like what you actually get done. And I don't think that's going to result necessarily. I mean, I think people are going to have to work harder. I don't think it necessarily results in longer hours, but I do think that is a contagion within Silicon Valley that needs to be addressed because people were not working. And that is what recessions reveal. It reveals people that are not going to work very hard. So I think that's good.
I sort of agree with
I'm not an
what he
SDE,
says.
so I'm not
Recessions are
gonna
not
comment
good.
on, but
I'm going to be very
that
honest with you.
the likelihood that the platform goes down and dies in.
But yeah, he is a business owner.
You know what everybody's saying, where they literally like you see like people are like, oh, they're joking. No, there were hundreds of tweets. They're like, this is my last tweet.
Here's
like,
the thing: you can avoid recessions as best you can. You're probably gonna have a recession every once in a while. However, the people who run the business, run the company, if KPI is like your big indicator, right? And you have to be able to see what everyone is doing, right? And then determine like, okay, this person is able to do this. Can we improve this person? Oh, this person over the last like 3 years has not done anything. Maybe we need to let this person go, which is fine. But like, I don't agree with the whole thing, like with the recession thing. Recessions, they're devastating to the economy. They're absolutely devastating to the economy, and they're not a good thing too. And unfortunately too, there's a major political move too. Like, you know, if the party that's in power, there's a major recession that happens under that party's watch, guess what? The other party comes in. So from a purely political standpoint, I'm not a big fan of recessions either, outside the economic downturn that it causes.
That Elon ruined the platform. Come on, guys. Right? Like,
I understand where Devin's coming from though, with like, you see like who actually works and who doesn't work. I understand where that logic comes from. However,
this is not going to happen. Even if there is outages, then they're going to figure it out. They're going to go through. They're going to understand the tech stack, and they're going to.
Yeah.
There's been several groups of engineers who have like pledged to go help. There's tons of options. Twitter's not going anywhere anytime soon. And as a content creator and as a marketer, you do wise to pay attention to Twitter because that's where everybody's attention is. So right now,
true,
man. If I want to be anywhere, I want to be on Twitter. That is a great place for attention right now. So it's a great place for ads.
Wrong
too.
platform.
I'm trying to tell my brands that, but they're still too scared. But I'm trying to tell my brands like, hey, right now, if you run ads on Twitter, like, oh my God, the CPMs are way lower because nobody wants to run ads. Relatively nobody. I mean, still a lot of ads running. Debatably more actually, but the concept is low, so the price is low. Kind of weird how that works. You get it on premium, and it's probably fine. So
yeah,
it's not fine. We'll pull them. But yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to tell brands that, but they're not really getting it yet. But I understand. Like everybody's kind of afraid of this M&A thing. Anyway, if Elon is gonna succeed, it's because nobody will ever shut up about him, and he's so good at marketing. He's so good, and I think that's where we're going. If Twitter does fail, it's probably going to fail eventually, some years to come, because of his debt problems. But Elon got Tesla out of debt, and the real, like, I'll leave you with this.
True, he did.
The real outcome here is Elon probably just re-IPOs the company. Like once he turns the media attention around, and you're like, how's he going to do that? He did it with Tesla. Like, the Tesla was really negative. Everybody hated Tesla. Everybody said they're never going to penetrate the EV market. Nobody else succeeded. All these other car companies had EVs. Nobody cares. He did it with Tesla. It became super cool to own a Tesla. Now it's not again today at the time of this recording, but it became super cool. It was super cool to own a Tesla. Everybody did it. And I think he'll do the same with Twitter. I think he'll prove
there's serious like software issues with like
people
with like Tesla
doomsdaying it, and over time the sentiment will.
Here's the thing. I don't want like Elon Musk to fail. I just want him to stop being such a fucking dumbass about all this stuff too. I'd rather have just a traditional business owner. You can have whatever political take you want, But like, I just want you, like, it's a good thing that he penetrated the EV market with Tesla, because guess what happened? It is now making other car manufacturers say, all right, EVs can be successful. However, Tesla is not a good car. A Toyota and a Honda make good cars. So if they can penetrate the EV market with their cars, they'll make a good car for cheap too. So that's a good thing with like people like Elon. He's creating the market, and then like better people can come in and create better products at lower prices for the average Joe. And then the politicians see that, okay, we need to respond to this now. That's what Joe Biden did. Okay? So overall, that's a good thing. I just don't want Elon to be like, I don't know. It's just the chaos is what bothers me the most. It's the chaos, and you don't have to do it too. But at the same time, though, he understands that like part of the chaos is getting impressions and bringing people onto the platform and increasing engagement. And he knows that like the content creators are going to help drive that engagement, and the reporters and the pundits are going to drive the engagement too. But like, again, is it like you're just blowing your load all at once over a short period of time, or is this like a long game? And can you get the company out of debt? We'll see what happens. Tesla, the big difference is there's an actual like viable product in Tesla, a physical product where you've made it cool. Can you make Twitter cool? Twitter's been around for like so long, and now you're making all these changes, and like it's kind of, and people aren't understanding what these changes are. It's like, why am I going to pay $8? As a content creator, that makes sense. But if it's just the content creators and not the regular folks that are doing it, paying the $8 for the subscription, well, you know what's the issue? So more is more. I want to see more from Elon and Twitter. I don't want Twitter to fail. Twitter is useful. It is a useful tool. It is like this. It is literally this. Twitter's this. This is a very fancy Swiss Army knife I got from Leatherman for myself, a gift for myself like a year or two ago. This thing has so many different tools on it, and Leatherman makes good products. This is Twitter. Twitter's a multi-tool. It does multiple different things for me, and I like using it as a tool. It's a marketing tool for my streams. It is a way for me to engage with other content creators and brands. It is a way for me to just get news and see what's going on in the world, and get connected to people that I normally probably would never have connected to because of a connection I have with somebody else. It is a Swiss Army knife, and it aggregates all this information together for me to be able to collate and to use to my advantage. Okay, I use it that way. I'm a power user on Twitter. I see that. I'm on Twitter like every day. I may not be tweeting every day, right? In that way, and maximizing my use of it. But I very much enjoy using Twitter, and I use it to my advantage the best way I know how to. I could probably do some things. Maybe I subscribe to Devin's Patreon to do that. But I think that Twitter should not go down in flames. It's too useful of a tool. It is a tool. It is a tool, and I enjoy using it. If I have a good tool and it's durable and lasts long, I want to use that tool until it breaks. And I don't want Twitter to break anytime soon. It's too useful of a tool.
Will change, and advertisers will become more comfortable with it, and then as a result, he'll just re-IPO, and everybody will buy in because of the memes, and then he'll pay off the debt with your money. That's what's going to happen, I think.
Yeah.
And the only real question is, are the banks going to give him the timeline to do that? And we don't really know because we don't know the bank's payment terms. And they're probably pretty generous because Elon's shown that he can handle massive amounts of debt. And hey, I mean, if it comes down to it, he can sell Tesla shares, pay stuff off of Twitter. It really comes down to how committed he is. But like a full
I don't know if he would want to. I don't know if he would want to pay use Tesla shares to pay off like that debt. Wouldn't that like decrease the value of those of Tesla if he does that too? And I don't think the shareholders in Tesla would like that.
Doesn't seem likely. I just don't see it, man. All right. That's the video. I'm Devin Nash. Thanks. Again, Patreon and Discord if you want to support me. Otherwise, just thanks for being here. Appreciate you watching the video.
No, you should not quit YouTube. Right, you just have to like find something to post and then promote it. It's hard, man. There's a lot of content creators on these platforms, so you're kind of fighting with obvious. What is this? Career imploding, blunder from the trans community. Oh yeah, I saw this before. Base take. It's from an old stream? I think so. Trapped in a... Twitter's done. No, it's not done. It's just for the clicks. I mean, if I'm wrong, hey. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know if he's that afraid of Andy Biggs. But Andy Biggs is cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Let me tell you what, you don't want that guy as a speaker. I might just have to re-download this. I might have gotten angry and frustrated with fucking with Destiny 2. I was playing Iron Banner. I was not doing well at all. This ISO speed one was hilarious. I thought, wasn't Speed banned on Twitch? I'm not too sure. Maybe he was unbanned. I heard Kerry Lake still hasn't conceded yet. Yeah. Well, I have this one too. I think we're done with Twitter, but let's
So tell me now about what's going on with Carrie Lake.
Okay, our friend Carrie Lake out in Arizona, she has lost for governor, but is she admitting that? No, she's not. And this was a big question going in because obviously she got asked a bunch of times going into election day, like, are you going to concede defeat if you lose? And the only thing she would ever say is, I'm not going to lose, so it's not going to be an issue, basically. Like, I won't have to concede defeat because I'm going to win. Well, that didn't happen. She lost, and now, lo and behold, she is not conceding defeat, and she's alleging all sorts of, voting irregularities and improprieties. She put out about a 2.5-minute video on Twitter. I'll read you an excerpt from it. She says, "Hey, Arizona, Carrie Lake here. Wanted to reach out to let you know that I am still in this fight with you. For 2 years, I've been sounding the alarm about our broken election system here in Arizona. This past week has confirmed everything we've been saying. While we call for Katie Hobbs to recuse herself, over a year ago, they ridiculed us. It turns out we were right. The fox was guarding the henhouse, and because of that, voters have been disenfranchised when we raised concerns. And I filed a lawsuit months ago to get rid of the electronic voting machines. They said we were crazy." Then she talks about, the lines in Maricopa County. She gives some anecdotal, examples of one guy had to drive here and there, and ultimately he wasn't even sure his vote counted.
Contested, by the way. I'll get back to that.
Okay. And then sort of at the conclusion, or the part I guess that's most significant, is she says, "Rest assured, I have assembled the best and brightest legal team, and we are exploring every avenue to correct the many wrongs that have been done this past week. I'm doing everything in my power to right these wrongs. My resolve to fight for you is higher than ever." And oh, by the way, Carrie Lake was spotted at Mar-a-Lago.
Okay, so first of all, the claim
She's
that they
in
were
deep,
making on
baby.
election night is there's over 2-hour lines in Maricopa County. The Maricopa County Twitter account immediately responded and said the waits are less than 30 minutes. This is just factually not true. The other point is the right is harping away on this idea that Katie Hobbs has some say in how the elections run in Arizona, which is true, but what they're not telling you is that there are also 2 Republican officials, including the Republican governor, who have to sign off on what Katie Hobbs lays out. So the idea that she's running the elections and she's the only one in charge is just not accurate.
I've got another one for you too, which is that there were definitely issues
Remember
in
Brian
Maricopa
Kemp?
County in terms.
Wasn't he he was running for governor when he was Secretary of State? Nobody was complaining about that on my side of the aisle. No Democrats complaining about that.
Of waits. There were waits, and I don't think the voters should have to endure long waits in order to cast their ballot. That is my position, regardless of whether it's predominantly Republicans or predominantly Democrats who are voting at that time. But Republicans did this to themselves when they told all of their own voters, don't vote early, show up on election day. And then, when there's a line because you've told your voters, all the mail-in ballots, that's fraud and it doesn't work and you got to show up just on election day.
I mean, these are baked in excuses. The leadership knows that, sorry, I got crumbs. Leadership knows that these are excuses, their voters are gonna fucking eat up too. Oh, it's not right that you're waiting that long, even though it's Republican officials who created the rules that made you wait online for so fucking long. I remember I voted on election day only because it was the best time for me, and I've early voting where I'm at. I just couldn't get there in time because I was so busy. So election day, unironically enough, was the easiest thing for me to do. I waited online for 10 minutes and people were annoyed. I remember one guy was getting annoyed. He's like, I want to leave. So don't leave, dude. You're not waiting here for 30 minutes or like an hour in some places. You're going to wait like 10. And the only reason why it was taking so long, there was an elderly gentleman there with his, I'm assuming his daughter. You know, he's very old and he was exercised right in the vote and he was having problems hearing the person as he was explaining that. And the daughter had to slowly explain to her father in a different language too, by the way. I should start in a different language too, by the way, because his English wasn't that great. I recognized the guy, said hi to him, and then they went and voted. And then after that, it was like boom, 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 boom. I was like, that was it. That was it. I was like, I was telling you, I see. It was just like that one guy, and that's it. It's just because like his English isn't that great. Come on, man. Like it's not that like. In some places too, like if you're waiting like 30 minutes, I understand the frustration. I'm like, that's a problem. But like you're waiting like 10, 15 minutes. That's nothing. You wait on the line for like even longer at the DMV. Okay?
And when there's an issue,
Like parents who are watching this, teach your kids on how to wait online, like patiently. Like that's a life skill. Because you'll be waiting online quite a bit. You wait online for tickets for shows. You wait online to get food. You wait on a whole lot of lines. You wait online for like when you're trying to like check out for Christmas shopping, right? Unless you're buying everything off of Amazon, you know, you wait online for a lot of things.
issue at a polling place, which is going to happen because there are, you know, how many municipalities across the country and some things are going to go awry somewhere, then you're shit out of luck because you have banked in all of your voters showing up on that one day. So I have no sympathy for them ultimately. They've really done this to themselves. And, you know, obviously, like the fact that there were voting machines that were having issues, they had an alternative process. You put your ballot in this other box, they're still counted. It's not like this kept people from being able to vote, even though, again, I grant you, like, voters should not have to endure long lines. In an ideal system, this would work much more smoothly. But do I have any sympathy for them? No, I do not.
That's why you should have early voting. Okay, same day registration. Make election day a federal holiday. To this day, I don't know why it's during a weekday. It should be like on a Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Have it like 2-3 days. It should be like election like 3 days or something like that. Have 3 days of an election where you can go in person and vote. Have like 2 weeks of early voting. No excuse absentee balloting. Same day registration. Just make it like that much easier until you can get to the point where like I can use like my phone here to like vote, which even then I don't know how secure that would be, because that would require like a lot of trust and a lot of security. But until that day comes, paper ballots is the best way to do it, with like a machine that can scan and quickly tabulate those votes, so that you can get like, if not the same day results, you can get them within like the next like 2-3 days. And that's like a process I think most people would be like confident in. You know what I mean?
All right, so there 53% of the Republican candidates who were running for office on election day were denying or questioning the results of the 2020 election still.
Yeah.
I am sincerely very thankful and happy that literally I think only one person in the entire country is questioning it now. Carrie Lake. You can include Donald Trump, but he wasn't on the ballot in 2020, right?
Yep.
So
yes,
but there were a number going into it who were sort of hinting like, I am going to question it.
Yeah.
Mastriano, he was at January 6th. This guy is a legit extremist. He conceded. Blake Masters, he ended up conceding.
Yeah, he sort of toyed with it for a minute, and then he ultimately came on and conceded too.
So Carrie Lake being the only one in the whole country, I'm actually breathing a sigh of relief, because I genuinely thought, I actually agreed with Bill Maher on this, his whole like, if the Republicans win and more than half of them are doing the election denialism, we don't, like, they could just try to do everything they can in their power, and some of them get positions that directly control elections to try to change the result of elections. And by the way, on that point, you had all the candidates who were running for positions that do have direct control over elections.
Yeah.
The election deniers lost.
In the swing states.
Or maybe, exactly. So it's on the low end of the number of them that could get elected.
There are a lot of wackos that got elected at the in red states.
Right.
A lot of election deniers that will be running elections in red states, but at least
it's likely to go Republican anyway. So it's like, okay, you're not really stealing it.
I mean, I don't want to downplay that though, because even in red states, there are competitive congressional districts and competitive races, state house, state legislature. So it does matter. But yes, I agree with you. Big sigh of relief that literally every one of the swing state Secretary of State and gubernatorial election deniers, they all lost.
Yeah.
Okay, but here's my question. what the hell is Carrie Lake's endgame? I don't know what her endgame is.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to be able to raise a stink enough to, like, have something happen and Katie Hobbs doesn't become a like, the process is going to continue no matter what you say or do. So what is your endgame? Are you just trying to virtue signal to Trump that he picks you for VP?
Okay, that is my theory. I don't know about picks you for VP, although, I mean, she was clearly his favorite candidate this cycle. He loves Carrie Lake. He would talk about her all the time. Very, you know, it's exactly the type of person he'd be impressed with. Number one, she was all in on his election bullshit nonsense and completely unrepentant about it, wouldn't back down. He loves that. He loves that she's got that, like, TV presence and that on-screen, like, charisma and, you know, ability. And so she certainly has that going for her with him as well. So I think she was sort of like his favorite this time around, and he was definitely counting on her winning. I mean, I expected her to win in Arizona as well. The polls,
I did too.
All the mainstream polls, right-wing polls, they all had her up leading into election day. It's a big miss for the pollsters in Arizona. But, you know, now that she's lost, I think it's hard to see her being a good pick for VP. But if she wants a slot in Trump world, I think he probably wants her to do this because it makes him look a little less bad if she really won in Arizona and they stole it from her versus every single one of my candidates, save for the guy in Nevada that he backed. He did win for the governor's race. All of his other gubernatorial picks, they all lost. So this would at least give him something to hang his hat on if she really won but was robbed. So I think he's pushing her to do this. And I mean, not that I think she needed a lot of pressure to go along with it.
Yeah, we're not going to get into our standard Trump DeSantis debate, but like as we're talking about this, I just think like he's such a loser. Like everything he's doing is just like tailor-made to become less popular. You know what I'm saying? Like Carrie Lake, yeah, she's charismatic. She was on TV.
Yeah,
but
former TV
she's
anchor.
Psychopathic, and she just lost. And like you think like, yeah, I want this one in my inner circle. It's like, look, I got conspiracies. You want me to get into my conspiracies?
Go ahead.
Oh, have you seen some of the pictures coming out of Mar-a-Lago with these Trump groupie older women that are always around him?
No.
Well, let me tell you something. They're doing a little Mar-a-Lago. You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't.
You know what I'm saying?
I don't.
You know what I'm saying?
Lay it out for me, babe.
Look, he is... let's just say him and Melania probably don't spend much time together at all.
Okay.
And Trump is dragging in all these MAGA groupies. And I wouldn't be surprised if Carrie Lake is on that list because Carrie Lake said in a speech that my husband is my second favorite man on the planet. It's like, tell us you suck that mushroom dick without telling us you suck that mushroom dick. Like,
wow.
Go ahead, tell me.
Wow.
That's so gross to think about.
That's so crazy that she said that.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Like,
I didn't know she said that.
If you saw the picture of these MAGA groupies, Crystal, you would be amazed. These women look like they exist to drain Trump's balls. Like they look like that's their whole thing. They got all the fucking Botox and the collagen and the big lips and the...
Okay, so these are like wealthy, sort of middle-aged, Botoxed up, lots of plastic surgery. Is that what we're talking?
Yes.
In terms of the look?
Yes.
Okay.
There was a picture of them with, what's that guy's name? Stephen Miller?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Stephen Miller was at the announcement. He took a picture with these 3 Trump groupies.
I gotta look this up.
And I was just like, oh my God. I always see, there was a blonde in that picture who I always see with Trump. Just like, remember his spiritual advisor? Remember that one? His spiritual advisor who's like a relatively attractive older lady.
Yeah.
And I remember looking at that like, spiritual advisor? I don't know what you're doing.
There was a lot of speculation about that one. I can't find the picture.
Yeah, because remember, I mean, shit, we forget all the... Remember Karen McDougal? That whole thing? He had an affair with that Karen McDougal lady. So you don't even remember this affair. That's what I'm saying. Like, there was the Stormy Daniels one. Everybody knows about that. But the Karen McDougal one, that was actually a bigger story because he apparently gave campaign funds.
Did he?
Remember that?
Did he move on her like a bitch?
He grabbed me by the pussy. I don't even wait. I grab him by the pussy. They let you do whatever you want. I didn't even wait. Just grab him.
All right. Anyway, I don't know about that aspect of the Carrie Lake story. We'll let you all judge for yourselves on that piece. But
go a little fun banter there.
I'm right. You're welcome.
But anyway, she's not backing down. She thinks that this was stolen from her, and so she's gonna keep going, I guess, like fruitlessly flailing around.
The only one in the country.
Yeah,
Only
but
one.
I do think it's primarily for the benefit of Trump and her. She's decided she's all in with him, and so her ticket to whatever she's going to do next, now that she lost the governor's race, is going to be through him. So,
Wasn't she a former Obama supporter too? Didn't she
Yep,
support Obama?
she
and that
voted for Obama.
Like the argument people make about her is that she's all
over that she's
careerist.
just
yeah,
like
she's just like, let me find my lane, and So
was she an Obama supporter?
you picked a weird lane though.
I don't
Like,
know.
If you
don't know.
don't see it.
Well, we'll get back to you on that one. In the
I think she said she
meantime,
voted for Obama.
We have a wonderful guest to talk to today about crypto, in particular the FTX breakdown. Maybe we could.
All right, let's move on. I think there's another video from Crystal and Kyle.
Guys, got to talk a little bit about Twitter here. Elon Musk caused quite a stir last night. There were all these news stories floating around that perhaps, even though it already looks bad, it perhaps might be even worse than it looks in terms of where Twitter is at.
Ship has taken on a lot of water.
Yes.
I like Kyle. I like supporting
I'll
Kyle.
read you guys some of the stuff that
He's a
came
good
across my
dude.
feed last night.
I don't agree with all his
Everybody was
takes,
basically
but
giving their,
I like
Twitter
the grind.
takes.
I respect
And they were
it.
saying, like, here's
Yeah,
what
he's only had 1 million subscribers, man. He's been doing this for a long time
I love
too.
about this site. Here's what I hated about this site.
By the way, here's where you can follow me when the site is over.
Yeah, it felt like, that scene in Titanic where they're playing the instruments as the ship
Yeah.
goes down.
By the way, you guys should subscribe to our newsletter on Substack, obviously.
Yeah, and subscribe
There's
to
a
our
free-
YouTube
there's-
channels.
There's
yeah.
a free version. Of course, we love if you pay, but there is a free version if you just want to keep up with what we're up to.
Correct.
Shameless plug.
So, anyway, here's what I saw last night. New. Twitter just alerted employees that effective immediately, all office buildings are temporarily closed and badge access is suspended. No details given as to why. More. Hearing from multiple employees that the odds of Twitter breaking in the near future are very high. So the reason why we're hearing this is Elon sent a letter internally. Now remember, he already fired, I think, more than 50% of Twitter. They had, like 7,000 employees, something like that.
Yeah.
He fired half of them, which is thousands of them. And then the ones who remained, he sent out a letter recently that was like, look, I'm a hard worker. I work day and night. I care about my projects. Bottom line is, if you want to work for this company, you're going to work from the office and you're going to work basically crazy hours.
Yeah, and he said you had to be in for hardcore Twitter or something he called it.
Something like that.
Yeah.
It was very old school. Ooh, the thing's floating away from us. Let me move. Let me move this back towards us. So it was very like old school kind of authoritarian boss man language of like, this is how it's going to be. This is my company. I run a tight ship, etc. And what we heard was, hey, people were like, nope, not going to do that. We're out. Peace. And so I read up to 88% of all employees since the beginning of the month are now gone.
And so that's like from the original number?
From
80%?
before he fired 50% of them. So, in other words, a lot of the people who even remained temporarily are now gone because they're like, I don't.
I forget what
Well,
Devin
they
said.
were already having
Didn't y'all say it was like over like 110 now of like key developers and Twitter like left like Twitter? Because the reporting has been like all over the place too. Because you're getting this from like the actual employees, right? And from like other sources. So I don't know if they actually know themselves like how many employees actually left like the company.
product issues. Like the one that I know about is two-factor authentication. If you had it turned on where like to sign into a new device, they had to send you a text message to whatever phone number you had on record. If you're like, they would say, okay, we sent you a text message, and then it just would never come. So if you were trying to log in on a new device or whatever, you forget it. You're done.
So
or if you forgot your password, that would be another reason.
So that was because Elon saw internally that there's a lot of this stuff called bloatware that the company works with. And I guess he didn't like the sound of the term bloatware. It sounds like it's bad. It sounds like it's negative. It almost sounds like some sort of computer virus or something. He was like, bloatware, we got to get rid of that. Let's just get rid of that. So they axed a lot of it. And a lot of that was, like you just described, some of the companies that are involved with that process. So then after he axed it, he came like, oh shit, now people can't get in on certain devices with the two-factor authentication because
the mic is
the
moving
text
like
messages
crazy.
aren't going out or whatever.
Yeah.
It's just, man, what a mess. So anyway, more. Story to be updated soon with more. And hearing that several critical infrastructure engineering teams at Twitter have completely resigned. Quote, you cannot run Twitter without this team, one current engineer tells me of one such group. Also, Twitter has shut off badge access to its offices. And then I have one more here.
That
This
was
is
to
from the
prevent
Washington
corporate
Post.
espionage,
Elon
from what
Musk is allowing
Devin said.
employees to work remotely if managers assert they're making, quote, an excellent contribution. Twitter employees said they were surprised by the large number of colleagues who accepted severance rather than sign a pledge to work harder. So that was what we were talking about. Elon was like, you know, we got to work harder. And a lot of people were like, no, I'll take the 3 months severance and I'm out, bitch.
Yeah.
So anyway, there were talks of like behind the scenes, Elon was like individually calling a lot of the people. This is going to fall. Elon was individually calling a lot of the people and basically like begging them to stay.
Yeah.
You're good. Okay. You're good. Good enough. Whatever. You guys know what we look like. It's not a big deal. So yeah, that's where we're at. So now I heard a lot of people on Twitter were doing the, you know, RIP thing. And then I saw some people who were like, look, I know this is probably going to hang around. So it's going to look silly that we're saying all this stuff, but let's just get it out there anyway. And then some people were taking the contrarian position of like, this was a brilliant move by Elon. Like the classic, like, let me dick ride him harder than anybody's ever been dick rode of all time.
I mean, I think you could make an argument that the world would be better on balance without Twitter. I think there is an argument for that, but this isn't like some genius Elon plan. It's just Elon literally fucking up everything that he could possibly fuck up. I mean, he's already had multiple things like the Twitter Blue thing that he comes in, he implements it, just like all in on it, and then like instantly has to backtrack, or like firing employees and then having to like call them back, you know, and be like, actually, we do kind of need you here. Sorry about that. Or the saying, no, you have to be in the office, and then going like, well, you know, if you're like good at what you do, I guess you could work from home. So it's a disaster. It's complete chaos. It shows you, number one, why even white collar employees really need unions, because you couldn't just do this completely catastrophic gutting of a company and like destroying people's lives. If they were unionized, there'd have to be a process. And number two, why we should not depend on the whims of any billionaire, Elon Musk or anyone else, for critical infrastructure for our democracy, which Twitter effectively is at this point. So Ryan Grum was floating like,
I wouldn't say it's like critical infrastructure for our democracy, but it's being heavily leveraged like as such. You know what I mean?
Like a public corporation should buy this. This should be put in public trust. It should basically be nationalized and subject to like democratic accountability. Much better situation than like hoping Elon figures it out and gets his shit together and doesn't totally destroy something that a lot of people have come to depend on.
Yeah, I mean, you know my thing. I'm fine with it being a private company, but I want it regulated like a public utility. But obviously I don't like, in Elon's hands, it's not safe. My main beef with him is that he's super erratic. He comes up with like 10 new ideas a day, implements a bunch of them, rolls back 90% of them, like just keeps digging himself a deeper and deeper hole. And the other thing that annoys me is that the endless contradictions with Elon. So like his whole thing originally was like free speech, we're gonna do free speech.
Right.
And then your brilliant idea is let's make people pay $8 a month for verification. And it's like, by his own admission, that would set up a 2-tier system where he says if you pay the $8, your tweets get prioritized. If you don't, you're in like a separate category. Well, then shut the fuck up about the free speech shit, because this is not free speech. That's fundamentally the opposite of free speech. You're saying let's set up a 2-tier system. If you pay me, you get preferential treatment.
Right.
That's not.
That's how it came off. It's useful for like content creators. I can see where people are essentially saying that like, if you're like a journalist or something like that, you would have to like pay. You would have to like pay into it, especially if you're an independent journalist too. So like the people who have the money or can get fronted by their organizations, like the newsrooms, like Fox and whatever, they can obviously get all their shit pushed up to the front of the algorithm while everybody else, you know, gets left behind too. And I wonder how that would work too. If you're paying into it, if you're a content creator, but like, does it on that priority list as an individual content creator like me, if I paid into that system, would like would Tucker Carlson and Fox News jump me in the algorithm because they're larger and they have more money? That's another thing that like that I was thinking about too. Well, I was thinking about like that paid system. If I'm gonna get priority in the algorithm, then like where in that priority list am I going to be in the algorithm as an individual content creator? Would I have to go through an agency, or could I, as an individual, just do it myself? You know, by just like paying into the system.
Not free speech, sorry.
Yeah, he originally said, "I don't even care. This isn't about profit. This is about free speech. It's about the principle of the matter." And then, of course, you know, instantly it's like, all right, where can I let me slash the workforce. Let me first let me do the $8 pay thing, and then when the advertisers start fleeing, let me go to the advertiser. Oh, please come back, and how can you leave us, and all of this. I mean, it's clearly he doesn't actually care about the free speech part. It's the perfect embodiment of that is when he tweets out comedy is now legal on Twitter, and then 2 days later they're banning Kathy Griffin for a parody of him. I think it was that he was upset about. It's just he's firing Twitter employees that dare
We're critical of him in the Slack.
moderately critical of him on Slack or publicly. He really is he's an authoritarian. I mean, that's his impulse.
He said comedy is now legal on Twitter, and then a bunch of people put their picture as Elon Musk, put their name as Elon Musk. But you could see if you look at the ad, they weren't Elon Musk. It was somebody else.
It wasn't
and they were
hard
making
to
fun of him.
figure out. Yeah.
They were making fun of him, and then he changes the rule to, well, you have to put parody in your name somewhere. And people even put parody in their name and still got banned.
Yeah.
And he's just thin skinned. He doesn't want the criticism. And again, the perfect example of that is what you just described. People who were critical of him in their company Slack whatevers, there was a whole bunch of ways that the people within the company communicate with each other. People who were critical of him, he literally went through with a fine tooth comb, handpicked the ones who were critical and said, I'm going to fire you.
Yeah.
And then again, his dick riders are like, bro, you're not supposed to criticize your boss like that. What are you talking about?
Those people are amazing to me. Truly amazing to me.
The Elon simps.
That after all of this,
everything,
you could still be he's a genius. He's got a master plan. This is just all part of the plan. You all just don't understand. It's wow. I mean, it just shows you there's literally nothing he could do that would persuade you that maybe he's not what you thought that he was.
It's very Trumpian. But at least with Trump now, you see some of the base going oh. With Elon, it never stops.
The stands love their god.
Thunderfoot, old school YouTuber from back in the day, still out there doing his thing. And for whatever reason, he's had a hate boner for Elon Musk for a long time.
Oh, really?
So early on, the videos about Elon, people were I don't know, man. He would get 50% dislike rates and stuff, and people would be maybe we don't agree with him. But now, the more time has gone by and the more you see of Elon over promising stuff, under delivering stuff, you see what's going on with Twitter. Now go back and look at all of his videos on Elon Musk, and it's fucking prophecy.
Wow.
Because this guy truly he promises
Thunderfoot is old school YouTube
and delivers fucking Dickie McGee's acts.
Yeah.
And so
he is a salesman. I'll give him that.
Here, but type in Thunderfoot Elon Musk, and you'll see he's been covering him very closely for a long time. I mean, he makes the argument, and I think it's actually fair, that not only is he just he's a dumb billionaire or whatever. No, he's what's the Theranos lady's name?
Oh,
Elizabeth Holmes.
Yeah.
Elizabeth Holmes level fraudster is the argument that he makes.
Wow.
And I don't know. But anyway, there you have it. What ultimately is going to happen with Twitter, I can't venture a guess. I mean, my default assumption is at some point he's going to dump it on somebody else at a loss and just sort of move on.
He said he doesn't want to be CEO of it forever. So I guess that's him starting to be maybe I don't really want to do this.
Yeah, but I really hope that you don't get these super radical changes to Twitter, because I want them to keep what made it good in the first place.
Yeah.
And I just want a steady hand of leadership in a way. Honestly, it makes me, as critical as I am of the people on YouTube, it makes me kind of be thankful.
Well, it definitely makes me long for the days of Jack Dorsey at the
I know, right?
Twitter. He did
with his fucking
job. I mean,
kombucha and meditating on a mountain. Go ahead, dude. Do whatever you want to do. Just keep Twitter.
He was never really engaged with Twitter. That's you know what the crazy thing, the stories about Jack Dorsey was? He would be on his phone during these meetings with the board, and people would be like, bro, the guy's playing fucking Tetris on his phone. He was never really, which is unironically probably the right approach with Twitter. That's why everybody got to say basically whatever they wanted on Twitter, but you couldn't say hate speech, use racial slurs, direct attacks toward anybody, the very reasonable things. But unironically though, you could easily monetize Twitter. They're gonna get rid of it. You can get rid of the $8 subscription fee stuff. I think you gotta offer something too. That's why I said if you're gonna offer a subscription, you have to give something to the users to kind of bring them in. So what are you gonna give to the users that's gonna bring in the users? That's the big thing.
You also come to realize and this goes back to the profit motive and why it's sort of
that's picking up a little bit right here. I need more
free speech and the
I need this to grow out.
democratic aspect of Twitter and these other spaces. you will never really get there as long as you have advertisers effectively running the show. And that's why Jack and Mark Zuckerberg and all the rest make sort of similar level content moderation decisions, because that ultimately isn't coming from like their woke style.
This is the same thing Devin said. It's the advertisers that really are the content moderators. That's the thing. That's why people don't really understand. It's all like bullshit. The advertisers are the content moderators on Twitter. You can have a council of people like doing content moderation, but like if the advertisers don't like something, guess what? It's booped. That's just the way it is. So unless you want to start a war, and we have that kind of discussion about like how like content moderation should be dictated by the advertisers control content, and what gets on and what stays on, what gets kicked off the social media platforms. They are dependent on the advertisers.
Or whatever, it's coming from the demands of the advertisers that are keeping them profitable.
Yeah, that's true. But anyway, I hope Twitter hangs on, but obviously Elon's doing a terrible job.
Didn't Vosh had a stream? I saw this already. I just realized I saw it. Good piece. Live stuff. It was 7 months ago. Okay, so I think it's probably in his stream VODs. There we go. This was the last VOD, right? Undead Twitter talking to Ukrainian activists, world ending and more. Okay. Oh my God, we're just...
I think there was a Twitter account that I saw a couple of clips from that was like English V2.
I wish I can play Destiny vids on Twitch. I can't. He's banned. Some people have gotten away with it too, but like I don't know. I don't want to take that risk because some people have gotten away with it, but like other people have not gotten away with it too.
YouTubers.
I'm small enough to where like I think I can get away with it, but I don't want my channel to get
like
banned.
A dragon lolicon with white hair and glowing eyes.
Okay, I wish I had timestamps.
Builds for electric vehicles can be used for any other company. He's making reusable rockets. His actuators instead of hydraulic fluid pressure to actuate.
I want the part.
When I saw what people were saying, in February, it's all the time in Ukraine.
Okay, here we go.
Any moment, guys. So if I disappear,
Looking for no reason.
Well, Paula?
Yeah, that's a solid 3-second delay. My goodness. That's quite a lot for conversation. But I don't know how much can be done about that.
I can try with I can try with my phone. And maybe if it's not working, we can try another time.
Here it is.
Because it worked with other people basically, but we had this huge attack Tuesday, like basically a couple of days ago, and since then we have pretty much zero electricity and internet. So maybe that's why. And yeah.
Let's try
Weirdly,
this.
it shows to me that the internet is okay.
No, it's fully understandable that the internet would be in a rough situation right now. Your voice is actually coming through clearly. It's just a matter of the delay, but that's fine by me. Here, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself to all the people who are curious?
Which is true. It's not really Twitter people want to fail. It's Elon Musk.
Well, hello guys. Sorry you can't see me. My name is Anastasia. I am like a spokesperson, weirdly enough, for Ukraine right now. I talked with Destiny, with Lonerbox. I'm a friend of Dylan Burns, if you know him. He came to Kharkiv, to my hometown, and yeah, basically, I showed him stuff, all the destruction that was done to my city, and he's a bit of a guide to him, I should say. So yeah, that's me. I do volunteer work mostly for our soldiers, so buying stuff like vests, medical supplies for them, and flashlights, power banks, and even we bought a quad bike, ATV you call it, I think. And yeah, so all thanks to, Dylan and Destiny's community, and Lonerbox donated as well, his guys. So yeah, I'm super grateful to all who participated, and many people told me to talk to Wash, and yeah, that's
look at this like adorable.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to speak to you, and fantastic work. It's all well and good to cover this stuff from afar, you know, with what you've been doing, and to a lesser extent, you know, what Dylan's been doing. Obviously, you're more connected to the front line than he is. Truly phenomenal stuff. I want to know, so first of all, how did you get into doing what you're doing now? I'm going to guess
official.
You didn't have any,
it's official account.
relationship with the Ukrainian Defense Forces before the war.
Oh my god.
Well, I sort of did.
All right, this is gonna be like a long conversation. Okay. I think I might save this for like another stream. Yeah, I'll go ahead and like save this for like another stream. I'm like too distracted by like Twitter right now. What is this? Inclusive details. Seen a new Twitter-like platform. I want it to be exactly like Twitter is now, the same like layout and everything here. I'll actually save this for later and sign up for it. If anybody's interested here, I'll post it in chat. I would like something basically like Twitter, but I want there to be like live streaming options similar to like what Twitch and like YouTube have. I understand that like that may not be like possible like off the offshoot, so like it doesn't have to have like the highest resolution, but I think that would be the case too. If you can integrate all those things, like for your phone, live streaming, being able to like upload like videos, if not directly to the site, then to like a third-party site, you can go and see things like that. I think I would love something like that. Okay.
What the whole country hoped, which that he would rise to the occasion and rise to the office, and he didn't do that. So he's had his chance. He obviously does not have the qualities necessary to unite the party, which is the first step on the road back, and he should stand aside.
These motherfuckers again. Yeah, we're still wearing the white and black. I like it. Spotlight white and stealth black. Okay. Oh my god. If you didn't know what like I normally use Twitter for, I actually use Instagram more for that than anything else. It's literally Instagram's just like I just follow like a bunch of like hot girls on Instagram and I post like when I'm going live. And I repost my TikToks on there too. Okay. Sam Bam, who is Mike Solana? Followed by Ari Cohen and Elon Musk. Okay. I made a research CEO. Some math who loves Harry Potter. Take the alt-right. Okay. Was one of the largest Democratic donors in American history. Let's see. Is not one of the largest donors in history. I do find this like, and I love this feature on Twitter though. The more context feature, it's great. SBF was one of the largest donors to this, nearly all of it. In private, he gave $2 million to Republicans. $13 million went to Kara Phil, who was part of his effective altruism move. From New York Magazine. Okay, you don't say. Okay. I'm going for Warzone 2. TAC 56 and Fennec 45. All right. I do want to play a little bit of Warzone 2. Give one like up to the Viper there. Yeah, it was tragic when he died, man. Where is he?
Seven, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go! Oh my god!
Warzone nuke.
Just nuked Al Majra, bro.
15.
I'll give that a light. That's always a good thing. Okay. Sure they will. Okay. Clean your face up. Let me control the world. Oh my god. Breaking statement of Special Counsel Jack Smith. I intend to conduct the assigned investigations and any prosecutions that may result. And the pace of the mission will not pause or flag under my watch. Okay. Duty to warn. Always good stuff. Shit happens, man. You got called out hardcore for that too. Don't be getting the crypto now, man. It's not it's flailing. Don't be getting the crypto now. That man never should have left, man. It's a shame.
Man, it's I put a lot of work into it, and
yeah, we just trolling now. Is she staying or is she going? Jesus Christ. All right. God. Okay. Biggest game in 7 years. So was the last one. Okay. Until literally the day it wasn't politically helpful anymore, and now it's plummeting. I wonder why. Yo, what is this?
You good?
I'm good. Had a good round.
Yeah, me too, man. I'm extracting with you. Just, we're chilling.
Cool.
Yeah,
cool.
That's good, That's good. We both survived. Good job, dude. Good luck, man. Have a good one.
Going for an exfil. Oh my god. A judge in Georgia ordered early voting on November 26th. Yes. This comes after an attempt by Georgia to ban voting on that day, and it's huge for anyone who wants voting rights and democracy. Let's go. Let's go. Oh shit. What? It's NPR, man. It's NPR. What a fucking idiot. Came out 3 years ago. Donald Trump tweeted an image that left intelligence experts gobsmacked. The picture was of a rocket that had exploded on a launch pad deep inside of Iran. Oh my god. It was so crisp that some initially thought it may not have been taken by a satellite. This picture is so exquisite, and you see so much detail, says Jeffrey Lewis, who studies satellite imagery at the Middlebury Institute of International Studies at Monterey. At first, I thought it must have been taken by a drone or something, but aerospace experts quickly determined it was photographed using one of America's most prized intelligence assets, a classified spacecraft called USA 224 that is widely believed to be a multi-billion-dollar KH-11 reconnaissance satellite. Now, 3 years later, after Trump's 3 years after Trump's tweet, the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, NGA, has formally declassified the original image. The declassification, which came as a result of the Freedom of Information Act request by NPR, followed a grueling Pentagon-wide review to determine whether the briefing slide it came from could be shared with the public. Okay, hold on. It takes me like too long to read out loud, so I'm just gonna like read it silently, and I'll make sure I'll keep it slow enough to where you guys can like follow along. Bro, what? What are you doing, Donald? The image. Photo please. All right, he was within his rights to publicize the image, but why would you? But why would you though? Oh my God. Especially if it's a silo in Iran. That's a big thing too. Like, look how clear this image is from one of our spy satellites. You know what I mean? Like, oh my God. That's why other world leaders love having him as president too, especially in Saudi Arabia and Russia, because the guy can't keep a secret. Look at that. Andrew Tate. Is that actually Andrew Tate? Guess so. Yeah, don't worry, we're gonna be war zoning it up in a little bit. Oh wow. Okay. Okay. I remember the clip.
If you don't want me coming after you, just sing the opening of I Want It That Way.
You are my fire. The one desire.
Somebody keep it going!
When you say I want it that way.
Tell me why.
Ain't nothing but a heartache.
Tell me why.
Ain't nothing but a
Okay. Oh my god. How the sausage gets made. Let him drink, man. Fucking grown ass men. Subscribe to Jake Asman. He's fucking good shit. There's a lot of good content creators for like Jets Media. Buffalo Jets fan, you got a lot of people there. Yeah, no, I'm not. Fuck. All right.
After she was caught on video using a racial slur and assaulting 2 black students. She has been charged with 1 count of impersonating a police officer.
Okay, that's a good one.
A white student at the University of Kentucky was
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. I don't. Nobody should take this man seriously. Ooh. Unfortunately, I don't have a PS5. Nice. Okay. Grandma trying to do it again. God bless you, man. Let's go, baby. Let's go, Brees. Coming back. It's going to come back even stronger next season. That's actually pretty decent. I actually like that. Meta Guns. Fennec. MX9. Yeah. Ooh.
Do you want to play hide and seek? You hide, and I'll find you.
Sim, you hear this guy?
What the fuck?
This is what's been happening the whole time to me, bro.
Hell no.
I've been so scared.
Yo!
All I wanted to do was play with you.
Oh, hell
Please
no.
come and play with me.
What?
Bro, is that the proximity chat?
Behind you.
Dude, stop, bro.
I'm so scared,
Okay. What the? Dude, Slack.
Bro, I'm losing it, bro. I can't. Sim, this has been a thing for 10 minutes.
Bro,
wait, what? What's happening?
Bro, Slack, please, dog. Watch my back. I got yours.
Why do you seem so scared?
Yo, Slack.
Yo.
I need AR ammo, please. Please.
Yo, this is like some scary shit, dude.
Dude, this is very uncomfortable. Give me ammo. Give me ammo, please. Please.
Okay. Lou Dobbs. Let's see. What else we got? Damn, this is how addicting. Look how addicting Twitter is, man. Warzone 2. And Nick's lost, though. A fairly close game. Let's see. basically the base take by
Let's
Zizek.
take what Nazis claimed about the Jews. I think we have to go to the end here and claim, even if, okay, not all, I wouldn't go so far, but even if some of what they claimed was true, nonetheless, anti-Semitism was totally a lie.
This was my point. This is what everyone called me a Nazi for. That you can't use descriptive facts of the world to justify prescriptive bigotry. That even if literally, so in a way, focusing on the descriptive is almost completely pointless.
A fake. Why? I think that that's my general point, that the moment you even think about endorsing, accepting discussion at this level, like for example, let's say you are an honest liberal and I say Jews seduce our young girls, Jews exploit us, and I say this. You say, no, this is a lie. Then comes a naive university neutral idiot and says, oh, it's difficult, let's take an objective look at it. You sell your soul to the devil into this, because let's be clear, the result will be unambiguous. Yes, the Nazis exaggerated it, but not quite. Because, wait a minute, now let's say something horrible. Many Jews were also rich in Germany, so yes, they definitely exploited Germans. On the other hand, I hope so, it's normal. I think that some Jews definitely probably were seducing German girls. Why not? You know what I mean? Why is this false? Because the true, how do you put it, here, even if it were to be true, but it wasn't, of course, they lied in the guise of truth. Because the true question is not, is it true what they are claiming about the Jews? The true question is why, in order to sustain their politics, they need this fantasy of the Jew. Why they need this phantasmatic figure of the Jew. And incidentally,
he's making an argument to not get baited into exclusively focusing on descriptive claims. Because even if something is descriptively right or wrong, like that's oftentimes only a really small part of the picture, you know?
The same, I think, even today with Iraq. Here I think that many fake leftists fell into the trap of accepting the terms of the debate. And when Americans said we have to attack Iraq because it's a terrible regime and so on. No, the point is not to argue, no, Saddam is good. Of course he's bad. But I claim the paradox is that even if all the statements about Saddam were true, and incidentally, now you say something horrible, even I was slightly surprised. I thought they would find some weapons of mass destruction. Or at least, I mean, couldn't CIA or American Army apply the old creative lesson of drug-busting American police? They don't have drugs, you plant them, then, my God, we live in 21st century. No, but my point is that you get my point. This is not the true question. The true question is not, is it true what they claim about Saddam? The true question is a totally different one, is what kind of new logic of hegemony, new world order is established in this way and so on and so on. I think that even to accept these terms.
See, he's doing it again. Does Saddam have weapons of mass destruction? Well, even if the answer was yes, would that have justified the war? Zizek is rapidly becoming the new Chomsky in my eyes. Well, Zizek is wonderful in so many ways. I might actually have an opportunity to meet him at a conference sometime in the future, though I don't know. So I'll hit you guys up with more details if I do know in the future. But that would be quite nice. So like I've said before that you can lie by telling the truth, which I think everyone like basically gets. But here would be an example, right? Imagine if I'm having an argument with somebody and I said like we're arguing about the Civil War. And I say like, yeah, so 150 years ago, you know, the Confederacy like seceded from the US and started a war. And the person I'm arguing with is like, whoa, the Civil War was not 150 years ago. It was 163 years ago. And I'm like, okay. And then I try to continue. He's like, whoa,
Yeah.
you're just going to brush over that?
Which Vosh is right too. You can still lie by telling like a little bit of the truth. But like when you tell that truth, you're exaggerating that truth to such an extent to propagate a falsehood that's the basis of the lie that's surrounding that truth. So they're talking about like how this is like an offshoot of like the Kanye and Kyrie Irving stuff of like the Jews run Hollywood. Okay, is there a very large number of Jewish executives in Hollywood that basically can like end your career, right? Can start your career, can end your career, and have a lot of control? Yeah, why is that? That's the truth, right? Like that's the truth. There are same thing like here in New York City. There's a lot of Jews in New York City. A lot of them are doctors and lawyers. Why is that though? Okay? Like that's the truth. But then the exaggeration then becomes there's those same Jewish people in New York City and LA. There's a secret cabal of them that control the lives of all black people and brown people. And right now, that's like a fucking exaggeration. That's just not true. But like you're arguing over like, so when you get in arguments with people like that, like the Kanye's and like the Kyrie Irvings and like other people believe in like similar stuff too. The argument isn't like, you know, if are there Jews like in those positions? Yeah, there are. And there's a reason for that too, but there is no secret cabal. So like beginning with like that like agreement, yeah, there are Jews that like have a lot of like power and like wealth and like in those industries, but there's no secret cabal of like or conspiracy theory involving them. That's just not the case. So when you accept that one truth, and then like you can deconstruct their arguments from there.
You're just going to lie about something as critical as the time period here. That's just something you can just easily do that. You can just run right past a lie. That's just okay. What else are you going to lie about? And I'm like, I was estimating. Oh, estimating. So you were wrong then. You were wrong. You knew you were wrong. You say you were estimating. So you knew you were wrong when you said 150 years, when it was 163 years. And you just kept with that. Is that going to be the tone for the whole debate? Now, technically, that I'm currently portraying is correct, but he's also wrong. You understand? You get why, right? Because even though everything that he's saying is technically correct, he's doing it to front a spirit of dishonesty. He's elevating an estimate to a deliberate lie meant to deceive, and in doing so, he's misrepresenting the nature of my behavior while telling the truth. It's a kind of acting in bad faith, right? But nothing that he's saying is non-factual. You understand? That's why being correct and right are not always the same thing. I mean, often they are, but it is possible to deviate from that. You can also tell, you can tell lies by telling the truth in other ways. For example, 1350, right? You can cite some little bit of criminological data, and with it, you can imply a bunch of points, right? Because when conservatives say, oh, 1350, they aren't just saying 1350, they're implying black people are criminal, black people are violent, blah, blah, blah. You know how it goes. And those implications are wrong. The 1350 is correct. Well, the data is different now. It's complicated, but we'll say that it's correct here, descriptively. But the prescriptive claims they're implying from it are wrong. Where can I learn more about prescriptive and descriptive? Struggling to figure out how to search it based on how you use it. A descriptive claim is a factual claim about the world. A prescriptive claim is a moral claim about what the world should be. A good like warning sign when it comes to like listening to a person's arguments is how tenuous is the link between the descriptive and prescriptive positions. So for example, if a person lays out some descriptive information and then they're like, because we want this outcome, prescriptive claim. Here are people in Chicago who are struggling with hunger. Because we want our citizens to be well fed, we should implement a policy that will feed them. Very straightforward, right? But oftentimes the link between the descriptive and the prescriptive, it's very tenuous, and it gets difficult to like understand what a person is really saying or implying. So here's a good example. Have you noticed how oftentimes when I'm arguing with white nationalists, they won't actually talk about white nationalism? These are people who politically believe that America should be for white people only. But when you talk with them, they dry up on that subject, and instead they're suddenly eager to talk about specific economic, biological, sociological statistics, Oh, have you ever noticed that there's a 14% increase in crime after? But they don't want to talk about their actual, because their real position is, because of the information I have laid out before you, truthful or not, I want to commit an ethnic cleansing in the United States. That's the actual thing they're saying. When they say, okay, well, there's a slight increase in crime, blah, 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 imagined at the end of their statement is a comma, and I want this because I want to commit ethnic cleansing, right? And I want to attack that because all of this is done in a comparative basis. Let us imagine for a moment that we had a separate species of people. They're not humans. They're like, let's say that there are dryads, okay? And these dryads are literally, biologically, I mean actually biologically, just not capable of respecting property rights. They're like cats. They just
Okay. I'm
they
with you
live
so
amidst
far,
the
Vosh.
trees. They have legal rights just like we do, but like they will just steal your toothbrush. Okay. Now, as based as their lifestyle is, it's also completely incompatible with human civilization because they'll just take your stuff, you know? Let's say they even get violent about it. Let's say sometimes they'll just kill a guy. And this isn't a socialization thing. Biologically, this is just how they respond to wanting stuff. The point that I'm getting at, okay, is that regardless of how you feel about all this, there is a problem and it is causing people suffering, okay? Let's say there are 10 million dryads. Now, here's the thing. There are a lot of human supremacists who are deeply embittered against the dryads, not for no reason, and they want to make a human species state. They want to make America human only. They do not want the dryads here. They say, go to Canada, go to Mexico, whatever. We want this to be a human-only country, okay? Now, even if the dryads were biologically
Sorry, I'm
inclined
looking at
towards
chat.
what we
It's
would
like
call
not enough
antisocial
dicks.
behavior. Let's say this contributes to perhaps a few
Dryad
thousand
rights.
excess deaths in the country every year. And that's a lot. Here's the real question. Would the harm of keeping them here ever actually be greater than the harm of deporting them? All the people you would have to displace to remove 10 million dryads from the country. When you think about it that way, it's like, wait, we could, with the single law, do more harm than 10,000 years of their presence here. Now, I'm talking right now with like a worst case scenario where the dryads are biologically inclined towards antisocial behavior, something which is, by the way, not the case for any human, ethnic, racial, or religious groups. But I just want to make it clear, like, so often I get frustrated during these discussions because people will be like, immigrants commit more crime, and I have to respond, no, they don't, because they don't. They factually do not. But I don't want to say they don't. Because the real answer is, I don't care. Even if they did commit more crime, I still wouldn't support a white ethno-state. I still want them to come in here. Yeah, that's my real belief. It's like a two-tiered answer. That's what I want to say every time. It's, first of all, you're lying. No, they don't. And second of all, I don't care. I don't think even if they committed more crime, that would warrant a mass ethnic cleansing. Factually, they don't, but I wouldn't care. You know, you can argue with me on either premise. Somebody in chat asked, what would you do about the dryads then? And I have a response to that I want to share with all of you. Did you know that we already have a group of people in the United States who are biologically disposed towards more violent crime and murder by a significant degree? A lot of this is socialization, and I'm the first person to put that forward, but there are well-studied, well-respected links between testosterone and violent aggression. That is definitely at least somewhat biologically inclined.
True.
Do I argue for fewer legal rights for men or stricter sentencing? No. Though men do actually receive stricter sentencing
on
right
average,
now as a product of bias against men or in favor of women, depending on how you want to think of it, where a man and a woman will commit the same crime. A man is more likely to get a significantly larger sentence. In fact, the disparity between men and women's sentencing is greater than the disparity between black and white sentencing. So if you had a white and a black guy commit the same crime, you know, on average, the white guy would get a lesser sentence than the black guy. But between men and women, that difference is far larger, significantly. I think as much as 60% larger, because people think of men as the dangerous ones and women as the less dangerous ones, even though they committed the same crime in these two cases.
He's right on the money on
men are
that.
More dangerous as a matter of biological course, you know, on average, but if you've committed the same crime, then that shouldn't really be a factor. What about a white man and a black woman? A white man will get less time. Here, wait, hold on. Average sentencing disparity by gender. Okay. So demographic differences in sentencing for race. Black male offenders received sentences on average 19% longer than similarly situated white male offenders. I cite this in my research document, the one that I haven't updated in a long time. Let me see. Female offenders of all races received shorter sentences than white male offenders. So there you go. Black female offenders would get less than white male offenders. Where is the percentage difference there? I don't see a percentage associated with the male-female disparity here, only the statement that there is a disparity. Men are most adversely affected. Okay, get ready for this. This is from Wikipedia. I didn't know it was this bad. Holy shit. In the United States,
okay,
men are most adversely affected by sentencing disparity, being twice as likely to be sentenced to jail after conviction than women, and receiving on average 63% longer jail sentences. Triple the disparity between a white man and a black man after the doubled likelihood of sentencing to jail after conviction for the same crimes. Well, I have to assume for the same crimes because we're talking about sentencing disparity. You have to control for that. The estimated gender disparities are strikingly large. Conditional on observables, most notably treatment associated with 63%. And sentence length. In short, I asked, do otherwise similar men and women who are arrested for the same crime? Yep, they control for it. Wow. So there you go. That is an insane disparity between men and women. Of all journalists killed in 2021, 11% were women. In 2020, this was 6%. On the International Day to hashtag end impunity for crimes against journalists, let us say out loud, stop targeting women journalists. Hashtag protect journalists. I have no idea why. Seems like they're not targeting women journalists, actually. Shu replied with this, 1 in 4 homeless people are women. Yeah. Liberal identity politics at its finest, you know, ignoring like systemic issues in favor of virtue signaling, you know, progressivism. What's even worse is that the rise in numbers was that less men were killed. Yeah, it's because since it's a relative percentage, like a higher percentage of women being killed from one year to another could just mean less men were killed during that time.
If you go back to that number, it's of all journalists killed 11. So you're talking about the remaining percentage were men? Yeah, just oh my god, Jesus Christ. Okay, this video. If you don't know who Coconut Island is, this isn't Vosh's channel. This is a clip channel. Vosh approved, of course. Twitter is not down. I'm literally on Twitter. Hold on. Twitter's right here. Okay. Oh yeah, she's joined TSM. Good for her. True. Jeremy Shockey. Yes, 5 fingers. I like it, but this seems kind of like robotic though. And it doesn't feel natural. Okay. Why is Vosh being? Sure, I like that tweet too.
NFL draft, the New York Jets select Jermaine Johnson.
What's going on, Coach?
I'm so fired up, man. I'm so fired up for you, fired up for us. This is a perfect fit, man. I can't wait to get started.
Yes, sir. Me too.
Hey, celebrate this, man. You deserve it.
Hey, I'm about to, and then we're going to come win some games.
There's no doubt about that. We're going to turn this thing around, man.
With the 26th pick.
There you go. I fucking love that attitude, man. And we're winning games, baby. It's time to win Sunday. Let's go. Let's go, New York. Let's fucking go. New York Jets. Let's go. I need a new hoodie. Yeah, this thing is like, it's actually not that old. It's comfortable as fuck. It is well worn. It is comfortable. This is a nice soft hoodie. Ooh, the best gun Warzone 2.0. Thank me later. TAC V. I've heard this, the TAC V. Let's see. Twitch. Promote me. Maxwell. I should be following him, right? Yep. I'm following her. Let that sink in. The Babylon Bee. I've seen some tweets from them before. It took me a while to recognize like what the like what it was. Oh shit. Rey Mysterio. The animated series. Rip Kevin Conroy, man. Godspeed.
Woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who. Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who. Up yours, woke moralists.
I'm sorry. Am I following Ben? I should be following Ben Burgess. Yeah. Can I, shit, I don't know how to download videos from,
We'll see who cancels who. Up you.
Hold on. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. What's that, Here we go. I should be able to download it. Hold on. I want to download that video. Hello? Oh, it's not supported. No. Hold on. Let me try again. Maybe this one. There should be a way to do it. I just want that. I just want this one video with Jordan Peterson. Still not supported. Yeah, install the update. I haven't used that in a while too. Okay, back to this.
Proposition for you.
You've come up with a new game?
This? No, this puzzle is far more than any mere game. Wouldn't you agree? Or do you need to try it yourself? Solve it. Then we'll talk.
Oh, for crying out loud. What is this? Some kind of extortion scheme?
You think I want money? Not anymore. What I want now is you.
Batman.
Empty. Well, well. Bat something or other, isn't it? Who invited you?
Beautiful. I love that animation. All hand drawn. Holy shit. Are you gonna like, put it out so it doesn't spread to the rest of the property, or is that fine?
Man, I'm excited you guys signed the contract right now.
Pussy.
Pussy, stop.
Yeah.
Let me choke you out right here.
No, you don't need to.
No, yeah?
But I can knock you out if I want
Yeah,
to.
do it right now.
What, right now?
Yeah. That right
Well, a little slap.
Yeah, no more.
Oh crap!
Get off the building. Let's go, Sam. That's what I like. Relax.
Hold on. We got someone in the crowd here. Hold on.
Oh, these influencer fights are become much more interesting than actual boxers fighting.
But college is a place for debate, not dogma. That's why Fire filed a lawsuit challenging the law on behalf of cultural historian Adriana Novoa, student Samuel Recheck, and his student group, the First Amendment Forum. The court just weighed in and blocked key parts of the law. In defending the law, Florida argued the professors are simply mouthpieces for the state and that students have no right to receive an education free from partisan meddling. Thankfully, the judge recognized that Florida's argument was straight out of a George Orwell novel and has no place in our democratic society. The judge called the law positively dystopian and quoted Orwell for the proposition.
Oh yeah, I remember this, but it's weird. Do you see like that flickering? I've never had that before on Twitter. It's been happening the last couple of days. Elon, fix it. Okay. There's not enough workers, so we gotta go to the cats. Ooh. Oh yeah. Oh shit. No, Thor. I hope he's okay, man. That's Alzheimer's is fucking horrific. I know, not in my family, but friends of mine who have family who have Alzheimer's, and it's rough. It's rough for the person who has it. It's rough for the family that's around them too. It's not easy. Okay, that's a horrific. I think we had enough. We're gonna be moving on to video games. I just want to catch up on see what else is here in the news.
While Musk is also dealing with a new wave of resignations hitting Twitter. The employee exodus comes after the company's new owner, Elon Musk, asked his workers to commit to an extremely hardcore work environment or leave. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk has the late details.
This morning, the doors at Twitter are locked amid fresh turmoil and a mass employee exodus. Employees told the company's offices will be temporarily closed and badge access will be restricted through Monday, according to CNBC.
I don't know why people would want to work at that company now with all this chaos.
Rocked Twitter again after billionaire boss Musk sent an email to employees detailing his vision for Twitter 2.0. It read in part, "We will need to be extremely hardcore. This will mean working long hours at high intensity. Only exceptional performance will constitute a passing grade. The ultimatum, a 5 p.m. deadline on Thursday. Respond yes if you decide to stay. If not," Musk writes, "anyone who has not done so will receive 3 months of severance."
This kind of hardcore, make your decision if you're going to stay or go, not something that Twitter people are accustomed to.
That email from Musk prompted hundreds of employees to step down, according to the New York Times, citing 2 people with knowledge of the situation. Some employees who quit tweeting the salute emoji, meant to convey the message, "Thank you for your service." Adding to the confusion, Musk now backtracking on his hardline remote work policy. After initially telling employees it was no longer allowed, he now says all that is required for approval is that your manager takes responsibility for ensuring that you are making an excellent
why
contribution.
didn't you just say this from the beginning? Like, why all this unnecessary chaos, my guy? Like, it's just silly.
Melissa Ingle worked as a senior data scientist at Twitter. She says she was fired just days before Musk delivered his latest ultimatum, but has coworkers who resigned yesterday. She believes Twitter's future is hanging in the balance.
It just seems that with current staff levels, it cannot, and that's just flat out cannot be saved.
Musk has been tweeting overnight, posting a skull and crossbones flag, a meme seeming to show Twitter in the grave, and telling his followers, quote, "How do you make a small fortune in social media? Start out with a large one."
Let's bring in the co-anchor of CNBC's Squawk Box, Andrew Ross Sorkin. Maybe he can make some sense of this. Andrew, there's something, I mean, his behavior is weird at this point. I remember we had someone who knew Elon really well on the show recently, and she said Elon does what Elon wants to do. But at this point, Elon's behavior and his decisions are impacting the lives of people's, their jobs and their livelihoods, and also the future of a social media giant that has a huge part in our discourse.
Look, there's no question it has a huge part in our discourse, and there's no question it's impacting the lives of many who've been involved and worked at Twitter and their families for a very long time. In some ways, this is by design, though, in terms of Elon's design, that is. Yes, there have been some employees that I think he wanted to stay or was hoping would stay, but I think in truth, the goal was, in fact, for people who were not on board with this approach to how he wants to run this organization and what that means. He wanted them to leave, and whether this company can remain and flourish, I think that's an open question. There are people betting on both sides of that. There's some people who think there's just not enough engineers and other people physically there to keep things going, and that if in fact something were to break, that the whole thing could break at least temporarily. That's possible.
Okay.
But Elon is one of these people, as you know, who's been willing to have situations that have been a little bit messier than most others.
So I know we want to get to Goldman and Amazon and a couple other stories, but I'm curious, do you know anything about those who are leaving or have left in terms of how they fit into the infrastructure of Twitter and how it operates? And if more leave, what could happen?
Well, it's a great question. I've spoken to a number of people at Twitter in the past
Twitter at the end of the day, I think
hours
ultimately will be
who
fine. There's gonna be like some
who left before,
minute
some who
changes
are concerned on the
over
engineering
time.
side. I think that the biggest issue is in certain parts of the group, if in fact something were to quote unquote break, something that would need to be facilitated, whether the site stays up. And when I say stays up, I don't. This site is not going away tomorrow or the next day. People yesterday seemed to think that somehow the entire site was going to break. I don't think that's the expectation. I think the sense is, could there be a temporary hiccup where you try to get to Twitter and it doesn't work for several hours or more? I think that's very possible. Is that something that he seems to be willing to accept on whatever path he's trying to get to? I think that's very possible. And I think we've also seen that. I'm not saying it's a good thing or a bad thing. I'm just saying we've seen it with Tesla. We've seen the fact that, autopilot for a very long time has not necessarily worked properly. We've seen lots of component parts of the car not work exactly as planned, and he is one of these people who thinks that iteration in public on Broadway is an okay way to approach management. I know there's lots of other people who don't.
Okay. All right. Well, I want to get to a couple of other stories that you're looking at.
That's
Goldman
the truth,
Sachs
though.
And,
don't get me wrong. Like he just likes doing it that way. But it's like I don't know if I don't think that's like the right way to conduct business. I think like if you're the boss, you just kind of like hang back and you let the people who work under you do the work, and you just make sure that there's money continuously coming in, depending on the industry that you're in, of course. Make sure there's money coming in. You make sure that like you oversee the future of the company. You just make sure like everything's like nice, calm, and chill, and you really only should be heard when you have to be heard. There's a reason why you have workers. You have them like doing things for you for a reason, just to let them do their work.
Possibility of a recession or not. Everyone wants to know where the economy is headed, and also Amazon layoffs. Could you update us on both those stories?
Well, I think the two things that are just worth talking about, Goldman Sachs is now suggesting that there's a possibility that there could be a soft landing. We've been talking about, is this a hard landing, a soft landing? What does that really look like? And I think that report is giving some people
just change category
of hope. I have to say, the stock market looks like it's going to open up higher this morning. Actually, I should say just opened up higher this morning. We were looking at the futures earlier this morning. And what you're seeing right now is a sense that, again, this push-pull of, does the Fed pivot? Do they not? Do they pivot? This morning, again, we heard now from another Fed governor that was suggesting that maybe things are getting better. Just yesterday, we heard things that aren't getting better. So again, maybe
good
this
stuff
is
in
what
the
makes
news.
the market. And then you were talking about layoffs. There are layoffs, more coming at Amazon. And again, when it comes to figuring out what
it's not just Twitter too. It's Amazon. Facebook had the most at like over 10,000, I think. There's gonna be more layoffs like coming in like in the tech world.
Looks like in this country. I think that's going to be a big issue. We probably won't really know until January or February, since those will be lagging indicators.
The new special counsel, Jack Smith, is a former acting U.S. attorney who said the investigations would not pause or flag under his watch. We're going to have more on him in just a moment. Let's get right to CNN's senior legal affairs correspondent, Paula Reed. What else, Paula, did Attorney General Merrick Garland say about appointing this special counsel?
Well, John, we knew this was something under consideration within the Justice Department. And during that speech, he pointed to the extraordinary nature of these cases and said in order to protect the independence of the Justice Department, he had to make this move. Now, it was also notable that he said he's not going to be overseeing the day-to-day operations of the special counsel. Now, under the regulations, if there are any charges that the special counsel wants to bring, those are subject to the approval of the Attorney General. But it's interesting, he wants to really establish that this is going to be an independent entity that is going to be operating separate from the Justice Department, except for the particular instances where they may be required to check in with the Attorney General. But it's unclear, John, if this is really going to satisfy critics and anyone who wants to claim that this is partisan. The former president's spokesman has already said today that this is, quote, a political stunt.
I would expect nothing less. Tell us more about Jack
This
Smith.
is absolutely not a political stunt. This is like getting
when
serious.
I was making calls to sources today on the former president's legal team, I got a lot of, wait, who? And then I sent the biography. I haven't gotten too many reactions yet, but it's interesting to look at his biography. This is someone who's been a long time prosecutor, worked in various offices for the Justice Department across the country. Also led the division of the Justice Department that focuses and specializes in prosecuting public officials who are accused of corruption. And he was most recently chief prosecutor at the Special Court of The Hague. And we know from sources that they considered many different people for this potential assignment. They were looking for someone that they thought could ultimately withstand partisan critiques. And John, of course, we know those are coming.
What else have you learned, Paula, about the special counsel's team and sort of the base of operations?
So we know that they're not going to be operating within the Justice Department. We saw that with Special Counsel Robert Mueller, he had separate offices that, of course, CNN was staking out, and then also John Durham. They don't operate inside Main Justice or inside those where there are other Justice Department officials doing their work. He will, though, be overseeing many of the same people that are working on this investigation. This is something that's been underway for quite some time. Now, they will also have their own budget. There's really no limit on that. That is, though, interestingly, that is one of the few things that they have to go through Congress for. Otherwise, Congress is not allowed to get the details of the special counsel's work. So interestingly, this really does
make sure like they're well funded before Republicans take over the House
on these two highly controversial probes.
Yeah, that is a very significant change between yesterday and today, and also potentially pertinent given Republican control of the House. Paula Reed, thank you so much for your reporting. More now on the reaction by the former president. I'm joined by CNN's Kristen Holmes. Kristen, what is the former president saying about all this?
Well, John, no surprise, the former president is lashing out at the Justice Department. And one thing to pay attention to is that we have learned that former President Trump was angry even before the actual appointment of a special counsel, that just the prospect of it was something that had been daunting for him, that it reminded him of Robert Mueller, and he thought this would just draw out those investigations. And he was angry. It continued in an interview that he did after that announcement. He
just
said,
shaping
I've
up
been
the beard.
proven innocent for 6 years
It's
on
important to
everything from fake impeachments to Mueller, who found no collusion.
Brush your beard,
and now
men.
I have to do it more. It is not acceptable. It is so unfair. The worst politicization of justice. The Republican Party has to stand up and fight. And that last line I do want to point to here, because this is coming at a time when we know that there have been a number of Republicans who have said it's time to move on from Trump, many saying that he has too much baggage, and some of these legal battles are what they are talking about when it comes to that baggage. And in the past, some of these kind of incidents, including the search of Mar-a-Lago, have galvanized Republicans, but it's really unclear if that's going to happen this time around, John.
Yeah, we're going to talk more about that in a little bit. It is a new dynamic. I also understand that the former president is planning to talk more about this maybe tonight. What have you learned about that?
That's right. So he took to Truth Social and said that he would be making a statement at Mar-a-Lago
Truth
at 8:30.
Social.
I have to tell you, I made a number of calls to members of his inner circle who were surprised to learn from me that he would be making this announcement. There was a last-minute scramble. Many advisors essentially telling him not to make this announcement, not to have any kind of statement here. They did not think that it was thought through, given that it came just hours before he put it on Truth Social, and there was no plan there for that. And one source in particular who is familiar with his thinking saying that it was likely to be more of a rant than an actual statement. Of course, we'll be keeping an eye on that for you.
All right, Kristen Holmes, thank you very much. And I should let everyone know we will keep an eye on it, and we will let you all know if it makes actual news. Perspective now from CNN senior law enforcement analyst Andrew McCabe, a former deputy director of the FBI. Director, you've got some pretty unique experience in these types of matters. So how necessary here was the appointment of a special counsel to address even the appearance of a conflict of interest?
Yeah, so to be clear, John, first of all, these are very, very hard decisions, issues of first impression, totally unique circumstances. I know what that feels like. I've been in this chair. This case is not clear in one direction or the other. It's a very close call. Under the circumstances, I think the department did the right thing, leaning in towards the direction of trying to do everything they can to avoid even the appearance of a conflict of interest. Now, you could argue, well, this could cause excessive delay on the prosecution, slow things down, maybe even make it harder to make that indictment or no indictment decision later on. But I think they're doing the right thing to put the investigation on the strongest possible footing early on.
What does it tell you maybe about where investigators are? Maybe nearly done, or is this just the beginning of a new phase?
It's hard to say with specificity, but I will say, you don't typically consider and go through the stress and the notoriety of appointing a special counsel over an investigation that you think is not going anywhere. So I think you can safely assume that the department believes that they are coming up to an indict or no indict decision. There's no question that this investigation, certainly the Mar-a-Lago investigation and more broadly the January 6th investigation, is heading to that very controversial point. And you can assume also that the Attorney General thinks it's beneficial to have an independent special counsel make a recommendation as to that decision. Of course, the final decision is in the AG's hands.
What's your take on Jack Smith's resume? The kind of person you'd want heading up an investigation like this?
I like the fact that we don't know much about Jack Smith. He's a guy that seems to have pursued his career and his prosecutions in a very quiet, lawyerly, professional way. There doesn't appear to be any obvious lean in one political direction or another. I think that's much to his credit. So he seems like an entirely legit candidate for this role. I will say that reputation of independence and apolitical nature is not going to insulate him from a withering series of partisan attacks. Those are coming. The days when you could put in a special counsel to avoid all that are far behind us. The one advantage here is that he'll be on the receiving end of those attacks, less so the department and the FBI, and that's a good thing for those institutions long term.
So the DOJ investigation, it seemed to have gone quiet, at least as far as we could tell, or at least we were hearing up to the midterms. There was the expectation they might amp up again now that the midterms are over. What kind of deliberations do you think were happening behind the scenes that maybe led to the special counsel appointment?
There's absolutely no question that those investigators and prosecutors who are working hard during that entire quiet period, it actually gives them an opportunity to step back from any of the more visible, overt actions that they would normally be pursuing and really go deep on the evidence that they have, making connections, identifying other potential witnesses, getting their subpoenas in, all their ducks in a row to unleash new subpoenas, bring in new witnesses, bring people, new folks into the grand jury. It seems like they've done that as they've issued new subpoenas just this week. So you can be assured they haven't lost any ground, even though we haven't seen what they've been doing.
Andrew McCabe, as I said, if anyone knows what it's like to be in this kind of moment, it's you. Appreciate you being with us tonight.
Gas just came back to Kramatorsk, a boon of battlefield gains. Maria, a 70-year-old pensioner, wasn't expecting it. Had bought a wood-burning stove. It was hard without gas, she tells us, and now, thanks to God, we're okay. But for how long? When the government turned the gas back on here at the beginning of November, they did it without any big announcement because, like every other critical service here, gas depends on electricity. And that's what Russia's targeting. When I met the mayor here 3 months ago, he was urging residents to leave ahead of winter.
We do not have gas at all, and it's not possible to repair gas lines.
When we meet now, he tells me the population has actually increased by 30 to 35,000 people. Over 80,000 total. Residents returning home, even though the situation, because Russia is targeting the power grid, is much more precarious. Lives, he fears, may be lost in what he expects to be the harshest winter since independence 30 years ago.
When the electricity disappears, cities are plunged into darkness. Anything can happen. Boilers can stop, gas distribution networks can stop. You can be left without everything, even without heat.
Keeping warm is on everyone's minds. This factory making heating logs from sunflower seeds. Demand outstripping capacity.
Our requests have gone up 3- or 4-fold. We don't have enough trucks for deliveries.
They're working at full capacity here. Everything that's ready, shipped out immediately. But the whole system here, extremely vulnerable. The electricity could go off at any moment. Every log delivered, a few hours spared from the cold. Each sack, perhaps a week's peace of mind. Has he got everything that he ordered? His answer, everything, everything, all good, perfect. I don't have words. Food is also on people's minds this winter. Mostly pensioners, mostly poor, bundle up against the cold. A free bread distribution, tempting them out of frigid homes. If they help us like they do here, it would be fine, 84-year-old Yulia tells us. I'm a child of World War II, she says. We were cold, hungry, but we survived. Across town, another pensioner, 82-year-old Alexandra, shows us the basement she shares with neighbours, already stockpiling food for winter. No gas for warmth here, just an old electric heater. But when there's no electricity, you have no heat. How do you stay warm? We just have to put on our coats, wrap ourselves in blankets and go to bed, she says. That's how we live. That's how we exist. Born into war, she says. I'll probably die in war.
Such a difficult situation for everyone there that you've been speaking with, Nick. But I have to ask what this means going forward, especially given that Russia has accused Ukraine of an unwillingness to negotiate towards peace to end this. Has there been any progress since Zelensky laid out this 10-point peace plan?
Yeah, Russia is really intensely trying to pressure Ukraine into talks. It's been doing that since President Putin called that illegal referendum and annexed those eastern parts and southern parts of the country. And Russia's getting more desperate, it appears, to get into some kind of talks because it's losing on the battlefield. And this is costing Putin politically at home. What we've heard from the Kremlin today are statements that say, well, it would be good to have the international community, the United States and others, in on the talks between Moscow and Kyiv, because Kyiv will do what its Western partners say. Until recently, Russia was essentially saying that it only wanted to negotiate with the United States because it wanted the United States to force Kyiv to come to talks. What we've heard from President Zelensky is a very clear position and he's put that 10-point plan of how to achieve it. But the bottom line in his plan is that the country goes back to its pre-2014 borders, pre the 2014 Russian invasion. And this, some of that, at least certainly Crimea, is a very big red line for Russia. It seems that the two sides are a very long way apart. And what we're hearing at the moment are different versions of Russia trying to pressure President Zelensky into talks. We are getting some sense of that as well from Washington. We've heard from General Mark Milley, the Joint Chiefs of Staff at the Pentagon, saying that he thinks this is a good time to negotiate. But there doesn't seem to be the will on the Ukrainian side because they are winning on the battlefield, essentially, and Russia's losing. And that, for them, is no time to stop to talk when Russia won't even consider what they put on the table.
Yeah, exactly. Nick Robertson for us. Stay warm if you can there in Kyiv. Thanks so much for your reporting.
Yeah, I can understand from their perspective too. They're winning. I wonder what's going to happen after the winter, though. That's the only thing, because during the winter, Ukraine has to like fortify those positions that they want and make it even harder. Russia tries to go back and take those parts back. You know, that's the only thing. I'm also kind of worried about them almost an endless supply of like missiles to use as well. Let's see. I think that should be it. Then we need to move on to Warzone. This is a big thing.
All right, guys. So we have
embarrassing news. But look, we saw it coming. I predicted this a long time ago. Somebody dig up the clip of me when I think I was talking about Pramila Jayapal, and I said, I know what you're angling for. You want to eventually be the leader of the Dems. You want to be like majority leader, Speaker of the House, but they're going to give it to Hakeem Jeffries. There's no doubt about it. So anyway, I'm sure you know by now, Nancy Pelosi comes out yesterday, gives a speech, basically says, you know, I'm not going to run for a leadership role again. So she's stepping down from leadership effectively. And lo and behold, guess who's going to take her place? Hakeem Jeffries.
Oh, it's not Pramila. I am so shocked and surprised. Who could have possibly seen that coming?
The reason, I mean, there are many reasons why this is pathetic, but, you know, the biggest thing to discuss here is that Pramila Jayapal, in so many ways behind the scenes, has, not even behind the scenes, in front of the scenes in many ways, if you follow this stuff closely, she's appeased Pelosi over and over, and, like, she hasn't taken on fights with Pelosi over certain issues, and in her mind, she rationalized it, I'm sure, by saying, like, well, you know...
I don't know if that was ever realistic, that she was ever going to be, like, the leader. It was, Hakeem Jeffries was being talked about as, like, the heir apparent in the House, for House leadership, for, like, what, the last, like, 3-4 years, I think? I don't know where, like, if Pramila Jayapal thought that she had a shot being the leader in the Progressive Caucus, of being potentially the next, like, minority speaker or even majority speaker, the majority leader in the House, then I don't know where she got that idea from. Progressive Caucus doesn't have the numbers to, like, counter, like, the more centrist to moderate, like, Democrats in there too. But if she can angle something with, like, Jeffries, where she can get a leadership role or have, like, a bigger voice in the House, you know, mission accomplished then. But I don't think that was ever, like, realistic. From, like, if she rationalized that, that's, like, that's her fault. But that was never realistic.
They're probably going to want another woman to take her place as a leader, and so I'm, like, being the head of the Congressional Progressive Caucus, I'm in a position where perhaps I'll be that leader. And so oftentimes the inability of the left flank of the Democrats to fight, the person who's primarily to blame for that is Pramila Jayapal.
Can I give 2 examples?
Oh, please, go.
Number 1, Progressive Caucus endorsing Shontel Brown against Nina Turner. Number 1, where the reporting behind the scenes was that she, like, called a caucus vote real quick and didn't even tell everybody about it, and then voted on the Shontel Brown endorsement before anyone could say anything about it. So that's number 1. When they could have just stayed out.
Yeah.
Could have just stayed out. So that's
Yeah.
number 1. Number 2 is...
That was, like, a big miss on the Progressive Caucus's part, and I didn't really understand that, like, when that happened too. Why would you, like... And that caused a rift between, like, Nina Turner and the Progressive Caucus too. Like, she's one of your own. You could have just stayed out of it. And you call, like, a caucus vote, and then you undermine all the other members there too. And that's such a bad political move on her part. And I like Pramila Jayapal too, but she's made some bad political moves on her part, and she kind of trusted, like, Nancy Pelosi and, like, the progressives. And I think I like Pelosi and I like Jeffries too. But if you're trying to be, like, if you're the left flank of the Democratic Party, like how the Freedom Caucus is the right flank to the Republicans, but they can extract more from the Republicans than the progressives can from the mainstream Democrats. That's the problem. There's a way you have to play the game, and she's missed it too. And I think at this point, if the Progressive Caucus is to retain any sort of relevance within the Democratic Party, I think she has to, like, step down, and, like, someone else has to, like, take their spot too, and be able to extract things from mainstream Democrats that can work. But that also means you need to, like, increase your numbers in the House, and frankly in the Senate too. Like, guys like Fetterman could probably do that too, because he can win, like, statewide, and you need people like that. But in these congressional districts, I think you need to, like, be able to, like, challenge, like, these weaker Democrats, because generally speaking, the progressive Democrats were the ones that outperformed, or at least took on progressive policies against, not only against the more moderate counterparts in the primaries, but against, like, the right-wing Republicans in the general. So that's just my 2 cents, but we'll see what happens.
This recent entire disastrous fiasco with the fucking Ukraine letter where the
Yes.
progressives put out this like
Was so
very
bad
mild,
tactically.
basically like, we love Ukraine, we love what the Biden administration is doing, we of course support like whatever Ukraine wants to do, but maybe, possibly, potentially we should consider the option of diplomacy at some point. And then there's a huge Twitter backlash and freak out. Pramila Jayapal, first she puts on this whole statement clarifying, we didn't actually mean anything by it. And then hours later,
That
not
made it
only
worse, by the
retracts
way.
letter, but throws the staff under the bus of like, it's their fault, they put it out before we were ready, and we're sorry for their, et cetera, et cetera. So just as two examples of
That's
how
not
terrible
real
she's
leadership, by the way. You should have. She should have owned it. Be like, we really meant it too, because we're worried about like thermonuclear war, and we don't think that Putin's gonna like continue this on too, and we're worried about the Ukrainian people there too. And there's only like bad options, so we want everyone to take the least bad option and continue to press Putin like for that like bad option, and like Zelensky too. I gotta understand, she should have just owned it. That's the thing too. People would have respected her more, and that's why I'm calling for like a leadership change in the Progressive Caucus, at least in the House, because I think she's kind of in over her head now at this point. And I think that people like Nancy Pelosi and Hakeem Jeffries are going to just like continue to like run her about, and they know that too. So I think she's a good politician, don't get me wrong. Like for her congressional district, she does a good job of like representing the people in her congressional district. But in terms of being like a leader, you need to be like kind of like a viper in leadership too. There's a way like you have to play politics like behind the scenes, which is kind of not palpable to like a lot of people, and she hasn't done a good job in extracting as much as she can from like mainline Democrats.
Hakeem Jeffries, and I would pull up the exact quote on my phone, but I'm driving, as you could see, and you guys yelled at me the last time I did that, and also Crystal. And like
The biggest thing too with like the progressives is they don't really push back. There's no conversation with them like, hey, you guys keep like Maloney, Jeffries has done it before too, Pelosi's done it before too, where like they get shit on by mainline Democrats the entire time, and like, whoa, we're the ones who drive get out the vote. Our candidates do win quite frequently, and you guys keep shitting on us when you underperform, when it's your candidates versus right-wing against right-wing Republicans, even right-wing Republicans to the far right. Our messaging is better, but you guys start taking on like the crime rhetoric in those 4 Long Island congressional districts here in New York. Those were like +5 and up to +5 to +15 going to Biden, but those Democrats still lost because they got on the crime bandwagon with Republicans. If you were like the anti-crime part, why would you vote for a Democrat when the Republicans have been doing it for like longer and their messaging is better on that? No, the messaging, that's like a whole thing, and I talked about in another like stream before, but like you can't go up against like that type of messaging and think you can beat Republicans on that. That's not the reality. But if they lost too, and then Maloney did shit on the progressives in AOC, and then I trust AOC, and I know for a fact like that's all bullshit too, because I know people like here in New York in the party. So I do talk to people, not to name names, but like fucking it's all bullshit too. But like they take it on the chin, and that's a problem too. We can't keep progressives in the Democratic, at least in the House, and frankly in all these like blue states, you can't keep taking it on the chin from like mainline Democrats all the time. It makes you look weak. But like if it's like just AOC coming out there doing it, she's taking all the shit for it too, you know. That's why she's one of the most hated politicians. She's one of the most beloved, but she's also one of the most hated too, at least online. Because she has like she's gotten like really smart and really good at it too. Even though every once in a while there's like a dumb tweet or something like that, but she knows how to like leverage social media to her benefit though. There's a way you have to do it, and like leadership, like it's a mess, man. And Democrats need to really like unite too, but like progressives can't be like the kicking boy every single time. I'm sorry.
There's a quote from Hakeem Jeffries that
like every time you kick progressives should be able to extract something. We'll be the whipping boy as long as we can start getting the things that we want.
I saw last night. He didn't say it last night, but I saw it on Twitter. People were quoting it last night. Somebody did a profile of him like a couple months ago, and he basically had this language of like, look, I'm a strong black progressive, and so I'm not going to sit down. I'm going to stand up and fight, and I'm going to make sure that there are no far left Democratic socialists who take over the party. He like starts the quote off by acting like, yeah, like I'm gonna fight the right and actually stand up for left policies. But the quote ends with like, and that's why we need to make sure we don't give in to the Bernie Sanders types of the party.
He's actually worse than Pelosi.
Yes, I think that's true.
Because
I think that's true. I think he's actually worse than Nancy Pelosi.
Pelosi, at least at one point in her life, supported universal health care. I mean, she came up as more of a progressive. Hakeem Jeffries has never been anything other than, you know, a corporate, like, centrist ladder climbing operative, and he is more openly antagonistic and adversarial towards anything that smacks of the left. So yeah, it's worse. And it's what's disgraceful is to see like Jamal Bowman got asked well, what do you think of the fact that now you're gonna have the leader of the House Dems and the Senate Dems both be from New York? And he was like, well, I think that's gangster. It's like, do you stand for a single thing?
No, they
a single thing. No. And you know, here's the other thing is like the psychos on the Republican side in the House Freedom
I don't think that's a good thing.
They know
Over, no offense, I don't think that's a good thing too, because Crystal Elizabeth does have a point there too. Like all the representation, the top leaders in the Democratic Party in Congress are all from New York, and like there's some serious problems with the Democratic Party here in New York as well. In terms of like the mess that Cuomo made, like issues between progressives and like the more moderate wing of the Democratic Party too. There's like a real power struggle going on behind the scenes. And like when leadership is built from like New York too, it's not great for the country. And that kind of plays into certain like right wing tropes that like all the power in the Democratic parties in like New York or like California, you know? I mean, he is a right wing operative, and hopefully, and one of the things I hope too, because not right wing, he is a true blue political operative, Hakeem Jeffries, but I think he understands that a lot of these policies that like progressives fight for are extremely popular, and I think that the messaging from like Republicans will fit into like that narrative, like our policies on the left are much better than the policies on the right. Now, I don't know how far Hakeem Jeffries is going to go in pushing a lot of those policies. I think you can extract him to push it if it means like a unified Democratic Party and his power grows too. So I think you can leverage that for him as well. And you can get big policy wins for the Democratic Party and for the Biden administration too, especially going into 2024, because he needs to start getting ready to retake certain seats in California and New York and hopefully expand Democratic control back in the House, and hopefully at least, because the Senate map for Democrats in 2024 is not that great. However, I think we can still probably hold a 50-50 Senate. That's the reason why we need to win this. We need to hold on to this seat in Georgia with Raphael Warnock. So again, I haven't said it before in this stream, and I'm like, what, almost 4 hours into the stream now. If you can canvass, if you can donate, if you can go out to vote. I think a court in Georgia has just ruled that they've allowed early voting on November 26th now. So please go out and vote now too, before that gets appealed and there's an injunction or whatever the case is. Please go ahead and vote for Raphael Warnock. Please, 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 and thank you. It is necessary for that 2024 map. I hope the messaging moving forward is we need to hold the Senate to at least 50-50. We need to get back those House seats, or you're going to get more Hunter Biden nonsense, how he has a big dick, how he fucks hookers and snorts cocaine. That somehow makes him a criminal, but, you know, or makes him like a danger to the country, just makes him a fucking idiot. If anything else, than a failed son, quite literally. And then we'll see what happens in 2024 and for the presidency too, because if it's Ron DeSantis versus like Joe Biden, Ron DeSantis could possibly win that, but we'll see. Can he appeal at a national level? That remains to be seen. We'll see over the next 2 years, right? If you can get that done. But let me tell you something. I'd rather have a democratically controlled Congress, and if there's a Republican president, he's going to be doing some crazy fucking shit. But like, here's the thing. We'll see. Hopefully, if it's not Joe Biden, it's someone else that we can push to the forefront that can challenge Ron DeSantis. But at least we'll have control of a Democratic Congress.
quixotic leadership fight they're having right now is not going to succeed in terms of getting their guy Andy Biggs to replace Kevin McCarthy. They know that's not going to work, but they want to extract some things so that they have more power within the House and within their own caucus, and that's going to succeed. They're going to get more power on committees. Marjorie and co are going to get their committee assignments back. Some of them are going to get committee chairmanships.
That's true.
Little rule changes they want or whatever. They're going to get those things, and they're going to have a stronger hand to play and be more powerful in the House because they are willing to give their leadership heartburn. They are willing to be adversarial. I look at the progressives in the House.
I also think it's because they are also in like very safe seats too.
Really distinguishable from a regular rank and file Democrat that votes with leadership.
Like Green's in an extremely safe seat.
Not even just the top slot, for a single one of the leadership positions, they're not even putting up a challenge. So they don't even have the chance to push for any sort of concession so that they could increase their power in the House.
So they're bragging about not being adversarial.
Right.
And spinning it like, hey, this is good because it shows that we're the serious people.
We're the adults in the room.
We're unified. But like you said, only people like us follow this stuff inside and out and know about the internal fights. This is in no way, shape, or form going to affect elections. The thing that affects elections is what you actually get done for people. And the only way you're going to get stuff done for people is, as the old saying goes, if you shoot for the stars, you might reach the moon. So you have to be almost insane on your side and argue for everything on your side, and then maybe you extract 25% of what you're going to get. And we should also point out, just in case people don't know, the reason why the committee positions are important is because that's where they actually craft the legislation.
Right.
And so to have no actual progressives in those positions is devastating.
Right. And yes, they have clearly been persuaded, and you hear this in the language from AOC and from others, not just to pick on her, but she is a very high-profile member of the squad. They have been persuaded that the way for them to maximize their power is to basically go along to get along and try to play the game. And how did that work out for Pramila Jayapal? Tell me about her upcoming leadership position. It's so obviously, that strategy has completely and obviously failed. The thing you all have is a big grassroots following, social media presence, independent power base in terms of your ability to fundraise. That's what you leverage. That's what you throw around. And yeah, you have to sometimes act a little crazy, act a little bit like you are unwilling to bend, because that's how you get concessions that further the causes you claim to believe in. And they just don't seem to understand. So, I mean, that's the thing at this point. I'm like, most of y'all, how are you even different from any of the normal rank and file Dems that just go along with whatever leadership says? It's very hard to see.
So what the leaders have, the Hakeem Jeffries types and Nancy Pelosi, what they have is all the money, because they fundraise from big donors. So, fact I read earlier today, the #1 recipient of hedge fund money in the House, Hakeem Jeffries. Hakeem Jeffries, only 5% of his money, to be exact, it's 4.77% of his money, comes from small dollar donations. So basically, he's the biggest fundraiser, he's the biggest sellout, in the same way that Pelosi was the biggest fundraiser for the Democratic Party, which is why she ascended to leadership. What they have is money and institutional power. The only thing the left has is people power. So you have to be willing to leverage your supporters to actually make a stink about stuff and be loud and be aggressive and take no shit. And then by being really aggressive and being a thorn in their side, you force some concessions, because they have to maintain some semblance of credibility with the grassroots. So if you are totally uncompromising on something like Medicare for All, you make it more likely that as an olive branch, they realize...
Right. For we're going back to the Medicare for All, Bay. I do agree, though. You do have to leverage what you have, which is the grassroots stuff, because you can mobilize these people to go out and canvass, get out the vote, register voters, go vote themselves, things like that too. But you do have to leverage and get concessions for those things too. If they're not going to give you everything, they'll give you at least a quarter of what you want, and that's ideally what you can get. So if you can't get Medicare for All, you get single player. And then after a while, you can leverage more because of how popular it is too. That's what I would do. Shoot for the moon, shoot for the stars, but get at least a quarter of the moon.
We got to do something here, and they might fight for a public option
or something.
Just to give an example. So, and to Crystal's point, in terms of how they end up voting and acting, yeah, they're very, very similar to corporate Democrats. The only difference I could think of is on the rare occasions where, like, say, Cori Bush, because she was homeless, she actually went and protested the eviction moratorium that was lifted, and she actually slept outside. Like, there are little times where they show that, hey, we are actually better and we mean well.
Roe has been good on foreign policy. I think that's mattered, that he's been principled in, like, staking out this position that, hey, we should have diplomacy. He's been good and principled on Saudi. I mean, I don't want to, like, paint with too broad a brush, but overall there is a marked unwillingness to make leadership uncomfortable, and that's the primary reason you should be there.
It's not that much to ask for that we actually have some left ideologues who are crusaders for their policy ends. But unfortunately, we have all these people playing this macro game of, like, yeah, if I just play the right way, the inside game, maybe I'll get some concessions. It never fucking works. It never has and never will.
They need to be willing to be villains of the media.
That's right.
Villains of leadership, villains of the establishment. Like, you need a few people who are willing to lean into that role, and there isn't a one of them. Not a one of them.
No, and it is pathetic. It is pathetic. All right, guys, we'll talk to you later.
I agree with, like, a good chunk of that too. You do need to be a little bit more, like, there's, like, because, like, you see it happen on the right, but a lot of them are in safe district. A lot of them, like, not Camille Jayapal, I forget, Ilhan Omar too. I forget, like, the more, like, moderate Democratic Party, they invested a lot of money to, like, unseat her in a primary, and she beat them. So a lot of them are relatively safe. Like, AOC safe, Premier Jayapal, I believe, is safe. Like, the squad members are safe in those districts. So those people who are safe from, like, a primary challenge, I think, need to make the leadership a little bit more uncomfortable so they can extract a little bit more. It's a game that's played in DC, and they have to, like, play. I know there's, like, an idea, like, you need to have, like, a unified front, like, which is fine. That's the public image. If the public image is there needs to be a unified front. However, behind the scenes, though, leadership should be worried, because the next time around, your people power might unseat someone in a safe Democratic district, and then a progressive might do it too. And you can make that known to leadership. There's ways you can extract things from, like, leadership overall. Yeah, it's Warzone time, baby. Let's go. And have not played Warzone yet, so. Oh, Trapo has something on it. Now, we'll go ahead and I'll watch that on my own time. That change it to, like, Warzone? Okay. Battle.net. I upgraded my software. Hopefully, there's an upgrade available. I.e., we want you to buy a Modern Warfare. Listen, I'm still looking for a code. See if I can get it for free. I don't think I'm going to be able to get it for free. That's like a pipe dream. But, like, if I can get it for free, I'll be happy. Anybody has a code for me, or is willing to donate $70 for me, I would greatly appreciate it. This is me shilling for a free code on Modern Warfare. Oh, it does actually capture the game. Yep. Decades of Call of Duty Modern Warfare. Checking for update. There's gonna be an update. Alright, soldier, get ready. Shader optimization's at 2. I'm gonna have to reduce all the settings. I have a decent PC. I don't have that great of a PC. Update requires a restart, soldier. I am the rogue hero. We're gonna restart now. Don't worry, you'll eventually play this video game, I promise. Okay, we've restarted. Welcome back. Infinity Ward. Brought to you by AMD, Raven, Beenox, and Treyarch. High Noon, Sledgehammer, Shanghai, Demonware, and Activision. 2 different Activision studios in 2 different locations. Presents to you Modern Warfare 2.0. What's different? More guns. No, I'm interested. I heard like they did a lot of good things. So they have like their Tarkov moment. X fills out, folks. So Michael, why is Coots has a oh my god, Coots literally has his own YouTube. Whoa, what the fuck? Shit, that's loud. Epic shots. Put on the helmet. Or just hold it on the side. Really cool. Time to dress up, baby. Yeah. Okay. I might cover it. A class of your own. Message of the day. As you drop the words to enjoy package, welcome pack. Calling cards, emblems, houndstooth knife blueprint. Okay. Okay. I think. Oh my god, what is this? Oh shit. Warzone Battle Royale play. Battle Royale Dudos. Multiplayer Shoot House. What's this? Okay, that's gonna require. Oh, okay. Okay, we can go back here. Battle Royale duos, third person Battle Royale trios, Unhinged, Battle Royale solos, DMZ. That's the beta. This is Modern Warfare. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, let's see. Settings. Keyboard and mouse, go to graphics. Full screen borderless. Dynamic. VRAM usage max. Okay. That's not bad. Automatic. VSync, turn that off, turn that off. Shader up. Game window, focus mode. Quality. Upscale. Off. Apparently. No. Render resolution. Effect on VRAM. Increase to improve the image quality. Reduce the parameter. Okay. Okay. Oh, look at that. That dropped by a lot. It's normal. Yeah, we very low. Yeah, this stuff I don't really care about. Nearby level of detail. Clutter draw distance short. Low. Turn all that shit off. Off. Bullet impact. And spray. Shader quality low. Yes. Terrain memory. What's the alarm for distant terrain tech? Actually, I would like that on-demand texture streaming. That's fine. Streaming quality low. Normal, keep that up. Low, low, deferred. Low. Okay. Apply these settings. Off. Turn off all shadows. Off, 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 off. Low. Oh yeah. World off. Depth of field off. Okay, keyboard, mouse, all this stuff. Okay. Only way we're going to I do prefer the previous setting. Okay. Weapons. Oh wow, this is super blurry. Yeah, the what the fuck? Okay. Let's go back. A9. Okay, I don't. This is weird. Callisto, okay. Hutch. 0. I don't really care about all these operator stuff. Custom loadout. Okay, I don't have. Wow, this is my screen. Wow, this is like bad. Okay, maybe we can put all this on minimum. Okay, let me see. Dude, this thing is loud, dude. Wow. Okay, what are, like... prone behavior, toggle, keybinds, WASD, interacts F, prone is control, chain stance slide, crouch slide, crouch behavior C, cut parachute C, spring tack, hacker, what's slide? F is interact. Is E anything? Lethal equipment is E. Melee is mouse button 4 or V. Weapon mount is 5. Next weapon is 2. Reload, aim down sights. So weapon mount is 5. Okay. 4. Lethal equipment. Tactical equipment is Q. Lethal field upgrade is X. I don't know how this comes off on your screen, but this doesn't look like that great on my screen quality. Basic, low, texture resolution, yeah, texture filter. Yeah, do that. Shader quality low. Keep that on demand. Keep that. Streaming quality normal. That I could care less about. Preferred physics quality off. Very low. Apply those settings. Spot shell. Okay. Apply that. Ambient. This reflection images. Okay, so I would have to restart the game, so I'll just restart the game. Okay, depth of field off, 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 film grain off. Okay. Yep, that looks way. Let's go back to the operators. Oh yeah, way better. It's not okay. I'll be back. Give me a second. I gotta restart for all this to like take effect. On. It's gonna be a minute. Okay. So we're gonna go ahead and launch again because we need a restart for that stuff to take effect, and then we'll drop in. Oh yeah, I gotta make sure the mic is hot. Mic is on too. All right, let's make sure. Roof, 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 roof. Let's go, people. Updating playlists. Message of the day. Okay. Proximity chat. Comms are now open with a certain... Okay. Let's make sure... Audio. Yep, that's fine. Default systems. Subtitles. All on. Larger. It's 60, so I can actually see the subtitles. Voice chat's on. Voice chat device. Let's go, baby. Open mic. Okay. Default communication device. How do I test this out? I want to be able to test this out. That's the only thing. Voice chat device. Well, hold on. There is game settings. Voice chat. Okay, here it is. Testing, testing, testing. 1 2 1 2. Open mic. Okay, here we go. Yeah, boy. Okay, that's good. Perfect. So that should work. Well, I mean, I'm mostly playing duos, so... not duos, but solo. Proximity chat is on. Speaker, Yeti microphone. Okay, let's do it. Got quads, you got duos. Purchase a kill streak on the buy. Oh my god, look at this. So I'm guessing that's the anti-aliasing. Yep. So maybe you gotta put in a little bit of anti-aliasing in. That's probably some other stuff too. Oh my god, I'm sorry about all this. Oh, not really. It's custom, normal. Okay. Texture filtering. That's the only thing. I don't want to get anywhere near this. Maybe up to like 3,000. Clutter, distance. Yeah, it's the shadows that are coming in. Respect, compete with integrity, stay vigilant. Let's go, baby. If I was gonna get Call of Duty, I would either get it on Battle.net or on Steam, to be honest with you. I'd rather get it on Steam so I can have 2 separate files. Searching for match. Searching for match. Okay, nobody's playing solos. Texture resolution low, clutter distance short, low, particle quality low. This is stuff that really, maybe I can like bump up the textures a little bit more. I don't know the difference between these two. Oh, it's filling up. There you go. Normal video. Yeah, let me turn off Pretzel Rocks. Discord, I'm not doing anything. Loot, advance, endure. Okay, we know what we gotta do in Battle Royale. Fight, kill, loot. And don't touch the gas. Is it still gas? I think it's gas. I'm excited, baby. I love it. I wasn't a big fan. We'll see. I actually enjoyed Warzone when I was playing it too. It's just a gunplay, you know? It's a Battle Royale, so...
Warm up while you can. We will deploy soon.
Oh, you are much slower. Oh, he got me. What gun was that? So he got me with the tack. I tell him give him 50 million or I'm gonna quit. All right, let's go, baby. Let's go. You ain't gonna see my face. Full all, baby. Let's move. Okay. Let's go. Let me go over there.
Primary objective is to eliminate all targets.
Oh, okay. I have Bro, where is... I need fucking guns. QE. Okay, let's get a little bit more into the center. I know you there, bitch. Where you are? Shit. Oh my god, I should have closed the gap. I should have closed the gap. He got attack already? Alright. Let's see.
This is the Gulag. In here, you fight to win back your life. Gates!
Cool. Okay, I remember, I know the... Alright, they're on the other start. Fuck.
Learn from the log. Failure is a wise teacher.
Okay, it is. It is actually a lot. It is a lot slower. It is a lot slower. Custom loadouts. Okay. Okay. Cast off. Okay. Attack. I think I'm gonna have to buy like Modern Warfare. I'm gonna have to buy Modern Warfare. Yeah, M4. Recon, FSS, Hurricane. Okay. Let's go. It is very different. Yeah, I can already tell, like, it is much slower. It is much slower than before. I wonder how quick like duos and everything else is. Okay. Last words, voice chat. What the? Oh. What's that? Via voice chat. You can turn that off. Proximity chat's on. Voice chat device, speakers, open mic. Default system. Yeah, it should be speakers, right? Yeah. Yeti microphone. Oh. Maybe I'll do like a full squad and see what happens.
Holding for deployment. Take this time to warm up.
Okay, let's go. See, I can see it. I can see the thing going off here. Oh, there's that proximity chat.
Keep your head over this corner, bro.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Oh, you gotta love.
I hear you above me, bro. What you doing up there?
Oh, I thought you were dead down there. Okay.
Now you deploy to the war zone.
Oh, there's that proximity chat coming in. Okay. Is that a dead pixel? Yeah. Or is that the dot for my gun? Okay. Oh, I hope that's not. Oh, that's gonna be there the entire time. Oh, wait. Let's go. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What's going on? Okay, see somebody on the far off corner there. Nice. Boom. Make some cash. Okay, an attack grenade. Alright. Oh, the ADS on this is slow as shit. Alright, see some shadows.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Oh, field munitions, I'll take that. 3. What's this? Some machine gun? I don't even know what gun I have. Like this one. Or am I in the circle? Yeah. I'm actually kind of in the middle of the circle. Silent as a mouse. Somebody left the game. Somebody was just here. This was me.
You got gas moving in.
Okay.
Positive ID on multiple strongholds. Locations are marked on your attack map.
I'm actually not that far away. Okay. Okay.
Hostile UAV in the area.
Got UAVs. Okay. Yeah, I'll take that tear gas. A little bit of C4. Take the Hurricane there. Okay, I thought I saw somebody. Let's go.
Gas is moving in. New safe zone located.
I'm gonna use a grenade launcher. Actually, that'd probably be useful. Oh shit, where? Where is he? Where is he? Oh, I see you now. And that's from behind, from that guy. Fuck, same guy. All right. Let's see if we can get into this gulag.
You're in the gulag. Fight for your chance to redeploy.
This is like one like the downsides, like the battle royale. It's the map is like huge. I like the new gulag setup. It's actually pretty cool. Looks good. I'm like repeating my. Yeah, I gotta change that voice setting after this match. Let's go. Oh shit, that's the jailer.
Fuck.
Where is he? Oh, fuck. Fuck that. Where? Oh, I see you, buddy. Oh no, that's the jailer, and I got no ammo. Fuck. Shit.
Back to base with you. Your squad is getting you out of here. Stand by. We lost that one.
Yep, lasted a lot longer than the other guy. All right, let me go ahead and fix that audio, so I'm not like double talking. I definitely need to get Modern Warfare 2. Let's see if we can get like a code for it though. Okay. Weapon progress. I barely used any of these guns. Ooh, Zemo has been unlocked. Okay. Let's go back to settings, go back to audio. Game sound device. Voice. That's my voice chat device. Voice chat volume. Open mic. To the voice chat devices, the Yeti. Test. Test, 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 test. Testing. Okay. Test. Test. Okay. 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 Hold on. Hold on. See, I don't want to like hear myself. It's the only thing. Okay. Test. Test. Okay. Okay. Let me try this. Try this. Test. Hold on. Test, test, test. Microphone Yeti. Microphone. That's the microphone device. Okay, so the microphone device and that has to be separate. Test. Test. Test, test, test. Test, test. Okay. Okay, good. So that's set. So voice chat device is default system device. The microphone device is this being picked up. Test. Test. Test, test. Test, test. Okay. Okay. Microphone volume, channels. Juggernaut music. Okay. Third person BR. Let's keep it over with solos. From the what? Bio. And in this world's largest army, Spectru. Very cool. So how do you get these? Get 5 single multiplayer match. Well, these are all the early operators. Oh, we're in a game. All right, let's do this. Silent as a mouse.
Check your gear and weapons. We go soon.
Oh. I got the STB 556. Okay. Oh, there's a little bit of lag.
Yo, anyone else lagging?
Yup.
Yo, anyone else lagging?
Yup, right here. I'm lagging. Oh, this is proximity.
Damn, the lag's bad.
Yo, what the hell? Yo, look at this. Oh, this is gonna be fun. God damn. Wow, look at this. Bro, this is bad. You gotta love proximity chat. It's easy content for stream. God damn. How's that hit registration going? Oh my god. Yeah. This is hilarious.
Oh my god. Warm-up is over. Stand by for fuck, bro.
Well, hopefully the actual game is fun, but I doubt it though. Oh, this is not good. I like these intros though. Bro, yeah, this is pretty bad.
5 seconds to jump.
So we're right there. Okay, let's get it done, folks. Yo, this is bad, too. I can feel this lag. Is there something I can show, like, the frames? I could probably take a look at that afterwards. Yeah, this lag is pretty bad, man. Alright, I think I want to head over there.
Target set up. Get to work.
Okay, this is actually a lot better. Yeah, there's like a noticeable delay. They're gonna have to like fix this. Hopefully it's as smooth as the other Warzone. There were some errors here and there, but those mostly graphical errors. I might just like move on to Lost Ark if the servers are this bad. It's kind of fun. Yeah, a lot of people just leaving the game. Where am I? I'm over here. I think I want to cross this bridge, which is just an easy place for like snipers to get me. Somebody's near me.
Oh shoot! No, it's not me.
Oh my god, I just clipped through that entire wall.
It's not me.
Oh, now it's getting bad.
Please, no. I mean no harm.
Oh my god. I love proximity chat. This is like easy content. Where is it?
Oh, money. $1 bills.
There we go. Thank you for that F-tac. Oh, that was easy enough. Okay. Damn, I don't know what that extra noise was. We got 1 kill so far. That was hilarious too. Dollar bills. I think he was probably getting, I think he was rolling a blunt. Hey, man. Okay, let me just... Yeah, let's go. I can't pick that.
Moving here.
Okay, perfect. Get that high ground. Give me that high ground. Stay in the shade. Okay, I haven't gotten that 3rd slot yet. Dollar. I'm sorry, that shit was fucking hilarious. That's perfect for a clip too. I appreciate that. I can easily take that segment out for a clip. Dollar bills. I got enough money for that. I only got like 2 grand. Timed out, timed out. It's actually gone like a lot better. Yeah, I'm in circle. I do want to get to higher ground though.
Be advised, Intel has located multiple strongholds.
Now I want to keep this going. Ooh, where? Oh, I see you. Oh my God, look at. Now the lag is kicking in hard. I'm over here. Where was he? He was like over there somewhere. I should really hold out. I don't want to go over there. I'd rather like engage him. It's the only thing. I definitely need to increase the sensitivity. Oh, just like a tiny bit. Fuck this. I'm just gonna confront him. He's in, Come on. He wasn't there, I think. Come on. Come on. Everybody's being a little timid. Look at this. 36. 35. That gas is shrinking. Let's go. Was it 20? Almost 20 seconds. Somebody left the game. Come on, boys. Come on. Come on. 5 seconds. Where's this gas coming from?
Gas is inbound. Marking new safe zone.
Yeah, fuck this. Let's keep moving. We can cross the river. We can actually go to the
moving here.
Electric power plant 2 now. What was it, 286 meters? I feel like there's something. I like the small check. I don't like the fact that like that bottom left is like so small. I prefer like, I like it in the bottom left so I can just like kind of eyeball it. But like, I think it needs to be, the text needs to be a little bit bigger. There's only 31 of us, and they're all hiding. I know that. Come on out, boys. Oh, this is like, that would be fucking nuts. A bunch of them timed out.
Moving here.
We taking like the long way around. I should just let him go on his way. Let me run up here.
You've got gas inbound. Safe zone relocated.
So where do you think he went?
Loadout drop headed your way.
Last 27. Got 1 kill. That was fairly lucky because that guy was just screaming into his mic. Got swimming back. Okay. All right, you get rid of that message. Thank you. Somebody just left the game. That's on my shadow? I don't hear anybody, too.
Gas is closing. Get to the new safe zone.
Okay. Now we're gonna head into... So now there's gonna be like a mad rush. Kills. Let's see who can be like the last 20 to survive at least.
UAV active.
Come on, fellas. Where you at? There's only 17 of you.
Enemy squad is tracking your position.
Of course. Am I pinging though? Is that the thing? Am I pinging? Come on. Come on. Somebody's trying to collect that bounty. Come on. I see a car. Somebody's coming.
Go away, go away, go away. Shut up, I don't care.
The enemy lost track of you. You're safe.
Okay.
Now it's a ghost town.
just saw someone just did I just see someone parachute in, or was that just... The life of a solo player. Okay.
Where you at, buddy?
Oh, I'm up the stairs. Come on up. You gotta love proximity chat.
Gas is closing in. Relocating the safe zone.
Oh, now everybody's coming. Come on. Use your kill streaks. Let's go.
Gas is closing in. You've made it to the top 10.
Let's go. I'm gonna be using this proximity chat this entire time. Come on now, boys. I know y'all are here somewhere. Come on. So it's not even 10 of us, there's only 9 of us here. Come on now.
Gas is inbound. Marking new safe zone. Airstrike. Find cover. Gas is moving.
Damn it.
Come on. Come on. You guys know where I'm at. Come on. It's only 6 of us.
5 remaining.
Let's go. 5 now. Listen to my voice. I'm using proximity chat. I know you guys have it on. There's only 3 of us now.
Safe zone relocated. You're losing ground.
There we go.
Only 5 remain. You were close to victory.
There we go. Best game so far. Good shit. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. That's the tension. I knew somebody had to be around. I should have thought. So that guy's just gonna be chilling out there. almost. I knew somebody was near me. I knew at least one guy was near me. Ooh, I actually like this. That's actually, yeah, that was actually pretty good. I knew somebody was there. Shit, I should have known that somebody would have been right there over that ledge. I wasn't thinking. I just like ran. Yeah, this is like one of my biggest issues with like the battle royale genre. Everybody's like hiding. You have to like really like go after people, be aggressive if you want like that combat style. That's why I prefer like Modern Warfare. Like the traditional comparing Captain America was there. The more traditional like multiplayer games with the different modes and objectives and things like that. That's why I like Overwatch so much. Honestly though, that was fun too. Like not dying like early on. So and I do like what they've done with the game. Oh no. How do I open scoreboard? I didn't do anything in this game. Oh, okay. You have to wait. Oh, okay. Retry. Okay. That's the DMZ beta. Okay. Battle Royale squads. I do need to buy Modern Warfare. But if anybody wants to give me a code for Modern Warfare, I would greatly appreciate it. I got like 2 or 3 like clips just from that. That's worth it. What do you guys think? That was actually fun, man. That was actually really fun. 3. Using the proximity chat. Come on, fellas. I'm on the 2nd floor. Come on. I know you're there. I'm talking. I know you're listening to me. You're not saying anything. I know you're there. I got that one guy. One guy got killed with the... I thought I got 4 kills, but that one guy died from that kill streak. And then that airstrike. And then the guy after that who was there, who got hit. I got him with that. That tack, though, is like powerful. That tack is very powerful. I don't think I'm gonna play DMZ right now. Like 5 hours in. Unhinged. What's Unhinged? Unhinged trios. Okay. Battle Royale quads. So the last trio squad that hasn't been assimilated wins. Unhinged, BR, third person, Battle Royale trios, Battle Royale solos. That's actually cool. So what did what's my weapon loadout look like? Well, I don't really use sniper rifles, so... What's this? SO, TAC V, FTAC Recon, base is locked. Okay. All this, I have to unlock all this stuff too. Problem is, I'm never going to be able to unlock it in, whatchamacallit. STB 556, Castoff, TAC-Q, Lockman, M16, Castoff, M13. Can I not? Oh, wow. You can't test this out until you unlock it. Okay. I'm not really a fan about that. Perk package Commando. Double time. Scout. Yeah, I don't have any of this stuff. Unlock. Get 5 headshots. I don't even know what this was. Okay. I think what we're gonna do is I want to play some Lost Ark. But let me run and use the bathroom real quick, and then we can come back. New World? Some relaxing New World? Let me see. It's gonna take me to the season pass. Yeah, I don't understand why, but the game is good though. That's the only thing. Outside of like that one, this like early on, like it was like super laggy, but then it began to drop. I think third place in Warzone. That's not bad. Always could be better. It could always be better. Apex. You can download Apex again too, and try that out. I just like Call of Duty and like Halo way better. What have they done? Winter update launch, major update. Forge. They just haven't done anything with the game. That's the problem. Yeah, you got campaign network co-op, mission replay, the Forge beta, and a plethora of new free content for all players. I might get back in after the winter update. Let us go back here. Let's go here. What's going on with Twitter? Coots. I'm gonna follow Coots. This is an adorable cat, man. I'm a dog person, but I like cat. I've learned to appreciate cats a whole lot more. I am. Bro, I haven't slept yet, dude.
I think I'm getting punched. Oh, dude. You gotta go. What? You're holding back on this. What? You're holding back on this. Come on. I tried my hardest. You gotta This is it. Checkmate, baby.
But this is definitely the guy I bring in to protect. I've heard when I looked into like Jack Smith guy, he holds like officials accountable. Like somebody's gonna get prosecuted. Yeah, he's the guy you come in when you want a prosecution. All right. Bro, this is kind of crazy. Come on, man. What? Tyler Conklin fan club.
LVP, the practice squad. What did you see in his workout?
Was it official? Yeah. Okay. Been in meetings. No, was just checking. Sometimes, cuz, sometimes.
You guys officially signed LVP to practice.
LA Knight. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Dylan's always done great. Has always done like really good work. True. And if you don't know who Elizabeth Holmes is, it's a very interesting read. I will go ahead and Google her. She does not deserve sympathy. Yeah, man. I feel bad for Chris Hemsworth, dude. That's like that is rough. Right there. Doesn't necessarily mean he'll get it. He has a greater chance of getting it too, but I'm assuming now that he knows that he has propensity, he has a very high propensity of getting it at later in his life, if not sooner. He might start taking the steps to like prevent it or like ward it off until like he's a ripe old age of like 80 or something like that. Holy shit. The Mountain of Hell downhill bike race. Well, hopefully they're okay. Oregon voters have passed a measure amending the state constitution to create a new fundamental right for everyone living there access to affordable health care. That is a like. Good. Live footage from okay. Yeah, that Live Nation Ticketmaster merger never should have went through. I'm sorry. We have there's like too many like monopolies. Like the fact that like a lot of this stuff like goes through is kind of insane to me. Vosh. Okay. Give this a like. Is this like 2022? Bro. He's done in politics, man. He just stumps for Democrats like every once in a while. Jesus. Yeah, okay. Jeez. All right. He's going to be a New York Met. Don't worry about it. Oh my God. Oh, okay. There we go. He's got a list. That seems like a right number for like Brandon Nemo, who has like, especially this last season, I think, which has been his like best season. He's also like really good in center field. Okay. Oh yeah. For the shooting at the University of like Virginia recently. Yeah, he's a shoo-in. I'll be surprised if anyone like overtakes him. The Dem leadership in the House. Oh, okay. I'm not leaving Twitter anytime soon. I want to see what happens. Still waiting. I still want my free code, man. I want my free code. Okay. That's enough sauce. When you get sauce on your suit. Nice. Yeah, good luck. I don't know what they're going to be doing in Buffalo like this week. I mean, they can clear it out. If the fans have fun, that's why I prefer like closed stadiums. It depends on like where you're at. I think if you're in a snowy field, I think you need to have like a closed stadiums because you don't want to like just like cancel games. Like it also like prevents games too. Like if you're a California team, like with the Rams and the Chargers with their stadium, they don't really have a dome. I think it's not canvas. It's some other material, but it's technically open. But it's California, so you don't have to worry about like a lot of things, except for drought. Oh, I bet that went real well. They've banned beer, the world. Yeah, that's fine for the rich people too. But like they want to see like people like with this in the stands. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's true. If I don't like Friendster, MySpace, Google Plus, welcome Twitter to the afterlife. Oh, I can feel it, dude. It's cold. It's like what, 33 degrees right now? Yeah. She's definitely auditioning for VP. That's God bless you, Donald. Like I would need context like behind this. Like what the hell, like her own son? The degeneracy of Twitter, y'all. Why did I stop playing Warzone? Because I got third place, and every other game after that, I would like fucking suck ass too. I also would need to like grind out all those guns, but I mean it's a battle royale, so like the spawns. But like if I call in, too, that game was long, man. Too like there's a lot of like downtimes especially at the end. I knew that guy at the end was gonna be there. I think battle royales are probably, unless it's like Fortnite, but Fortnite's very much designed to force engagements in that game with the movement abilities and everything like that. I think the battle royale maps for like Call of Duty, I think they do need to shrink them, or like a tiny bit, and they have to force engagements, but like not like with Blood Hunt. Blood Hunt's insane. Like the spawns are crazy, dude. Like when you die, I like that idea that you have like one respawn meter back, and you can come back. And if you do certain things, or you get like 2, but like it's kind of crazy. The movement in the game is fun though, in Blood Hunt, but it's just, I don't know. Like, you're supposed to get like better gear like in that game, but like there are people who have like base level gear who like completely like destroy. So what's the point then of having like different levels of gear? Just have like everything like just be like your preference. There's guns here, there's guns here, there's that melee, that melee. It's all the same. But just make sure like each one is different. You know what I mean? Okay. I mean, I think you're still inhaling some form of carcinogens, right? That's good. More O-line help, because we've been dealing with like so many fucking injuries, dude. Her supervisor also quit. So this is 12,000 then. Okay. I don't know what anyone's gonna do. They're leaving. This is from 12 hours ago, and this is you can trust this account. She's one hell of a wrestler. I don't know if she's got the acting chops to play Storm. God damn. What is the context of that? He just fucking tossed that man. Yeah, this is like older tweets now. Who is Jack Smith?
Democrats, he's the perfect pick for Democrat. Now, is the guy, Democrats, he's the perfect.
Okay. Owl token giveaway. I don't care about that. Okay, Hunter. Got a like for that. It's not wrong. Lance Archer. Ricky Starks. Good for Adam 22, man. Oh. Okay. All right, let's move on from this. It's like there's a weird slowdown with the site too. What does Chapo say? I have a pretty idea what they're going to say.
Well, you know, speaking of long, oily animals that love hot dogs, Hakeem Jeffries is the new House Minority Leader.
All right. Well, yeah, let's get into the political news of the day. We've got Pelosi stepping down as leader of the House Speaker. Just reading here from New York Magazine. Nancy Pelosi's historic tenure as the Democratic Party's longest-serving House leader is coming to an end. The 82-year-old California Democrat Democrat who became the first female Speaker of the House in 2007 and has since served on and off in that position, announced on Thursday that she won't seek re-election to the Democratic leadership in the next Congress. For me, the hours come for a new generation to lead the Democratic caucus that I so deeply respect, she said in a speech. Am I grateful that so many are ready to, and I am grateful that so many are ready and willing to shoulder this awesome responsibility. So cheers to the direct action taken by that gay prostitute to get this old bag out of there. Hakeem Jeffries will be the the target of the next Hammer-related home invasion.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, if you loved the pure stasis of the Obama years, but hated his ability to communicate and any charisma he had, boy, are you in for a treat. I didn't realize this. Hakeem Jeffries did an interview with, I think he's at Politico now, the Politico DNC mouthpiece.
Yes,
Isaac
Edward
DeVore,
Isaac DeVore fetish.
whatever.
Yeah, we go ahead and link it.
Another hyphenated name guy, the Isaac DeVore something. Where
Everybody wants to watch this clip.
It seems like a pretty explicit reference to us. The thing that he said.
Yes.
He said he was like, hey, I care about economic and racial stuff, but I'll never bend the knee to hard left democratic socialism.
Yes,
this is so awesome.
From the DeVore fetish article in The Atlantic, I believe, he says, there's a difference between progressive Democrats and hard left democratic socialists, he told me. It's not a distinction that I'm drawing. They draw that distinction. And so clearly, I'm a black progressive Democrat concerned with addressing racial and social and economic injustice with the fierce urgency of now. That's been my career. That's been my journey. And it will continue to be as I move forward for however long I have an opportunity to serve. There will never be a moment where I bend the knee to hard left democratic socialism. He goes on to write, Jeffries likes that phrase, bend the knee. He took it from Game of Thrones. No, he didn't, bitch. He took it from us.
No, he did not.
Fuck
we
off.
took it from Game of Thrones.
No, we took it from and we didn't take it from Game of Thrones. We took it from the thing that we like to make women do at gunpoint. That's the reason we said it. Not because it's in the TV show, but because we love doing Me Too. Yeah, Jeffries is, I said this before, he was crowned the successor. He's like J-Rock from Trailer Park Boys, but for being Jewish. He wishes he was Jewish.
And Richie Torres.
He's a Jewish man. When Jeffries was in the process of losing all those New York House races, he said, we have to speak Yiddish, not Hebrew. To which everyone replied, what? And subsequently lost all their swing districts.
I'm thinking about Hakeem
There's
Jeffries
a little bit on
Maloney
than
New York
Jeffries,
State
to be
used
fair.
Be blue. If it happened to me, it can happen to you.
All New York House Democrats should be put in that medieval thing where it's like a board with holes for your head and hands and people throw tomatoes at you. I don't know. Yeah. How did he, you had, talk about a localized red wave. The things that Republicans were saying were going to happen in the midterms for 2 years, they only happened in Florida and Long Island.
Yeah.
How did you do that? You suck.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, Nancy Pelosi, we've heard a lot to her career as the Speaker of the House. One of the most effective speakers of the House. One of the most.
I want to make this very. I'm gonna end the chapel thing. They're just gonna shit talk like Jeffries and Democrats. We've heard it all before. The main issues in Florida was the gerrymandering. It was insane amount of gerrymandering. I believe somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. In Florida, the gerrymandering in Florida, I think a Florida court actually held that it was unconstitutional, but Ron DeSantis was still able to push it through though, and I think they still have to redistrict, but at a later time too. But they didn't actually go through the redistricting because it was so close to the election. However, in New York, a combination of Cuomo picks for there's the New York State Supreme Court, the Court of Appeals, it's the highest court in New York. Cuomo leaving, the instability in there, and just non-effective luring from Democrat lawyers, essentially gave very favorable redistricting to Republicans. However, the seats that they won were still +5 and up that went up toward Joe Biden. At that point, it became a failure of like Sean Maloney and Democratic Party to counter the messaging by, and that it is true. They just could not counter the messaging by Republicans. That messaging was first amplified by Eric Adams, who was about like all crime. So he basically prompted everybody in Long Island, who essentially lives in on Long Island, but they commute to work in like New York, in the actual city. So they were already prompted by the crime messaging by the now current mayor of like New York, Eric Adams. And Republicans essentially ran on that. And they used a lot of clips from like the ads used by Eric Adams too. So, and Democrats try to go on that same messaging, but why would you vote for a Democrat on crime when the Republicans have been doing it more effectively for decades now? That's the thing too. So it's a combination. It's a cavalcade of different things. It was like one domino hit another domino hit another domino. Those seats are going to get flipped back in 2 years. Those seats are going to get flipped back. Okay. It's just, you also need better candidates. I will say this about the Progressive Caucus. There are critiques, very deep critiques in the Progressive Caucus. Democratic leadership in New York does have to need to get a shakeup. I'm sorry, it does. But the progressives did win this past election. And it was progressives that came out to vote, especially Gen Z, that prevented that, especially in the House and especially in the Senate too. And if you look at John Fetterman's campaign, he's a progressive. He might be a little bit hawkish on some issues, mostly on Israel. But I think at this point, that's actually the right position. You don't want to be like anti-Israel, like in the Democratic Party. Privately, and like when you're voting on like funding, you can get your voice heard. But like you got to be careful with the messaging, especially you don't want attack ads being used against you. So you do have to be politically savvy in that regard too. I think Fetterman's probably the best way for Democrats to like control some of these House seats moving forward with that sort of style that he used too, because he's from Pennsylvania. He's a rural guy. He understands how the city works, but he understands how you can win like statewide. So, and the progressives won in those districts, and some of the swing districts too. They won. So I don't know what the issue is too. I think you have to like run on like that progressive message, actual economic populism. Don't go on the crime, say like there's proper ways to address like what they're saying, but nobody cares about like the trans kid in like New York and California when you can't like feed your family in Ohio or Florida or in like the more rural counties here in like New York. You know what I mean? Like that trans kid's not affecting like your life on a day-to-day basis. Like the actual things that like this party can actually address to you. And also like the Democratic Party has to stop eating itself from alive with like progressives. The progressives can't be like the kicking bag, but the progressives do need a new influx of leadership, and they need to be able to extract more from the mainline party because they have people power. They might have institutional. The mainline Democrats or more centrist, moderate Democrats have institutional power. They have money, but the progressives are able to get like people to come out and vote, and they have a lot of control over messaging too and culture. And you could use that the same way MAGA Republicans, the Tea Party Republicans were able to extract that from like mainline Republicans. That's the way it should be. You're not gonna get everything you want, but if you can get to like half or like 25% of what you want, that's a good step. So let's move on. Let's see here. Was it future Republicans? We'll hit that too, I think. C-SPAN calls. These things are fucking hilarious. Let's go here. But I want to get some coffee actually. Let me get some coffee and let me use the bathroom real quick and then we'll come right back. So let me just take a quick break. Oh, I actually got out of Pretzel Rocks. Let me load that back up. Let's just safe on like VRAM. All right, be right back, folks. Okay, folks, we are back. Oh, that's the wrong scene. Sorry. Thank you for your patience. Okay, so we're just gonna watch this brief clip before we move on to another game, Lost Ark probably, and let me go back to just chatting real quick. And we're just going to watch this. This is Navin Nayak. He's from the Center for American Progress Action Fund. He's going to talk about the Democratic policy agenda following the midterms.
Washington Journal continues.
We are joined now by Center for American Progress.
We can turn it off.
Progress Action Fund President Navin Nayak. He's going to discuss the midterms, policy Democrats should focus on, and good morning.
Morning.
Thank you for joining us.
Great to be here.
We're going to get to your calls as well, so you can go ahead and start calling in. Democrats 202-748-8000, Republicans 202-748-8001, Independents 202-748-8002. Navin, now you're with the Center for American Progress Action Fund, which is the political arm of a progressive, Democratic-leaning organization.
Sure.
Just to set the scene from the perspective you're coming from. Let's start with the news yesterday, where Speaker Pelosi, as well as her two top deputies, they all announced they won't seek leadership positions, or at least in
big change coming.
Not the same type of leadership position. So there will be a new generation, a new regime in House Democrats. What do you think those stepping into that role should focus on?
Well, I mean, they are going to be in the minority. So I think on the one hand, there's a little bit less opportunity to actually govern unless, that obviously is up to, we'll see if it's Speaker Kevin McCarthy or certainly up to the Republicans to decide if they actually want to work with Democrats and get things done. I think much like President Biden, I think the leadership of the Democrats has consistently shown a willingness to find common ground. This last Congress was one of the most productive from a bipartisan perspective. And so we'll have to see if, Republicans take the same approach. I do think, a lot of what Democrats are going to focus on, unfortunately, is trying to protect some of the gains that have been made, because it seems like most of what Republicans are focused on is undoing the progress that's been made the last 2 years and trying to take us backwards on a whole suite of things, whether it's abortion, Social Security. And so I think they're mostly going to be focused on trying to hold the line. And if there are opportunities for progress, I'm sure they'll take them.
In the last segment, we were talking to someone who, represented a right-leaning think tank, and we talked a lot about the thin majority that Kevin McCarthy will have and how tough that will be.
I love watching stuff like this.
What do you think
gives you like an insider view of like what's going on in like DC and federal politics.
Squad. What is going to be the role of those progressive members now that they're in the minority?
Well, first thing I would say is that it is worth remembering, yes, there are some ideological differences in the Democratic caucus, but hats off to Speaker Pelosi and to every member of that caucus in consistently putting the American people first and the agenda that they were focused on. So, they passed the American Rescue Plan with only Democratic votes. They passed the Inflation Reduction Act with only Democratic votes, and that was virtually every member of, it was every member of the caucus voting for that. And that was it wasn't everything everyone wanted, but people realized there was a real opportunity to make progress for the American people, and people were willing to support it. So hats off to, the whole caucus for recognizing when you can make progress for the American people, you should take it. I think that, my hope is that a lot of the caucus continues to stay united in sort of driving a message and elevating, unfortunately, what the Republican Party's become. I think the truth is that this election was a repudiation of the Republican Party, and they weren't even in power. And so I think what you'll see is, now that they are going to have control in the House of Representatives, it is even more of an opportunity for the Democratic caucus to continue to shine a spotlight on who the Republican Party's become, what their values are, what they're actually trying to get done. And that's where I think they should keep some of their focus.
So you mentioned the midterms. It wasn't the red wave that Republicans wanted. I'm going to show a graphic on the screen from the Washington Post. The headline says it all. It says Republicans will have one of the smallest swings in 40 years. What does, the outcome of the 2022 midterms?
Gen Z made that happen.
Tell us about the past few years where Democrats were in control.
Yeah, I think you can't understate how unprecedented this election was. It does not happen in midterm elections to have the party of power do this poorly, right? One of the easiest things in American politics, whether it's good or not, but is to be the party out of power, is to be the minority, and particularly when the other party has complete control. And, you know, that you basically sit there and you let the other party, so the American people usually are consistently want to swing back and forth. You compound on top of that, yes, President Biden's approval rating has been low. There's real headwinds in the economy with inflation. Despite all of that, Republicans haven't picked up a Senate seat. They've lost a net of 2 governor's races. They've lost 4 state legislatures, which has never happened for president's party to actually gain legislatures. And they've only picked up, it looks like 6 to 8, maybe 9
The winds
seats
are
in
changing.
the House. And so what really happened in this election is that, unlike most midterms, which are a referendum on the president's party, it became a choice, right? And kudos to President Biden for really trying to heighten the threat for the American people of what extreme MAGA Republicans would do if they were in power, and utilizing the threats to our democracy and, the stripping away the freedom to vote, or efforts to overturn elections, stripping away sort of the freedom to reproductive choice. So on a whole host of things, I think the American people recognize there's a choice in this election, and it's hard not to view this midterm as a rejection of Republicans when they weren't even in power.
Let's go to the phone lines now. The first caller up for this segment is Calvin in Atlanta on the Democratic line. What is your question or comment, Calvin?
Yes, how y'all doing today? I just have a comment. I think the Democrats should focus on uplifting, trying to bring along the poor people that's in this country. We have a very, very bad high homeless population here in Atlanta, and from what I spoke to other people, they said that it's like that everywhere. We need some help here. Thank you.
Thanks, Calvin. And I think that actually is part of the story of what Democrats were able to accomplish in the last 2 years, was the fastest economic recovery this country has ever seen. And one particular point to the comment you made, Calvin, was really the passage of the child tax credit in the American Rescue Plan. That had a huge impact. It cut child poverty in this country by more than 40% in 1 year. And so we know that the tools are actually there. And it's unfortunate, again, that not a single Republican voted for that measure. The measure unfortunately expired, and there hasn't been the votes. And that seems like you'd think it would be the place where there'd be common ground to actually make sure that child poverty in this country would be something we'd be willing to address and tackle.
Let's go now to Jerry in Waterford, New York, calling as an independent. Go ahead, Jerry.
Hey, how you doing? My question is, there's so much separation for, and no room for compromise on a political, and then people talking, just regular people. Before there wasn't such a it's like the analogy of the army being, in war, and you have different people in a foxhole of different opinions. They all get along, As America, we're just not getting along, even in politics. You know what I mean? And even in
okay, Jerry,
or fairness, or if you lose, you win, you win, and just a total distortion on where America is right now.
Which side's doing it?
Like the
is it my side of the aisle or is it the other side of the aisle, Jerry?
Oh my gosh! The different races or different cultures. Because we're a mix of people and everything.
Let's let our guest respond. Particularly, do you think with the slim majority, will that incentivize Republicans to work better with Democrats, or
no?
I would like to think so. I mean, again, I would want to make sure that your viewers appreciate that these last 2 years under President Biden's leadership and under Democratic control in Congress, we had one of the most productive legislative sessions, getting real things done for the American people, a lot of which were done on a bipartisan basis. Right? With the Infrastructure Investment Act was passed with lots of Republican support in the Senate. The CHIPS and Science Act, which is making huge investments in manufacturing, semiconductors, research and development.
Let's go.
On a bipartisan basis in particularly the Senate. We saw the first action in decades on actually trying to reform gun violence and address gun violence was done on a bipartisan basis. And so Democrats have really shown a willingness to actually work with Republicans on kind of common priorities. I do think that this does bump up against a bit of a line, and I think there's a real onus on Republicans, which is when you incite a mob that attacks the Capitol and tries to overthrow an election and results in significant violence and some deaths, and you don't actually stand up and acknowledge, even after the fact, that there were a set of lies that led to that violence and that threat to people's, our freedoms, it creates a real barrier. I mean, I think there's got to be some threshold in this country at which point an elected official has to actually say they're willing to uphold the Constitution. And I think we have a real problem in the Republican Party, starting with Kevin McCarthy, who, turned back and basically embraced Donald Trump and embraced the extremism sort of coursing through his party, and hasn't to this day repudiated the fact that people were lying. They're still lying about the outcome of the 2020 election, which was a free and fair election. And they haven't denounced the fact that there continues to be threats of political violence around elections.
Let's go now to Marion in Grovetown, Georgia. Marion is calling as a Democrat. What is your question or comment?
Yes, thank you, and good morning. I have a suggestion, since I've been listening all morning and all the investigations that the Republicans plan to do, especially on Hunter Biden. It seems like Republicans are really good. That's one of the first things that comes out of almost every Republican's mouth is how concerned they are about Hunter Biden's laptop. Hunter Biden's laptop, from what I understand, he got $3 million because doing some business dealings, and as a private citizen, the son of the president or vice president. Jared Kushner was in the administration and did a sweetheart deal with Saudi Arabia for $2 billion. So if Republicans are going to do an investigation on with the Hunter Biden laptop, the Senate should just do an investigation on Jared's $2 billion sweetheart deal with Saudi Arabia.
Before we respond to that, I do want to bring up incoming Judiciary Committee Chair Jim Jordan just yesterday talked about his committee's upcoming investigations. We heard earlier about investigations of the Biden family, but here's an investigation he mentioned about the Biden Justice Department. Let's watch.
We're focused on how political our Justice Department has become.
Jesus Christ, this guy would like the no jacket.
They are. They're making decisions on a political basis. We're going to look at all that.
Pelosi and the treatment of
we're looking at
January 6th events.
We're looking at the umbrella of political operations at the Justice Department, all the way back to the very first whistleblower came to us over a year ago. About a year ago, I should say, regarding the school boards issue. So we're concerned about anything that is being done in a political fashion at the Justice Department. Because remember, you got to step back. It's supposed to be, in this great country, the greatest country ever, it's supposed to be equal treatment under the law. And when you have a Justice Department that's not following that fundamental principle I think that sets our country apart from all others.
Get out of here, dude. Come on.
The January 6th insurrectionists have been wrongly imprisoned?
I didn't say anything. All I said is we're going to look at the politics at the Justice Department based on the fact that we have had 14 different, actually more than 14 now, whistleblowers come talk to us. That's what we're going to focus on.
My last question is just what are the...
So we know that Republicans say the Justice Department has been politicized to go after former President Trump. Again, it's one of the many facets that they plan to launch investigations under their new majority, which is their right. My question for you is, do you think that runs a risk of overreach, overextending themselves in ways that turn voters off?
Yeah, I mean, I think the reality is, I think the Republican Party is going to be who they are. And I think that is important for the American people to keep seeing. They are a party, unfortunately, that their entire agenda involves two pieces. One is gaining power. right? That the only thing they seem to be interested in is to gain political power. These investigations into the president's son are political. They are just about damaging the president. They've been clear and public. James Comer and Jim Jordan had said the reason we're going to do this is to damage the president. They're not trying to hide the ball. This is a completely sort of a revenge, politics. And the second thing is their agenda is all about taking us backwards, right? They're pushing this extreme agenda, whether it's on voting, whether it's on abortion, whether it's on Social Security, which several members have made clear they want to privatize or gut or end totally.
Yep.
And so I think they would not rather talk about their agenda, which is really unpopular. And one thing that did happen in this election is that their agenda actually became a big part of the conversation. You had Lindsey Graham introduced a national ban on abortion, which became a real topic of conversation. You had Ron Johnson and Rick Scott talk about ending Social Security, which became a real topic of conversation.
Cut Medicare and Medicaid.
Saying we shouldn't do those things. Mitch McConnell is saying we should stop talking about them. And I think they're happy, unfortunately, to mostly focus on these political vendettas. I think the American people sent them a different message a week ago, and I'm not sure they're willing to hear it.
Fix this shit.
Would you
That's the
recommend
message.
the Democrats participate as these investigations come up? There will be Democrats on judiciary, on oversight. Should they participate if invited to the investigations, or should they say, you know what, if you're going to do this, you're on your own?
I have a hard time believing that Jim Jordan, who made no bones about the fact that he is looking to damage President Biden for his reelection in 2024, has no genuine interest in oversight. And so I defer to what the members of Congress decide to do or the Democrats decide to do, but it's really hard. If there was there is a legitimate role for Congress to play in oversight. It's a really important role. That's not what we're seeing here. And it's pretty disheartening that this is, they got the majority one day ago. Has the first agenda been about inflation? Has their first topic of conversation been about, they spent a lot of time, $150 million, talking about crime? Have they spent any time talking about public safety? No, the first order of business is a political one to gain more power, damage the other side. I think it's hard to see how Democrats can have a productive engagement with that process, which isn't legitimate. But I defer to sort of the leadership to figure that out.
Let's take some more calls. Sean is in Washington, North Carolina, on the Republican line. Your question or comment?
Yes, I just want to ask your guest how he could sit there and with a straight face, with this high inflation, the high gas prices, the crime rate, and not only that, a party that endorses the killing of babies. And sit there with a straight face.
Oh my God!
Accomplishments.
You sure you're not an operative in North Carolina?
And I don't care, what party you are. If you do the right thing, you do the right thing. We will respect it. And at least we knew what he stood for. At least we could hear what he had to say. This guy will look you in the face, this president we have now. No, he don't want to talk to you. He don't want to say nothing. And it's because he doesn't have anything. But my question is, how could this guy sit here and say these things right to the American people's face? I'm talking about your guest, knowing that all they ever did was attack the former president. And now you got something, you're upset because of saying it's wrong that they're going after this guy who has really done crimes, him and his son. I want to hear him explain that.
I think the easiest way to sort of answer something like that is we should just have a fact-based conversation about it, which is maybe take the issue of infrastructure, so less benign than where there might be some real divides. Donald Trump spent years promising he was going to be the greatest infrastructure president. He was going to rebuild this country. Something we desperately need. Not a partisan issue, right? Democrats and Republicans can actually agree on that. First 2 years, he had complete control of Congress. Republicans refused to do anything. President Trump failed to do anything.
Mm-hmm.
The next 2 years, you actually see that was a place where I think Democrats would have been willing to work with the president. President Trump didn't even try. So a real factual pierce here, like President Biden has made the largest investment in infrastructure since we built the highway system.
Preach.
That is
Nevin,
a fact, and it
preach.
also had a lot of Republican support. I think it was 16 to 18 senators, Republican senators, that actually work with Democrats and President Biden to get. So that's one example of just the reality is what it is, and it's unfortunate there's a lot of misinformation out there.
Let's take another call from Lynn in Bishop, California. Lynn, you're on the independent line.
I really
Go
wish he
ahead.
like called out like all those other issues like with crime and like
Wow,
all the
there's
culture
so
war
much.
stuff.
The term infrastructure is interesting because that's just a big fat spending, and they admit that nobody reads these bills. The very first thing that is so important, I think, to every single person in this country, when we have so many Americans struggling, the homeless is out of control, and you can't get medical attention, and our kids are just way behind in school. Those are the things that are so important that people aren't talking about. This bickering between politicians and your guest to be somebody that can raise money and then lobby while the rest of us are just trying to work. They raise their right hand and swear to uphold and defend this Constitution and our borders. And our borders are wide open, and they're bringing millions of people in when we have a deficit that is just so ridiculous. What are our grandchildren supposed to do? So if you want to get serious about helping America, yeah, we have a path to immigration. These people in Congress that have been there for 30 or 40 years have been talking about immigration, lowering drug prices, and the such for decades. I'm a business person. That is failure on the highest level.
I'm a business person, she says.
You can go and sit there and defend your Democratic Party, and the Republicans can get on there and defend their Republican Party, and the rest of us are just appalled because it's really
Appalled,
a
she
joke.
says.
So do the right thing, shut the border, help these people in these border states, and now they're being shipped all over the place. When you watch these buses of people unloading
I'm like so confused right now. Is this like a Republican or a Democrat talking that's on the line? I feel like people just like call in and it's like they just pick like a line and there's no like thought about it. It's just what do you talk? Who's like shipping them? It's not the Democrats that are doing. It's the Republicans. Republicans are like the big. It's mixed. It's Mitch McConnell. It's obstruction, and then tax cuts. They're not gonna, they don't have any solutions to any of this stuff. My side of the aisle, my party is the one that's trying to get solutions, as imperfect as we are. I don't know like what this is. This is like so all over the place.
into these cities, which already have so many problems. It's
Oh
just,
my God.
it's just
The
beyond
talking points are insane.
Your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, Lynn touched on a lot of things there. That one, I think there are
Same tired talking
I'm
points.
Trying to find some common ground is a real frustration in the American people around a lack of investment in this country. I think we have spent decades underinvesting and seeing a real erosion in communities across the country, and a lot of people have been left behind. We've seen factories, businesses, jobs really flee over the last 40 years, and a lot of people are struggling with very little increase in wages. So I actually think that is something the Democrats have spent the last 2 years trying to slowly turn the tide on, and have had a tremendous amount of success. So the example I would use again is the CHIPS and Science Act. It is one of the largest investments in semiconductor manufacturing. The U.S. invented the semiconductor. We make very few of them today. We've seen a huge investment in the last few years last few months since they've announced this bill. Intel announcing a $100 billion investment, Micron, some really significant investments as a result of this bill. And I think the infrastructure bill is a good thing. We're seeing actually the sort of investments in communities, rebuilding our broadband, rebuilding our highways and our bridges and our transit.
What about, the last caller mentioned immigration.
Sure.
It's been record immigration at the southern border. It is something that when you poll voters, they think Republicans would do better handling immigration than Democrats. Is this something that perhaps under a Republican majority you envision something to be done about, illegal
You had a Republican majority in the first 2 years of Donald Trump and nothing happened.
A good example of how I wish the Republican Party were willing to actually solve problems. Instead, they're more interested in having the problem there for politics. Let's remember that there was an opportunity less than 10 years ago to pass a comprehensive immigration bill that would have both tried to secure the border and invest in security issues, as well as find a pathway to citizenship for the folks who are here. And it had votes in the Senate, and Republicans wouldn't allow it to come to a vote in the House, and so it failed.
I wonder why.
I think Democrats are consistently interested in finding common ground on some of these problems, and I think Republicans, much like they do on crime, they're actually interested in having the political weapon of not having solved the immigration problem as opposed to actually trying to solve. Like, you may say this, Republicans, again, had full control of Congress for 2 years and the White House. Donald Trump ran on immigration. That was his signature issue. They got nothing done.
Let's go now to Tina. Tina is in Pell City, Alabama. On the Republican line, you're on.
Good morning, Ms. Nyack. Thank you for being there, and thank you, C-SPAN. Question, you use the term reproductive rights, and curious to know, to reproduce something means to make something just like the original copy. Obviously, with two people involved, it's a new DNA. It is a life. But another question, when was the last time you used the term liberty? And the third question, with Richard Nixon being impeached for wiretapping Democrat National Committee office, when Donald Trump was wiretapped by the FBI, how come we didn't have the same national response, do you think?
I actually think I do believe Democrats have done a really good job this cycle of putting freedom on the ballot. I think we've gone through a period in the last several months where, for the first time in our history, the Supreme Court stripped away a fundamental freedom and a fundamental right that women in this country enjoyed. And I think for a lot of voters, that was a significant motivator to actually ensure that they could maintain that freedom. The ballot initiatives all across the country that were either to protect the right to an abortion and that reproductive freedom passed, ballot initiatives to restrict it failed. So I actually think that in that sense, there was a real referendum on that issue and on that fundamental value, which is core to the American people.
Our next caller is Renee in North Las Vegas.
Godspeed for the people who do this.
Renee,
who like take these questions from these people.
Go ahead.
Hello, and thank you for taking my call. My name is Renee, and I did 29 years in the U.S. Army. And I fought for this country, and I actually dodged bullets for this country. And it is just so shameful, and I think it's so disrespectful that we elect politicians to waste our time and money, and the lack of representation that they do when they get up in office. Like Pelosi said, you got a job. You get up there, you're supposed to do your job, not just sit around and have a job. I want to give a shout out to Sister Pelosi. She did an awesome job. And I want to thank all the politicians there that's fighting for our country. And when I say fighting for our country, really representing and going to bat for what we need here in the U.S.
Okay.
I actually really feel like that was one of the stories that emerged from the news yesterday with Speaker Pelosi. I was pretty moved by it, but it really, her career has consistently been about trying to make progress for the American people and trying to move this country forward. And people may not always sort of agree with her. Obviously, there's been reasonable disagreements, but her commitment to public service and what public service is about is, I think in real stark contrast with what I think we're going to see from Republicans on this very point, where they're not talking about the American people. They're not talking about actually trying to solve some of the real challenges facing the American people. They're just talking about politics.
Let's hear a little bit of Speaker Pelosi's remarks from yesterday.
When I first came to the floor at 6 years old, never would I have thought that someday I would go from
raid weapons and armor
to
are
House Speaker.
Oh, sorry.
In fact, I never.
Give her a nice little clap. She's been effective when she's been the speaker. I know there's like progressives fucking hate her guts. But
Mommy
like,
and Daddy taught us through their example
she's able to like
that
coalesce
public
like
service is a
Democrats on
noble
like key
calling,
issues
and that we all have
and
a
like key bills.
responsibility to help others. In our family, my brother Tommy.
You gotta
then
play the
became
game a little bit.
mayor of Baltimore also. But it's been my privilege to play a part in forging extraordinary progress for the American people. I have enjoyed working with 3 presidents, achieving historic investments in clean energy with President George Bush. Transformative health care reform with President Barack Obama. And forging the future, from infrastructure to healthcare to climate action with President Joe Biden. Now we must move boldly into the future, grounded by the principles that have propelled us this far and open to fresh possibilities for the future. Scripture teaches us that for everything there is a season, a time for every purpose under heaven. My friends, no matter what title you all, my colleagues, have bestowed upon me, speaker, leader, whip, there is no greater official honor for me than to stand on this floor and to speak for the people of San Francisco. This I will continue to do as a member of the House, speaking for the people of San Francisco, serving the great state of California, and defending our Constitution. And with great confidence in our caucus, I will not seek re-election to Democratic leadership in the next Congress. For me, the hours come for a new generation to lead the Democratic caucus that I so deeply
it's about
respect.
to get real young.
And I'm grateful that so many
When I
are
say
ready
young, I'm
and
talking about
willing
like
to
around the
shoulder
50-ish,
this awesome responsibility.
50 odd years, which you wouldn't think is young, but for politics it
There
is.
were 2 things that really struck me about that speech. One was I remember the first time I saw the Capitol, which she talked about. She was obviously 6 years old because her father was serving in Congress. But I remember that same sense of awe at what not only the majesty of the building, but what it represented. And it really is the place where we're supposed to resolve our differences and find a way to move the country forward. And that really resonated with me. And the second thing is how much, under her leadership in particular, across several presidents, Democrats have really become the party that is trying to move this country forward, that is trying to make the economy and our democracy more inclusive. And I think it's a real shame right now that in the face of that, the overwhelming approach for Republicans is focused, and you hear this in Donald Trump's slogan, that the MAGA Republicans are really focused on taking us backwards, right? They feel like there's been too many rights, too many people have gotten access to certain things. They're not looking to expand opportunity. I don't know if it's the 1950s. They don't ever tell you what generation they're trying to, or what era they're trying to take us backwards to, but there's an overwhelming ethos in the Republican Party now of going backwards, and I think that's a real inflection point for the American people to actually make that choice, because I think it's the one that's going to continue to be in front of us for a while.
Let's go back to the phone lines. Up now is Sandra in Jacksonville, Florida. Sandra, on the Democratic line, what's your question or comment?
Yes, I want to say thank you for the call, and thank you to Nancy Pelosi. My point is with the Democratic and the Republican and the Independent, first of all, it's not the Republican Party. It mainly is the Tea Party that's pretending to be the Republican Party. And I wish that the old Republican Party, the old Republican Party, instead of dropping out of office, would drop back into office. And then there's the information that a lot of people, especially seniors, get. And the information is also mainly Fox News, or they're looking at Facebook or different sites that's giving them the wrong information about what's going on. Even if they want to look at a neutral news site that don't go either way, they tell you the truth. So that needs to be addressed. And then maybe they need to close the border until they can come up with a plan for everybody's benefit so people can be treated better. The seniors, they don't look at the seniors as far as housing, food stamps. Most of them get $20. The housing for them, like the HUD program, a lot of the buildings are back from the 50s. And they're not being treated right by the companies that are over the senior sites. You can't even have a freezer in some of them, you know, or a plan, or they talk to you nasty. And then a lot of people don't see that Mitch McConnell's been planning and plotting for years, from back during the 70s.
All right, Sandra, I think we got your point. We appreciate your comments.
I cut her off. I really want to touch on there because she said a lot, but we actually did a lot of research over the last year on kind of public voters' attitudes around the Republican Party. And she's sort of sharing something that is kind of an overwhelming perception, which is people really do think the Republican Party has changed in the last 5 or 10 years. This overwhelming sense that it's actually changed for the worse, and this perception, whether it's Tea Party, whether it's MAGA Republican, that's really now who's in control of the Republican Party. And you know, I think it is. You know, as a Democrat or a progressive, I find it amazing to be saying this, but this is the moment we find ourselves in where someone like Liz Cheney, who no one would argue is, you know, progressive, she is as conservative legislator as they come. She has lost a place in the Republican Party because she still actually believes in sort of constitutional and, you know, our freedoms around voting and our freedoms to actually uphold the rule of law and the importance of that. And that's no longer a position that's held in the Republican Party. And so she's been pushed out of the Republican Party, and that's sort of where we stand today.
Let's hear now from Terry in Rogers, Minnesota. Terry is calling as a Republican. Go ahead, Terry.
I have to say the hypocrisy is thick. We're worried about Republican investigations while ignoring Democratic ones for years. I wish Nancy would have talked about her very special first experience when she abused her power to get insider trading, that she turned from that poor little 6-year-old into a very rich woman by stealing and by avoiding the law and doing insider trading, and then pretending I don't know what my husband trades. And for all the center for this and the all
right, as much. He's not wrong. This is like a major critique of like Nancy Pelosi, and frankly, of all politicians, no politician should be, with the information that they have access to, be able to insider trade. I'm sorry, it's way too destructive.
And by avoiding for that, like Navin is, let's face it, you're political hucksters. That's all it is. What's really sad about it is you are smart enough to know the difference, but don't care. You come on and don't say, well, there's truth here and truth there. You're saying, oh, the Republicans on the border, they had complete control. What did the Democrats have for the last 4 years, 2 years? They had it all. So.
Oh, sorry. Well, two things I'd say to Terry. One is, you know,
Democrats didn't have that control. They had a 50-50 Senate, dude.
This, so maybe I'm off on this, but I don't remember.
And I'm gonna push back like pretty hardcore on this guy. One thing is, we have like pretty conservative members of like the Democratic Party. They're not out there as much as Sinema and like Manchin. Like Chris Coons, he's not like Mr. Progressive over there from Biden's like home state of Delaware. Like there's like some pretty conservative members, like John Tester from like Montana, like a Democrat. He's a Democrat, but he's not like Mr. Progressive either. We have like fairly conservative members of the Democratic Party that we have to work in. Like there's around like eight of them in the Senate too that could be a major roadblock of like a lot of progressive legislation. Now, one of the good things is they'll probably move on like certain things. Like they'll probably vote on, let's say, like a major infrastructure bill. They would probably vote on, you know, the permanence of the child tax credit. They would probably vote on maybe not Medicare for all, but like a public option, which would be a good thing. They'll probably vote on like a lot of those things too. But if they could, but they can withhold their vote too in a 50-50 Senate to not only protect themselves when they run again for office, but also to, you know, to extract something from Democratic leadership and from the Biden administration. That's like the big thing too. So that's why like more is more in the Senate and the House. The more seats you have, the more you can like protect the people who are like more the moderates or the more conservative in your own party, and say, okay, this is a margin of error. If like 5 people in the Senate like defect and say they're not going to vote, no, you can say all whatever you want when it's up for a vote, and before we actually vote on it, you can give your little speech. But I have the votes in the Senate, for Schumer anyway, to pass it to the Senate, and then like, or I guess Hakeem Jeffries on the House. I have like you 10 people in the House because I have enough votes to pass. You can like vote against it, and that's fine. You know, so that's the thing. You're working with like razor thin margins. It's not like you can just like our party, the Democratic Party is a lot more split than the Republican Party, because the Republican Party works on the same basis. They are the minority party in this country. So, but like they got to deal with like some like scary ass people. I say scary people, but some fucking loons in their party. And they have to give a lot to be able to maintain some semblance of power in Congress, unlike the Democratic Party.
Sort of around-the-clock investigations of Jared Kushner, around-the-clock investigations of Ivanka Trump. I think it was Marion earlier who made that comment that Democrats should have done that. I don't know that, you know, like, to me the point is Democrats, yes, they investigated Trump and impeached him twice for constitutional violations. You didn't see these round-the-clock investigations around family members and that sort of
like you're gonna see with like Hunter Biden and his fucking laptop and him doing coke off a stripper's ass.
Which, as I said before, is an important role for Congress to undertake.
Even though he's not a member of the administration.
I agree on the border. I do think neither party has been able to
10 years
solve
ago,
that
they could have
problem.
like
It will take
they could
both
have
parties
made significant
to come
steps
together.
to like
I do know that
fix
in
the border, but like
2013,
Republicans in the
Democrats
House
had a
like
bill
stalled
that
it.
passed the Senate with Republican support. You know, Republicans refused to bring it for a vote in the House, even though the votes were there to pass it. So there are, and since then, all of the Republicans like Marco Rubio, who supported that bill, Lindsey Graham, have said they're not going to do that anymore. They're not going to be a part of any sort of compromise legislation. And so that really creates a real challenge, and we're at an impasse, unfortunately, on a really important issue.
Let's hear now from Deepak in Bellflower, California. Deepak, you're on the independent line. What are your questions or comments?
Deepak.
Good morning, C-SPAN. Mr. Naveen, I mean, you know, you're like one-sided guy. You know, there's two sides to the coin. You talk about infrastructure bill, building chips, building this and that, bridges. But, you know, buddy, how long is that going to take? A couple of thousands a year to do that? Well, we got homeless problem in California, and your good buddy Nancy Pelosi, she's been in the Congress for 30, 40 years, and she has ruined the California with homeless people.
It's a state. That's always been like a state issue.
California, my friend. I mean, come on, get on. Get on the live. You know, stick with the live situation, not what we're gonna do in the future situation after 10 years or 15 years. And why do we have chip crisis? I'm an engineer. You know, so crisis became because of what? Because of China, right? The chip situation. We used to build chips in California.
So I agree with Deepak completely on really all of that, which is, I'm not suggesting that Democrats by any stretch solved all of our problems.
Let me ask you something too. Do you think like the government can just like tell all these chip manufacturers to like to move their manufacturing like off to like keep it in the United States while giving something up like major tax breaks? How are you guys gonna feel about that? It's like a lose-lose situation too. And most of our chips are either I don't believe they're actually made in China. I think they're actually in like Taiwan too. It's a precarious situation too. Like these people that complain about this stuff. And I would say this, yes, I actually do agree. There's like a major homeless crisis in New York, specifically in New York City, and actually it's spreading throughout the entire state too, and in California. These are like state level issues that have to be talked about, and people have talked about what can be done. But the problem is there's no political will to do it. You need the political will to do these things. However, people don't want to take the actual investment. Is these people just need to take a shower and get a job? Okay, where are they going to get a shower, and and who's going to hire them? There's actual like solutions to this that you can do, but there's no political will at the state and local level to do it because it's not popular. Guess what? By you, the people. You guys actually don't like these things to spend any money on that. You're just like, just get them out of the neighborhood. Well, where the fuck these people going to be? They're just going to be what? Like just hanging out someplace? It's so frustrating, like dealing with like some of the people that are that deal with this shit. I just can't stand it sometimes. It's so annoying. If you care about these issues, then get involved in the communities too, and start telling people that you need to make a major investment. These things can be done. There are major investments that can be done in this country to ensure that that it's completed. That's all I'm saying. But like, don't like come to me and like fucking give me this fucking bullshit that like no one's done. People are trying to do it, but there's no political will for it to be done. That's the problem. And if there's no political, the minute you start talking about this as a politician, people are gonna be like, what's the messaging from your opponent then? Oh, you care more about like building these luxury structures for like the homeless? No, like we need to like help them too. And there's solutions to that. They do need a home. Where are you gonna house them though? Where are you gonna house them? Who's gonna feed them? If they have a drug addiction, who's gonna take care of them? And it's just like, just then leave them to die. Like, you guys say you care about this shit, but like there's no political will on your part to get it done. Just push them. Literally sweep them under the desk. I remember like when I was in college, there's one part in college, there's the nice area and there's like the not, and like, it was just like this little bridge that's separate. It was literally just this little bridge, and you can instantly know when you were in like the bad area versus like the poorer area. I should say bad area, the poorer area and the rich area. It's like this tiny bridge, and it's separated, and it was like the funniest thing in the world, but it was also like the most like the craziest thing too. And I was asking people about it, and then finally a history professor who's from the area, he explained to me what the issue was. It was this whole history with redlining, with this whole thing. I don't want to like talk about it too much because like I don't want to sound like a moron, but there's a whole history of like economic depression, of redlining, and all these other like issues that you see all across the country, and it was perfectly encapsulated in this area where I went to college. And I was like, oh my God. And there's no political will to get anything done. There isn't. There are people who want to do it, but there's not enough people to put enough pressure on politicians where they can make a dent and say, all right, let's make like actual policy to be able to like get this done. There just isn't.
So there are a lot of really unsolved problems. They actually did make the initial proposal that President Biden put under the Build Back Better Act would have made a significant investment in housing. It didn't make it into the final bill. I don't disagree at all. Housing is a real crisis in this country. The affordability of housing is a real crisis.
Yep.
It's heightened, particularly in some of our larger, often blue cities, and this is something that progressives and Democrats have to grapple with, and we haven't seen a solution get enacted at the federal level yet. That shouldn't detract from the need to address all these other problems. I mean, we have bridges crumbling, our airports are outdated, our ports are outdated, and the investment that the Democrats
Newark
made
Airport fucking sucks, dude.
Are really going to matter in the next, hopefully, 5 or 10 years. So that money is already starting to head out the door, investing in projects across the country that communities are really begging for. There's a real need for these kinds of investments to revive our communities, to update and modernize our infrastructure. And it doesn't solve all our problems by any stretch. But like I said, it's more than we've done in 50 years to actually try to invest in this country's infrastructure.
Yep.
Let's squeeze in one more call. Stefan in Brooklyn on the Democratic line. Go ahead.
Brooklyn.
Good morning. Thanks for answering my question. New York and California is ground zero to the Democratic Party. How did we lose the House? How did we lose Democratic strength, giving the Republicans the House?
Yeah, I think Stefan points to something that I think Democrats will regret. They fell within 4 votes. It'll seem like maybe 5 votes of actually maintaining control of the House.
Jesus Christ, don't remind me, man.
At least 4 seats in New York. New York did not behave like the rest of the country. I think there's a lot of indication. It's already obviously early. The election was only a week ago, but a lot of indication that crime and sort of fear in the suburbs of New York City in particular was a real driver. Republicans spent a lot of money specifically on that issue. The New York media sort of made it the top issue, and Democrats just weren't effective in actually rebutting those attacks. And I think that's something, I think that Democrats have to take seriously, not to play into the scaremongering, not to become the sort of Republican version of law and order. But Democrats are concerned about crime and public safety. They've got to demonstrate that and really be clearer about the policy solutions that are both focused on holding people who commit crimes accountable and doing everything we can to prevent crime from happening in the first place. And I think if they actually lean into the fact that, crime is up around the country, it's overwhelmingly, violent crime is overwhelmingly being driven by gun violence. That is what is driving the rise in violent crime in this crisis, and it's in this country, and it's pretty disheartening now that for kids under 17, that gun violence is the leading cause of death in America, and that is unequivocally as a result of Republican policies weakening gun laws against sort of the will of law enforcement. But we've got to remind people that we are concerned about crime and safety and want to do what we can to keep people safe without fear-mongering.
We have been chatting this morning with Naveen Nayak. He's the Center for American Progress Action Fund president. Thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
That is going to do it for us this morning. Washington Journal will be back tomorrow at 7 a.m. Eastern. We'll now take you to a live event hosted by Georgetown University Law Center and the American Constitution Society. It's a discussion of the Constitution.
That was a good talk by Naveen here. Good job, man. That is not easy. That is not easy. Man, a lot of people like angry about the appointment of special counsel. This guy, the special counsel, is a serious dude. I think he's trying. Garland is trying to protect the Department of Justice, and I think that if let's say DeSantis or Trump become the president, they're gonna try to politicize. Like they would actually try to politicize, and I think the department it would all fall apart. This is 2 years. I think the guy's gonna find there's a case against Donald Trump and against a lot of other people too. A lot of people are upset at that. I want to wait and see. I think that they're making a careful decision here too. This is a former president that we're talking about here that's going to get that will get prosecuted. He's going to get prosecuted. Ugh, I saw this clip yesterday on IRI stream. Okay. And I think go here.
You will just get. Yo, what is going on, guys? Misleading here, and today I'm bringing you guys a video on the best bows in the game and how to get them / how to find them the most effectively. Now, this is a question I get asked a lot when I'm using bows for GMs, Master Vogue, because it is very important this season due to the only seasonal weapon mod for Overload being bows. Unless you want to be swinging a sword at an enemy or use a weapon that intrinsically has Overload, like Divinity. Now, I'm going to do this in order from each slot. The best kinetic bows, in my opinion, and then the best energy bows, in my opinion, and then the best heavy bows, in my opinion. Coming in at number 1, in my opinion, for kinetic bows is Accrued Redemption. Now, you guys aren't going to want to hear how you get this bow, but it is, in my opinion, the best kinetic bow. Crude Redemption can roll with Explosive Head, paired with also Archer's Tempo, making it one of, if not the best, kinetic bows. How you farm this bow, you say, is Garden of Salvation. The raid I'm here at right now on the moon.
Oh my god.
The only place you can get it from is the first encounter. So this encounter I'm here right now, you do this first encounter, then you switch to your next character, you do the first encounter, then you switch to your third character, and you do the first encounter. If you don't get a good bow out of all 3 of those runs, then you don't get a good bow for that week, and you gotta wait till next week. Now, the god roll for this bow, in my opinion, would be Explosive Head, Archer's...
Okay, I do not care. I'm taking a break from fucking Destiny. It's been boring and, like, pretty frustrating. They're coming. Yeah, let's move on to Lost Ark. Louis Rossman. Who is this? Reapers.
Here we go, Chad. Amen, Reaper. What? I mean, A Reaper Walton. That's what I meant. Use Persona, please, Ellie. What the fuck is Persona? Bitch, shut your bitch ass up. This motherfucker's saying use Persona. Bitch, I just started the fucking Reaper. I don't know what the fuck a Persona is. Already backseat gaming my...
Oh, Tyler 1 clip there. I think Elon does have like hardcore stands. The vibe is 4-legged stands. Let's see. And on some secular talk.
Officially won the House. We don't know yet the exact number of seats they'll have, like how many.
Yeah, 220 somewhere
right?
around there. Yeah,
something like that. So it could be anywhere from 1 seat to like 6, somewhere in that range. Well, they already called a press conference and already announced what their top priority is. And you're not going to be surprised to learn it is investigating one Joe Biden. Take a look.
We're releasing a report today that details what we have uncovered. We're also sending letters to the Biden administration officials and Biden family
Okay, well, you're going to get 2 years of this. This is going to be fucking nothing.
Productions of documents
You're
relevant
going to waste everybody's
to this
fucking time.
This is an investigation of Joe Biden, the President of the United States, and why he lied to the American people about his knowledge and participation in his family's international business schemes.
International business schemes, they say.
Conduct investigation, and we will pursue all avenues that have long been ignored. Committee Republicans have uncovered evidence of federal crimes committed by and to the benefit of members of the president's family. These include conspiracy or defrauding the United States, wire fraud, conspiracy to commit wire fraud, violation of the Foreign Agents Registration Act, violations of the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, violations of the Trafficking Victims Protection Act, tax evasion, money laundering, and conspiracy to commit money laundering. The Biden family's business dealings implicate a wide range of criminality, from human trafficking to potential violations of the Constitution. In the
human trafficking, they say.
Committee will evaluate the status of Joe Biden's relationship with his family's foreign partners and whether he is a president who is compromised or swayed by foreign dollars and influence.
How ironic.
I want to be clear. This is an investigation of Joe Biden, and that's where the committee will focus in this next Congress.
So a couple things. First of all, they're stressing like this is of Joe Biden because they don't. If they were like this is about Hunter, everybody would be like that's kind of frivolous. Like what are you doing? And the other thing is human
It's
trafficking.
all about Joe Biden.
Yeah, I read that as them like throwing a bone to the QAnon freaks.
Yeah, look, I got a million issues with Joe Biden. Human trafficking? Are we really trying to make the argument that Joe Biden was human trafficking? Like what?
Yes.
What are you talking about?
That's the argument.
What kind of nonsense is that? What kind of gateway pundit far right
Just to like
conspiracy?
throw that out there
8chan
without
shit?
any other explanation.
Like, what are you talking about? That's crazy.
Yeah.
Now the look, here's the thing. I have no doubt that Joe Biden and his family, including Hunter, probably others as well, that they've been involved in like sketchy business deals, and you're never going to convince me. And I know people on the Democratic side sometimes get goofy enough to do this, where they try to convince you, like, nah, bro, him sitting on the board of Burisma and getting money for the.
He's just an expert in Ukrainian energy policy.
There's no problem with that. He's got a job, bro. It's like, why would Hunter Biden, who knows nothing about this, be sitting on the board of a Ukrainian energy firm and making, however, he was making a lot of money doing that, right? You're never going to convince me that there's not like corruption involved there.
Yes.
So in a sense, I actually have no issue with sort of investigating legit avenues of corruption, but the problem comes about when you realize every single one of those assholes who was just part of that press conference, they were all Trump ball coddlers, and he was arguably the worst offender when it comes to this same stuff as president.
Yeah.
I mean, when he was president, a lot of people don't remember a lot of these specifics because it gets lost in the noise, but Trump took $300,000 directly from the Saudi government. They gave it to him through his DC hotel. They had some event there for like veterans where, you know, it was just some shit to just funnel money to Trump. And then, of course, Trump turned around, defended them when they killed Jamal Khashoggi, an American journalist from the Washington Post.
Right.
He vetoed a piece of legislation which got through the Senate, which was to stop our support of the Saudi genocide in Yemen. He said, no, I'm going to kill that. I'm going to take the pro-genocide position. Why? Probably one of the reasons is because the Saudis are paying his ass.
Right.
Okay. So all these people, I mean, they're not principled actors, is my point.
So you don't expect a good faith investigation?
No, I
here
don't.
On
And obviously,
behalf of the American people.
And obviously, the human trafficking shit, just the fact that they threw that out there leads me to believe they're going to go with the most hyperbolic, over-the-top claims with the least amount of evidence. They're not going to go for the things that are actually good examples of corruption. You know what I mean?
Yes, I do. Yeah, I completely co-sign everything you just said. I mean, with the Trump piece, even if you put aside all of the corruption during his presidency, like just look at the present day, how much money is he getting from Live Golf and the Saudis?
Yep.
How much money is his son-in-law, Kushner, has $2 billion that he got from the Saudis. So it's not like they've cleaned up their act since they've been out of office. No, I mean, this is part and parcel of what they did. People like Jim Jordan and Jamie Comer would carry water for him all day long on all of these just like actual blatant direct pay to play effectively schemes. I mean, with Biden, it's not excusable either, but there's like, you know, and there's a little bit more distance than there is with the Trump stuff. But, you know, it's all ugly. It's all grotesque. I'll never forget when Sagar and I interviewed Congressman Ted Lieu, Democrat, and we're pressing him on the Hunter stuff. And he was like, well, people sit on boards and money. It's like, dude, and this is the thing is like in Washington, they really do think that way of like, well, this is just how it works.
Just standard operating procedure.
Standard operating procedure. This is just run of the mill corruption. And it is grotesque. I mean, here's what I'll say. I wonder about the optics of the literal day that you win control of the House. This is your very first thing. It's not, hey, here's what we're going to do about inflation and gas prices or even their, you know, other culture war issues that they ran on. Here's how we're going to deal with violent crime. No, it's like, here's
Notice
the
how all that shit
hit
like went to
job
the
that we're
wayside
gonna
too.
try to pull up
Trans
on the president.
issues,
On the other hand,
fucking
you know, it's not
violent
clear to me that
crime,
it doesn't
all
have
that
some
shit.
sort of political
No
impact.
plan for any of that,
I
huh?
mean, but the problem, all they want to do is try to muddy the water so that when people like us bring up Trump's corruption, that they can say, yeah, but look at this over here with Biden and Hunter Biden. So, you know, do they effectively like muddy the waters and force the press to cover these issues, which, by the way, the press should be covering these issues and presidents should be held to account. But they'll do it in the most like ridiculous and absurd and most baseless way possible, and it won't be done in good faith.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the main reasons why they lost this last election is because the American people viewed them as partisan hack extremists. And then the very first move verifies they're partisan hack extremists.
Yeah.
Like you said, it's nothing substantive at all, not remotely substantive. Here's my question for you. I'm curious as to how this is going to go. Would you predict that at some point this is going to devolve to bringing up like sex acts from Hunter or drug addiction from Hunter?
Yes.
Okay, the reason I asked that, here's why I asked that, because when I was a kid, I remember all of the talk around Bill Clinton and what went on with Monica Lewinsky. I mean, Ken Starr literally released like a I'm really horny report.
Right.
It was like, and then he busted a nut on her dress. Oh, this is so hot. I mean, very bad. Let's impeach him. And by the way, when they tried to impeach him over that, his approval rating skyrocketed to over 60%.
Yeah.
So I do think that's the other problem, is that I feel like they go to the lowest common denominator / the most salacious bullshit.
Well,
and so it's going to end up with Hunter getting his ball sucked in 2013.
Even if Jamie Comer and Jim Jordan and whoever else is leading up these committees, even if they really do try to keep it like that piece out of it, you think cable news and all the like right-wing commentariat, are they going to be able to resist the latest picture of Hunter with a prostitute or whatever? You know, no, of course not. Of course they're going to go all in on him, like, you know, doing drugs and whatever else is going on with him. They can't
having sex with hookers.
So, yeah, there's no way they're going to be able to walk the line of just staying with like Joe Biden and his direct connections to any sort of corrupt business dealings of Hunter and co.
Yeah, this is this is kind of unfair, but I'll say it anyway. It's sort of like the Republican equivalent of the January 6th committee. But at least with the January 6th committee, there actually was something at the core of it that was very disturbing, which is like an attempt to overthrow the country.
Yeah.
But this is like, again, the thing I can't get over is like, as somebody who genuinely cares about corruption, no matter where it shows up on the Republican side or the Democratic side, like this is actually like my top issue, the main issue that concerns me. But it's just so clear they don't really have a principled objection to it, and it's just theater.
Obviously. I mean, look at their list of donors. Like, come on.
I know.
Their hands are not clean either. And they did not care at all about Trump and Jared and all of the rest.
I'll do you one better. There was, remember it was in Responsible Statecraft, they had a great story that talked about how Norm Coleman, former senator from Minnesota, I believe, Republican senator, he's now a lobbyist for Saudi Arabia, and he funneled $94 million from the Saudis into the House Republicans.
Yeah.
And then here are the House Republicans like, I don't know, Joe, you seem very corrupt. We're going to investigate you. Bitch, investigate your damn self. Like, you guys are swimming in Saudi money. What the fuck?
It is a shame, too, because, I mean, we have in the past had effective government oversight. I mean, you think about, like, the Church Committee as the, you know, prime example, but there's just no way you would trust these people to do any sort of reasonable, factual
You do need to take money out of politics. I'm sorry. You really do.
Going after
There's way too much money, outside influence.
Help or hurt in the long run for the Republicans? Does it gin up enough genuine stuff where it's like, that's kind of sketchy, or is it?
I could see it going either way. I really could, because my instinct is that it will hurt them. My instinct is that it looks very bad at a time when people are going through all kinds of stuff and inflation really is an issue and people really are stressed about the economy, for your first statement not to be, here's how we're going to deliver, but to be like, here's our partisan hit job, right? That's my instinct, that people will see this as the theater that it ultimately is. But, you know, I'm not that confident in that, because ultimately it forces press coverage. It forces a narrative that they want. It muddies the waters enough that I think it could potentially take a toll. And again, you know, it's complicated for me too to talk about this, because like Joe Biden should be held to account. He should be scrutinized. The media should be looking into these things. I mean, Hunter taking a bunch of money like from China and from Ukraine and whatever.
Yeah, the downplaying of all that shit.
Yeah, I mean, it's totally obnoxious. Like, that is completely legitimate criticism, and when you leave it to the scummiest corners of the internet to do it, then you get things like them just casually throwing in their human trafficking, and you don't get an honest accounting of the facts. So that's where my frustration is I would actually like to see that accountability, but there's just not a chance in hell that it comes from these people.
Yeah, my instinct is to say it's going to really have no effect either way. I don't think it's going to, whatever they sort
it's just going to be like a waste of time. If nothing else,
I don't know.
If like nothing else, it's free content for me. That's all it really is. It's just free content for me, Hassan, Vosh, Destiny, all the political streamers. I'm not really a political streamer. I like talking about it every once in a while. But like that's all it really is. It's just like easy content for all of us. And for the right wing like demagogues online and the pundits and like that whole commentary community fucking like talking about this shit.
No.
I'm saying in terms of elections, I don't think it's going to help. I don't think it's necessarily going to hurt. I just think it's sort of standard operating procedure.
People will just tune it out.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
If you want to see me and Crystal Ball interview legends.
Five, let's see. I'm so bald. Europa Bunker. What is... See, I keep saying that too. I'm gonna re-download Destiny. Fuck it. Yeah, that's a big thing right there. Yeah, I just don't have all the mods there. That's the only thing. Easy. Spoils farm. Gallahorn. You need Gallahorn. Okay. Catch Killer's Hood. What was that? Vowed Disciple? Yep. Okay.
Guardians, I am not your vanguard and I give no orders, only a warning. The pyramid ahead is not like those you've previously encountered. This one was not left for you to find. You were not guided to it, not beckoned. This domain belongs to a dark entity, unknown in power. It seeks domination of the throne world. Your presence within will be most
Welcome, children of light. Drown in the
Oh.
deep, or rise from.
He's got, what, 6 shots left? Okay. Okay, Smite Moraine. Okay. Okay. Easy spoils farm in the game. 15 spoils per week. 0 season. 15. 15 per week, yeah.
Guys, today we're going to be talking about 10 weapons that I think all of you should have. Weapons that make a big difference in your arsenal. And
5 days ago.
Have a ton of weapons in the game. Folks even brought up how fatiguing getting all these weapons are, especially the crafted version of these weapons can be.
True.
Which is why I wanted to narrow down the 10 that you should 100% go for. By the way, with every single one of these, we'll be listing where and how to obtain these weapons, as well as the desired god roll for each of these. Now understand, these are only new weapons since Witch Queen. I did not include things like the Dares of Eternity weapons, although those are very, very good, especially things like the BXR. Check out a review for that one. But if there is anything to take away from this video, having these weapons going into not only the next season, but the next annual expansion could make a big difference for your overall player lethality. So starting with Riptide. Now I know this is a fusion rifle many of us don't really talk about, but it actually is an amazing weapon. It deals great
It is
damage.
actually
It
really
also has
good.
crowd control with rolls like Chill Clip. And honestly guys, it's better than even most exotic weapons. Having features like auto loading holster and Chill Clip combined is a really deadly combination. condition. Now, in order to get Riptide, it's actually one of the Crucible rewards, and when you actually rank up through Shacks, those vendor rank ups actually unlock a host of other trait combinations that you can have on a single weapon, like literally an entire column full. So even though this weapon is not a craftable weapon, it's still very unique all on its own. Now, the next weapon on this list is Callus Mini Tool. Guys, this SMG right here packs a hell of a punch, and that's simply because it can roll with rolls like Threat Detector and Incandescent. But to take it a step further, you can also roll it with Enhanced Threat Detector and Enhanced Incandescent. Now, considering this is an SMG and you're going to be in close proximity of your enemies, with Enhanced Threat Detector, this greatly increases reload stability and handling, and Enhanced Incandescent, despite it still being kind of buggy, says that defeating a target spreads a longer lasting scorch to those nearby, and more powerful combatants and opposing guardians cause scorch in a larger radius. The main takeaway from this is more kabloomies, and for Solo 3.0, Incandescent is so good. Put this on an SMG, fellas, this roll right here will do wonders for you. Now, in order to get this SMG, you can loot Castellum chests and purchase from the Crown of Sorrow focusing, which requires opulent Umbro energy. This is a craftable weapon, so ideally you do want to get the upgrades to eventually pull Callus Mini Tool, whether it's week to week for those deep sights, and then eventually you will have the weapon pattern for this SMG, and it's definitely worth the grind. And in the least, while you're trying to go for Callus Mini Tool, there are other weapons that you can be unlocking all at the same time, things like Allstringer, Drain, both of which are very good inside of PvP. Now, I'm not necessarily recommending those weapons. Again, we're mainly focusing on the PvE side of things for this video. Now, next we have Sweet Sorrow. Listen, guys, I know that 720 might not be your thing, but believe me when I tell you, Sweet Sorrow is one deadly auto rifle. This 720 has the ability to roll both stats for all and one for all together, which, by the way, synergizes beautifully. Combine that with the rate of fire here, and you've got a bullet hose of a weapon, which, by the way, sports the Origin trait Land Tank, which actually increases resilience and damage resistance against combatants. This trait right here is a very good trait. Now, the beautiful thing about Sweet Sorrow is, of course, its ability to have enhanced traits. It is a craftable weapon, so enhanced stats for all and enhanced one for all, both of which now grant an improved duration over its base versions. Now, not by a lot, but if you're a perfectionist like us, you'll of course want to go for that extra duration. Now, some weapons are actually really good inside of PvP as well as PvE, and I gotta say, Sweet Sorrow is actually a force to be reckoned with inside of PvP. I know, it's got a 3.8 rating on Light GG, but don't kid yourself, guys. This 720 rips. Now, Sweet Sorrow actually drops from Scion Battlegrounds through the war table at the helm. When you actually focus Ingrams, which does require Umbro energy in order to get drops of Sweet Sorrow. Again,
need that season.
Mini Tool, definitely worth the grind, definitely worth investing in those upgrades. So make sure you get it, fellas. Now, the next weapon on our list is Recurrent Impact. That's right, a machine gun. Now, a big reason for this is that machine guns are actually going to be getting a buff. They've been getting buffs over and over again. Bungie even mentioned that maybe some of these buffs have gone too far, of which we say more, Bungie. Recurrent Impact, though, is a stasis machine gun. It, too, is a craftable weapon with also the Origin trait Land Tank. And the role you really want on this one is Subsistence and One for All. Now, I know back in the day, many of us remember 21% Delirium. And don't get me wrong, Kill and Tally was definitely the perk that made 21% Delirium a pinnacle weapon. However, that Subsistence One for All role is so juicy. And being that this is a rapid fire frame, you're looking at deeper ammo reserves, a hell of a mag size, that in combination with Subsistence, auto reloading the weapon, and that
look at that damage.
And if you have the enhanced version of One for All, that's 11 seconds of that 35% damage
God
buff. Guys,
damn.
Current Impact is positioned so nicely for the upcoming machine gun buff. Definitely worth getting. And again,
let's
similar
go
to our Sweet Sorrow, through Psyop Battlegrounds at the helm, you can focus Ingrams, which of course do require Umbro energy. And by the way, as far as Umbro energy goes, and pretty much all these energies, we'll have a little small description explaining how to obtain those currencies. Now, the next weapon on the list is Storm Chaser. Guys, I know everyone is really on the Taipan train, which, don't get me wrong, I am too. I love Taipan. We're going to talk about that here in just a moment. However, Storm Chaser has been a must-have for this season, specifically due to Arc Burn and pretty much every Grandmaster Nightfall outside of Glassway. On top of that, one thing that really does make Storm Chaser unique is that it's an aggressive frame linear fusion. That's right, the only linear fusion rifle that is an aggressive frame. Now, the beautiful thing that's on this linear is the combination of ionized battery, rapid hit or clown cartridge with, of course, firing line. Now, I know you can't exactly get a crafted version of this linear, but believe me, guys, all on its own, this is a 5 out of 5 weapon. It also comes with the Origin trait Bitter Spite, where while the weapon is equipped, taking damage accelerates its next reload. It's a weapon that's both beneficial in DPS phases and in just dealing with champions. Its burst capabilities is really good. Now, in order to actually get Storm Chaser, you will have to do the Duality Dungeon, specifically the Vault and Kaido encounters. However, you can farm those encounters, thus giving you the opportunity for Storm Chaser to drop. Personally, I'm still chasing the God roll myself, but I will say, guys, definitely worth going after. And considering we just had to change the flinch inside of PvE for linear fusion rifles, landing those crits has become easier. And I know this is a 3-round burst linear fusion fusion rifle, so you would think it would be more difficult to land those crits, but I'm telling you guys, it's gotten a bit easier with that most recent hotfix. Next on our list is arguably one of the best weapons in PvE, and that's Forbearance. Guys, this wave frame grenade launcher is so good. It literally is in a class of its own. It deals arc damage, so lots of synergy with Arc 3.0, especially this past season. It's a craftable weapon. It can roll with combinations like Ambitious Assassin and Chain Reaction. It is arguably the best wave frame in the game outside of maybe Dead Messenger, but even then, I would take Forbearance inside of PvE every single time, especially considering this bad baby is enhanced. We actually never individually reviewed this legendary, but by God, is it worth you doing the raid? Fellas, the only way to get Forbearance is actually to do the Vow of the Disciple raid, and this can drop from the chest, but specifically it drops from Caretaker and the Rook encounters. Now, like all the other raid weapons, you can get deep sight versions of these guns to eventually unlock the weapon pattern, and that's really where this weapon opens up. That enhanced Ambitious Assassin improves your reload speed. Might be a small thing, but it's still a nice change. That enhanced Chain Reaction improves ammo reserves. And again, for perfectionists like us out there, we of course want to go for those enhanced traits. I just can't wait until the day we actually can get the adept version of Forbearance with enhanced traits as well. Oh, moving on. Another weapon from the raid that is definitely worth you going after is Cataclysmic. Cross, why are you just now telling us about these weapons? I know, guys. I'm sorry. This linear fusion rifle, though, is very, very good for a number of reasons. Number one, it's solar. Number two, again, like Forbearance, it does come with these Soul Drinker origin traits, which just helps with survivability. But the biggest thing about this weapon is its trait combinations. It can roll things like Enhanced Battery, 4 times the Charm, and of course, Bait and Switch. Now, Bait and Switch, I know we don't really talk about it that much, but it actually gives you a 35% increase in damage for 10 seconds after you deal damage with your other weapons. That in combination with 4 times the Charm, and you're constantly providing yourself more ammo, auto reloading, and that 35% weapon damage buff. And considering most of us in damage phases are swapping to our other weapons, maybe we're comboing it with Witherhoard or something else, proccing Bait and Switch is not that difficult to do. And again, 10 seconds. And that's its base version. Its enhanced version actually boosts that damage for an improved duration, which is probably like 11 seconds. But still, this is a very good linear, and again, for those solar burn activities, Cataclysmic is a fantastic option to have. Next up is Zalo's Bane. This is actually the hand cannon from King's Fall. It deals solar damage, and it can roll trait combinations like Incandescent and Explosive Payload. Imagine a legendary version of Sunshot, which is essentially what Zalo's Bane is. On top of that, being a raid weapon, you can also roll it with enhanced traits. So enhance Incandescent and enhance Explosive Payload, which honestly just improves range. So not like a huge benefit, but these weapons come with the origin trait Runneth Over, where reloading your allies overflows the magazine. So you can imagine how beneficial this is when it comes to just clearing an entire room of ads. Now, Zalo's Bane drops from the King's Fall raid chest, but specifically from Daughters or the Oryx encounters. Definitely worth you going after, guys. I too am like still on the hunt to get the craftable version of this weapon. It's killing me, man, but it's worth you doing before next season, guys, especially if you're comboing it with Solar 3.0. Our next weapon that you most definitely need to lock down is Tarnished Metal. Whoa, a scout rifle? Yes, and not just any scout rifle, a 200 round per minute arc scout rifle. Guys, this scout rifle right here is a craftable weapon this season. It comes with the right hook origin traits, which is not something you're necessarily going to be synergizing much, but dealing melee damage gives this weapon increased target acquisition and range for a short period of time. The main thing that you're going to want to be going for on this scout rifle is just the combination of rapid hits and volt shot together, and not just those two perks together, but enhance rapid hits, which by the way increases both stability and reload speed substantially, and enhance volt shot. We're reloading this weapon after defeating a target overcharges this weapon for an improved short period of time, causing it to jolt on its next hit. Guys, talk about clearing a room. The synergy here is a beautiful thing, and this is one of those legendaries that really elevates itself to that of almost exotic status. Now, in order to get this scout rifle, you can get it through the Catch Crash activity, Master is best here, Expeditions, and of course weapon focusing, which requires map fragments. You can also do Star Chart focusing, which requires Plunder Umbral energy. Again though, get the upgrades there at the helm, as this is going to allow you to at least get one of these deep sights each week. And by the way, Bungie even brought up earlier this season that these weapons were way too grindy to get the weapon patterns for, and that has since been fixed. Now, our final weapon on this list is Taipan. Now, I know we are mentioning linear fusion rifles a bunch, but guys, they're very, very good. In PvE, I have used Taipan, pitching in on this and narrowing down.
Yeah, everyone knows about the tampon. That thing is fucking godlike. I was watching this video a little while ago too. I've gotten a lot better. Oh, what's this? 3 million views?
Right. Cookie, stand. Right, cookie.
Oh,
stand.
Adorable. Let's see, Crockpot. Oh yeah, smoking and grilling with AB. I've seen this before. This thing is fucking great, man. It's delicious. I need to get another crock pot, man. I need to get another crock pot. Okay. Enough of this. Lost Ark time. Let's get back into this game. I want to get back into this in New World. Like, pretty hardcore. On my free-to-play games, until I get a code or Modern Warfare 2 goes on whatchamacallit, on sale. It'll go on sale another month or two. Once I see that Black Friday sale, credit cards being spent, baby. There's actually deals on like Xbox and PlayStation if anybody wants to take a look. But like, I play on PC, so I'm waiting for like the Steam sale. Steam always has like pretty decent sales. There's actually some good games on sale right now on Steam. Actually, hold on. So let's look at Epic. Epic, whatchamacallit. COD isn't on Epic, but there's usually like a couple of free games on Epic. Periodically, you should just check out, you should just like download Steam Epic Games and like Battle.net and just see like if there's anything on sale. Like Epic has like free games. Actually, I got the entire Tomb Raider series on Epic for free. Like the new ones that came out in like the 2000s, early to mid 2000s. All those games were good. I'm gonna go ahead and do like a playthrough of all those. I'm just waiting for Lost Ark to start back up. Start up. Which character's on Vicus? Cancel character deletion. What is this? Okay. Okay. Go back to the server. I gotta play Marvel Spider-Man. That's why you guys need to like subscribe. I don't think they have. Oh, let's see. You see, it might be window capture. Nope, it's game capture. All right, I might have to go into another server. If you're wondering, look, my level 49. This is my paladin, this is my gun lancer. It's my... If you're wondering, this is my Glaver. Sorry, Bruce Lee. Okay. He's like, oh shit, I thought that was gonna be me. You three, you're actually safe. I need a female character. So you're gonna be safe too, because I actually like the actually go ahead and delete him too. Don't worry, the rest of you guys are safe. You need to delete this character. Okay. Warrior. Nice. Oh my god, I forgot how loud this game is. Look at this. Still 3 more slots left. Wait, is the destroyer out? Is the destroyer out? That's the mage, arcanist. Okay. If you're wondering why it's framed this way, it's I forget the YouTuber's name, but he's like one of the premier like Lost Ark players. It's the healing class. This is the DPS class. I don't know why the female martial artist has more advanced classes. Yeah, she has Glaver. I just like it. I don't know the difference between like these 2 classes here. Or like War Dancer, and then this just looks cool. And he's just a striker. So you got the sharpshooter, which is your Hawkeye, your Deadeye, that's my guy. You have the artillerist, the guy with the big fucking gun. He does a ton of AoE. He's actually fun as shit. And then the machinist. He's got the drone. Well, what's the gunner female? She's the gunslinger. And then, she can like switch between like the 2. Then the assassin. Yeah, this game is quickly, the NA game is quickly catching up to what the Koreans have been playing for a while. Deathblade, Shadowhunter. And the Reaper. Oh shit. Dude, come on. I was gonna play the machinist, but like, if you're telling me the destroyer's out, is the destroyer out? You're telling me that, like, bro, if he's out, then yeah, I'm fucking playing the destroyer. I'm gonna pick a warrior over the machinist every single time. Fuck yeah, dude. Dude, they changed a lot. God damn. Yeah, we'll just keep that there. I will do this. Base. Yeah, I love that. Cut here. Now we'll go. You got like a buzz or something on the side? No, right? No. My guy here has do that. Now, get that. Just keep that there. Eyes. Eye color. We'll keep white. Iris color. Yeah, we'll do the red eyes. I can't really tell from like this angle. I actually kind of like that. Skin color. Yeah, close enough. Here's more blush. Okay. What about his beard? No? Okay. And then let's see. No. They spell mayhem. Mayhem heel. I remember this game quite loosely. You got some college football today. Yes.
Land of
Frost.
Everything was frozen in Shoeshire through the power of Sirius. A prison of ice to bind the accursed flame demons.
Everything was fucking cold.
Cracks had started to form in the ice. Lord
Of course.
Sirius bade us to find the Warrior of Frost to battle the returning demons. We found you.
Need a giant fucking hammer.
The arena. You proved your worth in that coliseum of pain and death. Only you had the power to save Shoeshire from chaos. Awakened, the demons called forth the dead to bolster their forces. They had to be stopped.
I planned my revenge for 1,000 years, only to be destroyed by this little...
You exceeded our every expectation. But our world is facing an even greater peril. Follow the path of light. Use your strength to drive out the darkness from this world.
Greetings. Destiny has led you here. Welcome to the edge of the world, Trixian. Now follow the path of the light.
Okay. Okay. All right, Lerner left his, shit, I'm like fucking around here on my phone. Destroyer better be unlocked. Cause it says that like Destroyer is available. Or is one of the options.
The forces of chaos are on the move again. The Arks once saved the world from the demons. We need them again. Try opening the Tome of Prophecy. It will show you the path of your destiny.
Yeah. Dish got a berserker. Used gravity hammers as weapons. Gun lancers, that's bro, all these classes are fucking fun as shit. I'm not gonna admit, all the warrior classes are fun so far as I played. He's my main right here, but I can imagine him being like really, really fun too. Okay. Oh, okay. Ooh. Give me a whole bunch. Oh, okay. Okay. Very cool. Okay, so what's this? Raise your hammer above your head, then smash the ground with a downward attack, inflicting 399 damage. Okay. Okay, so this, when a concentration skill, Honest Adventurer, Dreadnought. Okay, so this is, okay, so these concentration skills build the gauge, and these release skills then, okay. So concentration skills increase this, and this increases the output of my damage, and then I do one of these. I got you. Okay. Just give me a giant fucking hammer, baby.
May Regulus bless the path you've chosen.
God damn that cleavage. You are welcome. Oh, gee. The forces of darkness grow ever stronger, but take heart, my child, the future has not yet been decided. Follow your destiny. Okay, then or no, gotta go here.
You will now take your first step in the quest for the Ark. The future of Arcasia is in your hands. The light of the world must not fall to chaos.
It's happening. The only part of the story is actually like pretty fun. It's actually like very epic.
A pillar of light. We better get moving.
Huh? Go? Where?
To meet old friends. After 500 years of waiting, the stars of destiny call to us.
Stars of the what? The what now? Come back, you crazy old man!
Look alive, scrubs. We're here.
Oh, okay. Oh, no, hold on.
Next stop, Trua. The Forgotten Land.
Oh shit. You gonna... Okay, so you can go live on your phone, but you need to be eligible to do it. Ladies and oh my god, stop. No, it literally just started.
Bring your things.
I'm literally creating a YouTube short right now. I'm sorry. Give me a second.
Please don't get
This is
off just yet.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Roguish Heel, the most roguish of heels, the Rogue Heel. I'm live here on twitch.tv/rogue_heel. Give me a follow, give me a watch. Oh fuck me. That's so bad. I'm sorry. I'm doing this like live. I should not be doing this live, but it's all right. Hey everybody, this is the most roguish of heels, the Rogue Heel on YouTube. I'm actually live streaming on Twitch right now, so what are you doing? Check me out at twitch.tv/rogue_heel, twitch.tv/rogue_heel. Let's add that text. I think this is fine. We'll see what happens. If it's not fine, YouTube will just like say something to me. I am like shamelessly plugging my channel. Listen, if you're a content creator, this is what you do, baby. Check me out. I am doing everything I can my first ever YouTube short. There you go. This is Mayhem Heel. I can skip the prologue, but I'm not going to. This stuff I am not going to upload to this character. Saying here.
Hey you, come here for a rough voyage, huh?
Yup. Most pleasant type. I kind of remember all this stuff here too. Okay,
It'll come in handy
inventory.
soon enough. Equip gear from your inventory.
Equip, move to. How do you dismantle this?
I like you. You got the right kind of eyes for this job.
A little creepy, but okay. Okay. There we go.
Look at him.
Help me! Adventure! Thank you. Water!
Sweet.
Sweet water.
There you go, my guy. I am the Mayhem Heel.
Gather round. Pick up the pace. Get moving. I'm the captain of the Trua expedition. Call me Gurkha.
You got it, Gurkha.
Check the map as often as you can. The advance party that came first said they had finished exploring the area, but there
Let's
was
go.
nothing to gain.
Okay.
Captain, trolls in the camp. Damn it all.
All right, so this beginning is still the same.
Wake up and grab your weapons. Let's kill some trolls. Move quickly. Defend the camp. Where'd all these trolls come from? Wipe them all out.
Okay, that's a. Nice. Yeah, this is just like my gravity hammer.
Energy.
Look at this. I love it. And we're just gonna fast forward through this.
Sure. You are quite terrifying. Please, put down the weapon.
Got you. Come over here.
Let someone else tend to the priest. We should be searching the surroundings.
Thank you. It's not a serious injury.
I remember getting this the last time. System. There we go.
When are we even going to find the treasure?
I think it's already too late for these people.
Cost that priest a fortune.
I already gave some the potion.
Yeah.
The treasure is important, but making it out alive is what truly matters. Make good use of that potion.
Yep, I got it. Okay. Let's see. Raise your hammer. One gravity core. Mid. That staggers. Mid to high. Okay. Let's see. Gravity release. High stagger chance. So you do a lot of stagger damage. God damn.
We never know what's gonna happen, so it's best to prepare for the worst.
The Arks. The Ark of the Covenant.
Everyone gather up. We are going to break through the barrier and advance.
It is believed the ruins of Trua are protected by the gods. Between traps and crumbling ceilings, we should be careful.
Huh. Can I retouch filters? No.
These giant statues were
I don't think I
built
can
in the
actually
image of
on
the
shorts.
Regulus himself created the Ark, the ever-burning light of creation.
And sound. Ooh.
The Ark.
Just gonna use it as a promotional.
Great power.
Just use it as a promotional tool. YouTube Shorts. Just more of more.
Like a god. If only we could figure out its location.
Oi! You gonna flap your gums all day, priest?
He's right. We should be quiet.
There's something a little bit more nefarious there. The priest is way too nice.
Look. We made it.
Arkesia.
This place, it doesn't seem normal.
Seems like we're on the right track. Follow me and watch your step.
Let's go, people.
The early bird that gets... Hey, stay put.
What is this? Legendary recipe selection? I think maybe this should all go to my Berserker. Like those recipes. Okay. Okay, battle items only. Okay. That's actually incredibly useful.
It's the trolls again. We have to break through their lines. Prepare for battle. Captain, more trolls incoming. No end to this. Secure the... Everyone, take cover!
I can't believe you destroyed the bridge. What about the others trapped on the other side?
Don't whine at me!
Yes.
You have a death wish. It had to be done.
Okay. Is that it? Anybody else? Any other trolls? Damn, I was absorbing a lot of damage there too.
I'm glad you're okay. I was just making a rational decision to save everyone.
Bruh, bitch, I was never afraid to die, man. You see my giant gravity hammer? Dude, I'm digging this gravity hammer. There's a little magic here. I wonder if they have ones that look a little bit more mechanized.
This seems like the entrance to the city, but it's blocked. Hey, priest, what does it say? When in doubt, blow it up.
Okay.
Run as fast as you can once you set it up.
That thing goes off fast. I hope nothing goes wrong.
It won't budge.
Ancient magic.
Ooh.
Damn, that stone ain't gonna budge.
Is there another way?
is the Lost Ark. What? The power. I'm the chosen one? What?
Path. It's open.
Something happened. The gate's like bugged out.
It's open.
What is this?
Okay, there we go. Can I connect to the server? Is there like downtime? Is that what's happening right now? Because I'm still streaming. Uh-oh. My fucking glaive. The penguin cost, whatever this creature is. Oh, you can have all the same characters on the same. Yep, I just need to get. You have to buy the extension slot, which is fair. I think that's what I'm gonna do if I'm gonna keep playing this game. Okay, there we go.
What is this?
Goddamn right.
Hey, Cap, I don't think we'd be getting anything.
That fool priest! I came all the way here and we found nothing.
Hey Gurkha, I know what's gonna happen to you, so you better show me some respect.
Calm down. No.
Dun 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 dun. They just kept it. Invisible.
The hidden ruins. Here all along.
Damn straight it was.
We're gonna be rich.
We're here. Let's go.
I think the treasure is over there.
Hey, wait for me!
Why isn't it opening? Neil, get me the explosives.
New stuff for the strong ones.
There must be a secret device that can open the shrine somewhere. Let's find it together.
I wonder where you have to go. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Everything
Looks like
resonates.
this rookie has found a way. Hurry, open it. Go on.
Don't tell me what to do, bitch.
I got a bad feeling about this.
Oh yeah.
Look!
Treasure.
Wait!
Hands off the treasure! I'm in charge here! Move aside!
Stop, you greedy fools! Look outside!
Uh-oh.
Whoa! Demons! How did they get here?
We almost
Giant
died.
hammers for the win.
Screw the contract! Let's grab what we can!
That wasn't the deal.
The guy with the sword makes the rules, kid. Grab the stone. It looks valuable.
No, don't touch it.
Get away!
Stop! It's a trap!
Help me!
Yeah, I'm a hero.
Please, don't let me die!
Get back!
I'm petrifying!
His greed would have killed you both.
And they fixed that desync issue. It's fine.
Stand back.
What did you do there, priest?
Where does this portal lead to?
Let's find out.
There's just two of us now.
We're still moving forward. Into the unknown we go.
Which way should we take?
Uh-oh.
Are you all right? You're alive. Let's look for a way up. It's so dark in here. I can't see a thing. Do you see anything?
Yes, I'm literally moving around right
Over
now.
here. I found it. Take this and go up.
The Elder Scrolls.
What's this?
Oh, damn. Yeah, that was not a good boss fight. The giant hammer. I shall have the Elder Scroll for myself.
When the light of destiny reaches the end of the world.
That's right. The babe comes.
The winged watcher shows the way to the light of creation.
A story that makes no sense.
When the chaos of the abyss opens its eyes once again, you will follow the pride of lions to the beginning.
Damn straight. Generic story about good versus evil.
Destiny calls to you, O chosen one.
Damn straight. What is happening?
Are you all right?
Yes. I have seen the Elder Scroll, and I know my destiny. Yeah, we're just gonna skip through all that crap. Alright, that's enough scrolling through my fucking phone. It's nothing that interesting.
I believe this is where we part ways.
Let's go.
But rest assured,
I wonder what you're gonna be doing, priest.
we will meet again.
Sure. Sure we will.
We have a destiny, you and I.
Of course he's evil. Slicks back his hair.
Ride home it is then. Better get to it. We can't keep destiny waiting.
Yeah, you really shouldn't like waste these like potions, from what I understand.
I hear a famous
From what I
priest is
remember.
arriving today.
Oh, I've heard of him too. He has quite a reputation.
They say he can heal any illness.
They say he travels
I heard he's
around
coming here to
healing
search for something.
Oh, I wonder what he just passed by. Where is he?
Is that really him?
He looks far too young.
Does he really have healing powers? He looks rather frail.
Daddy? Who's that?
A very famous priest. Welcome to Pride Home, Holy One.
Thank you so much for this warm welcome.
Father, Varut and the rest of the village eagerly await your arrival at the cathedral.
Oh? In that case, I best not keep Father Varut waiting.
That's right, baby.
Now, die, priest.
Okay, come here. Come here.
Thank you for saving me.
I have power
Are you headed
now.
to Prideholm?
Yes, I am, Father. Follow this road and you arrive in Prideholm. Yeah, we know this. You guys have seen this before.
So, what business do you have in Prideholm? Oh, you're searching for the Ark?
Yes, I am.
You know, most people believe the Ark is a myth.
It's not. I have seen the other side through the power of the
I hear there is a stone
scroll.
tablet in this village that contains secrets about the Ark. What a coincidence. Perhaps we could travel together and see.
Oh my.
Hang on!
The fact that that horse can jump over that gap, carrying you two in this cart, is a credit to the horse. But then it bites the dust there.
No.
They need to fix this bridge. That would be nice.
Thank you. Oh no. They followed me all the way here. Watch out. Here comes more.
Any more? I know there's more of you.
I think that was the last of them. Goodness. Are you not hurt?
Okay, let's go to Prideholm. See ya. Epic generic music. The power of gravity.
I heard he's healing folks.
Really quiet. Everyone. Priest just gave up.
Feel the warmth of the light. And be healed.
No one's gonna ask about like the glowing hammer that you see here. Like what's going on there? No? That's just completely normal to you guys?
Thank you so
Okay.
much.
That's incredible. He has so much
By the
energy.
gods, Anna's wounds have healed.
Oh, it's you again. You're here. Father Varut, this adventurer saved my life.
Oh,
Goddamn right I
so
did.
That was you. I sense goodness in them.
This adventurer also seeks the Ark.
Oh, is that so?
Then we have much to discuss.
Oh shit, Evil Dead the game is free?
Is this the tablet?
Indeed. This tablet contains all we know of the Ark passed down for generations. In theory, anyway. As you can see, part of it is missing.
Bro, this is crazy.
I wonder what happened to it.
The tablet was already like this when it arrived at the cathedral. I think it went missing during the transport. Our attempts to recover it have failed.
I'm shocked that they will let Epic would let them to
really
put this
knows
game
how
for
the portion
free.
of the stone
View
tablet
more.
disappeared.
What is Valorant Frontier the Cycle? I'm surprised Rogue Company hasn't gotten like better. Eve Online, Magic the Gathering Arena. Is that a card-based game or is that? Yeah, it's card-based. Okay, that all cooled down. It's probably gonna be yep. Claim award. Keeping company. Okay. Express character selection period. Achieve item level 13 or 2 above, less than, or above, less than level 14. Ooh, okay. I can't do that right now.
Hello, adventurer.
World map obtained. Yeah, it's clear that they've made some changes. World map. Open memory tome. The Legacy Collection, I have that. Yes, I think the Legacy Collection, I should have got this on Epic Game Store only for one reason, Destiny 2. I'm bringing Destiny 2 up again only because of this reason. Because Epic Game Store, I think Legacy Collection and Witch Queen was actually heavily discounted. And I think you can actually get everything in Legacy Collection for free for like a 2-day period. But this was like, that was my fault. I'll take the White Horse there. Wait. Okay, open inventory and right click on the mount. Register to your mount
You can mount
inventory.
up even quicker if you register it to a quick slot before using it.
Roster information, or is it character?
longest time in Prideholm.
A lovely weather we're having today.
Thank you for saving Father Armin.
Okay, please lower these flasks. She usually in the plaza. Okay, I remember these.
Let's see if there's a...
Oh, you're the Father Armin.
What is it?
So, I see a lot of...
The other half of the stone tablet in the cathedral? I didn't even know it was half a tablet to begin with.
Damn straight. Okay, set that. We got a whole bunch of stuff. I don't know more about that.
Prideholm is a city rich with religious history.
That's right, baby.
The lion statue in the village square honors the priests who battled against the demons. City residents set aside time every day to offer prayers of gratitude to those priests.
That's right.
From the outside, Prideholm appears to be a normal village. But it's actually one of the holiest places in the world. Prideholm remains a popular pilgrimage destination.
So, got any news?
Where are the comments? It cannot be this, Okay. Alright, get this out.
Wanna browse my wares? The stone tablet in the cathedral? Oh,
That's right.
The slab engraved with something about the Ark, right? Kinda naive to believe a made-up story like that.
Huh. Some people believe in that stuff, lady. Alright. Okay.
So, got any news?
Anything exciting going on today?
So just drop these off at some flower beds. This guy.
Ah, you're an adventurer looking for the Ark.
Lovely weather we're having today.
This is a good thing that you still see like all these people playing. They're still in this beginning area too. That tells me the game is pretty healthy.
Let's see if there's a...
Good job. Every time you fill out the tome, the association will reward you.
Now we got dance for this guy.
May Regulus watch over this soul.
That was, I got an email, right? Damn, that took a while. I thought I was doing it incorrectly. Give me those level ups. I feast on the level ups. Alright, let's see. What's the recommended build? Heavy crash. The good thing is, fuck it. Just figure. Let's do it all. So, heavy crash. Let's see. Quick hit. Crap. Okay, let's see. Agile attack speed, gravity, reduced. What's the MP cost on this? 171. Gravity minus the MP. I'm not really running into like MP issues. That's the only thing. I'll take the cooldown reduction. Luckily you can like reduce all these, which is nice.
Please tell us. A piece of tablet? What? Are you seeking the Ark? You're like Rudin.
I'll take that as a compliment. Just some legend. Pardon me?
Did you find anything special? You'd think if there was a clue to the Ark there, someone would have found it already.
True.
I wonder what Neria is doing.
Dun, 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 dun.
Hello, adventurer. How can I help you?
Hello.
Hi there. What can I do for you? The tablet about the Ark?
Okay, instrument obtained. Okay, and then
The stonemasons of Log Hill might be able to help.
Okay, Ashclaw Stonemason. Let's go.
Our prices are better than the other store.
I imagine that it is.
This cursed wagon breaks down so easily.
Okay. Feathers.
May the gods bless you all.
Visit Log Hill. The Bard Sierra. Didn't I talk to her? Wait, wasn't she the person that's here? Okay, so that's complete that. Get that. Complete that challenge at a later date. Orchard Park, 66 inches. I'm telling you, man. If you're a team in the Northeast, you need a closed dome stadium.
Where are you from,
People like that
adventurer?
aspect of it, but people also like being comfortable at these games.
Those toxic claw robbers have increased in numbers.
It's the pop for Kevin Owens' return home. Oh. I just want to hear this pop. Sorry.
Well, here is someone that knows a little something about war games.
Yeah. Wasn't he there for the first War Games return on NXT when War Games came back?
If you're talking about the missing piece of the tablet in the cathedral, I don't know where it is either. Why do you need it?
Because I'm the man. See. Okay. 40 out of 100. Oh, I see you. I see you. Hold on. You son of a bitch. I fucking see you. Oh, god damn it. Okay. It'll respawn. This is about the chain war.
Demons invaded the mortal world.
The demons! The demons! The demons!
The Chain War. A fitting name for an unending eternal war.
Okay. Claim this. Okay, come on. Come on. I'm waiting for you guys. Come on. I need more of you. That's good. Another one bites the dust.
The war was so terrible, even the gods wanted no part of it, leaving the people to suffer alone.
Updated man. Still the TAC Q.
Desperate races of the mortal
Yeah, it's the
world
TAC
began
Q
to
and what? The
search
Fennec
for the Ark
again?
of Legend.
Yeah.
They believed the power of the Ark was the only way of defeating the demons once and for all.
I'm literally begging on Twitter right now for a BattleNet code from Mike. Okay, let's grow. I know he's just doing this for God, but just in case. I know what's going on. I'm still gonna ask. Okay. I was like, why couldn't I click it? I need that auto pickup thing. That pet. Pick it up.
A small band of heroes eventually found the Ark. These 7 heroes are the Sidereals. The races of the mortal realm rallied alongside the Sidereals to defeat the demons and finally put an end to the Chain War.
There you are. Investigating the stone ruins?
Oh, there's Elon with some program.
Long ago, the Sidereals used the great power of the Ark to defeat the demons. Now, that same darkness has come to the mortal world yet again. This is why I have been traveling the world in search of the Ark. Everyone tells me the Ark is just a legend. But that stone tablet is the key to finding it.
Mix
I'm glad
it
to finally
up.
meet someone else who believes the Ark is real.
When was the last time they
Now, if you'll
tweeted?
excuse me, I
April
must continue my
24th.
search.
Pin tweet 1 hour ago.
Please let me know if you find something.
Mike Pence already kissing up to Trump. Bro, he's gonna destroy you. In that primary, man. Come on. Trying to save your ass, fucking. Already sucking up to fucking Donald Trump. Jesus. Throw some fucking balls, dude.
Toxic claw robbers have increased.
The stone tablet of the key? You mean the slab moved out of East Oratory?
That's right. We gotta get that. Get those 2 triports there. Let's get this. Oh, follow me. Come on, guys. This is just to. I need. Thank you. Providence Stone. Come on, fellas. Okay, I'll look at this stuff later. Come on, fellas. Come on. Give me that reduced cooldown. Cookie Monster. The Cookie Monster.
Find the tablets. Kill them all. The tablet.
Come on.
Look for the remnants. Oh, thank you for your help.
Oh, that's it. I thought there was another wave coming. Lots of elementals.
Don't let your guard down.
Those damn toxic claw robbers ganged up on the guards.
Yeah, Lauren. Fucking calling out Jen Psaki. You won by just around like 500 votes. Get the fuck out of here, lady. You nearly lost everything. You nearly lost that seat. You lost everything. You nearly lost that seat. Bro, One Bills Drive. Bro, this is nuts. Jumping smash. Let's see. Okay. Let me take a look at some build for what class is this? This is the what? Jumping smash. You know, I'm not gonna worry about it too much. Let's see, point. Okay. Full swing. We'll do that. And then Dreadnought. While attacking, incoming damage. Take that. Let's see. Hammer of the Earth. Crusted in rocks. Gravity. There you go. Okay, we'll do this.
Don't let your guard down.
Not gonna lie, I'm like a little tired. What is that? That's a new symbol. I don't recognize that. I don't think. Ah. Okay.
I was gathering information about the recent movements of the grave robbers.
Did they rework some of these early game quests?
Those toxic claw robbers have increased in numbers.
Song of Triport.
We will protect this place.
Let's go.
I wonder what
Keyframe.
Miria is doing.
I heard the guards there got their hands full. Is that why you came to pick up the supplies?
Damn straight. Alright. Also, since I have storage here. No, you know what? I think I'm fine with that.
So? Want to browse my wares?
It's too expensive.
Okay.
This looks a bit heavy.
Nope, nope.
Anything exciting going on today?
Okay. Okay. I want that. Give me my pet. Ah, I need pet enhancements. Can I summon my pet now? Vital training. Roger. Yeah, Frankie. What's Frankie here? Steel armor. Swiftness. Franco, let's go, buddy.
Anything exciting going on today?
Yes, you will be going to like all these locations. I didn't even find these. Two.
Those toxic claw rocks increase numbers.
It's all about. So really, that's kind of a finisher, that Q ability. Right.
These supplies may not be enough. I've just finished studying the grave robbers.
Okay, cool. You mean that guy I just killed? Yeah, no, he's not. I'm not worried about him.
Go. Find the tablet at all costs. Fail this, and we're all dead men. Take everyone to Log Hill and search. If you find the tablet, stash it in the hideout.
Oh. The gravity is mine. Good job.
According to this note, the ones who are looking for the tablet will have a meeting at their hideout. Those grave robbers.
Where am I? Up. You guys are pretty relaxed for being like so close to like these toxic law robbers. This is Dan Rather. Oh, this is my Epic Games receipt. I have to install that game. Makoko. There's another Makoko seed there.
I wonder if they know what they're doing.
Right.
This is where Owen saw the grave robbers.
Go on, choose a horse.
Yeah, let me just put this stuff there. Good. Not really worried about all this other stuff. Yeah, let me go down and get that first.
Those grave robbers.
Got a feeling.
Oh. Come on, fellas. Okay. Where's the rest of you? Come on. I know there's more of you. Come on. Look at this. We got full charge too.
Crap. The boss will have our heads if we don't find this tablet. Better be worth it.
I heard the Kolsch Valley gang thinks they found it.
They think so, huh?
Better not. I want that reward.
What's that? Looks like we've got an eavesdropping rat. You ain't leaving here alive.
Mago finally did it! He found the ruins in Kolsch Forest, where the tablet is hidden. I ordered my people to pull out the tablet. You keep an eye out for the guards from the hideout. Once this is done, that guy will leave us alone.
So these guys just have like a front dash. Okay. It's 8 seconds too. Okay.
I got a feeling. Might even destroy the something is hidden around here somewhere.
Those toxic claw robbers.
The leader of the grave robbers wrote, "We've located the object in Kolsch Valley."
Don't let your guard down!
Might even destroy the triport.
Oh, something here. Let's go. Oh. Just go ahead and let this regen for us.
Are you saying the grave robbers are looking for a piece of the tablet in Prideholme Cathedral?
Goddamn right they are. Okay.
I smell honey. Where's that coming from?
Okay.
I smell honey. Where's that coming from?
Okay. Got a little bit more aggressive enemies here. The Traveler's Nook.
The ruins in Kolsch Forest are overrun with Toxiclaw robbers.
I'll take care of them. The Shelter Keeper. Get them. Collect Dawn Tree Sprouts. Okay. And we're not going there just yet. I'm not even looking at the stats at this point. Okay. Oh, I gotta collect 3 of those. Okay. The Elder Scroll.
Well, well, looks like we got some competition. You ain't going nowhere. Get 'em, boys.
Bitch.
Adventurer, are you okay? Robbers are after the tablet piece?
Yes.
What do they want it for?
They are. Okay.
That's one popular hunk of rock. You're too late. I already gave it to the boss. You'll never get it. From our
demon. Ah!
A demon.
Fucking demons, man.
feared as much.
Always the demons.
This
If you haven't
curse
noticed,
is
it's
far too
morning over here
powerful
now.
to be human in
That's
origin.
how long I've been streaming.
We must find whoever these robbers are working for. Let's find the warden of the Kolsch ruins. Maybe they can point us in the right direction.
Okay. Let's keep at it, baby. Let's just keep at it. Alright, where the fuck am I going now? It's literally just straight. We slipping, we sliding.
You useless porters.
I got a giant fucking hammer.
The Toxiclaw robbers have their hideout set up in some isolated place along the path.
Let's go. I don't understand why I can't dismantle this. Yeah. Yeah, fuck it. So that thing stops fucking. Okay. Those red rocks. You I'll just get rid of. Yeah, we're gonna do this all. We're gonna do all these dungeons on hard difficulty. We do absolutely do. We can easily solo these dungeons. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Now we're gonna do this. We're gonna wait 5 seconds and not be stupid. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Thank you. Okay, and now we got a mini boss. Oh shit, yeah, I'm like not hitting any of my attacks here. We'll do that. So 1, 2, 3, okay. I know I'm like kind of spamming the potions now. But I know I'm gonna earn like a lot. There we go.
I hope you've brought me some good news. For your sake.
Yes, the tablet piece. Here.
So this is the key to discovering the secret of the Ark. The rest is in that cathedral. Perhaps it's time I go on a holy pilgrimage of my own.
Oh. Get the fuck out of here. Too simple.
So many tablet hunters these days. You're too late. I already gave it to the demons.
If the demon has the tablet piece, Prideholm is in danger. We must hurry back.
Damn, that is a long ass cooldown. Can I go around? Yeah, I can go around this.
Thank you.
Ugh.
Thank you.
Demons have invaded!
Demons! Thank you.
Oh, Farut is still inside the cathedral.
Thank you.
Demons have invaded!
I wish there was an. It just seems. I wish I had an ability I can absorb like enemy damage. Yeah, somebody else in here. Why is that? Is that just an error?
Oh, am I still drunk?
I knew you'd come.
Those red rocks, boys.
Father Varut.
power of gravity. Run, Father, run!
What does the tablet say?
Do not make me ask again. I have nothing to say to a demon.
Oh, you'll say plenty, old man.
They're coming.
Watch.
They're coming, boys.
More victims.
Please. Your holy magic means nothing.
Fighting them. My turn.
You'll pay for what you've done to these people.
Ooh.
Such power. You are a Delane.
A Delane?
Interesting.
A Delane?
Sadly, I think it's time to leave. But don't worry. We'll meet again.
Varut!
Amen. You use that power again.
I know, but I had no choice.
The more you use it, the further you will be consumed by its darkness.
I won't use it again. About what you saw back there. I am a Delane, born of a human and a demon.
Uh-huh.
But that's not important right now. The tablet.
Just straight to it.
It is safe, as are its secrets, thanks to you. This tablet, now complete, describes the secret location of the fabled Ark of King Lutera. Stay in this village for a couple of days. I'll share what I learned from the tablet when the situation here becomes more stable.
Understood, Father Varut. Dot, 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 dot. Sleeping in my armor. Just full on armor.
Good morning. I hope you slept well. You're wanted at the cathedral. By Father Varut himself.
Let's get it done, people.
One more round here.
This ain't enough to get me drunk.
Bring me more booze.
The repairs are almost complete.
Oh, this little quest.
The repairs are almost complete.
Thank you. So, got any news? Hey, have you heard?
Oh, here.
How do you like Prideholm?
Lovely
Adventure?
weather we're having today. These repairs were completed sooner than we expected.
Tribulations and joy.
It
The
says
tablet.
here that in order to find the Ark of King Lutera, you need the Sword Seal and the Eagle Seal. The Sword Seal lies beneath the salt desert of Udia in the kingdom of Morai. However, in order to get to Udia, you'll have to cross the rugged mountains of Ankumo. I will pray for your safe passage in this arduous journey.
Yes, Father.
May Regulus,
thank you.
The Lord of all gods, watch over you.
And you as well, Father Varut.
We prepared a horse for you.
Here we get these cards. And then I get to dismantle these items here.
If your destination is Udia, it will be a long journey across the borders.
Come on, Mal. Okay. Got that. Okay.
Both tribulations and joy are part of the God's will.
This path is
Oh.
closed.
Thank goodness. The repairs were
Who
completed
is
sooner than
this?
we expected.
Luxury goods.
Have you heard?
I hear there's an epidemic.
Okay. Where are we going? Not part of any guild.
You useless porter. You must be the adventurer Father Armand told me about. Once you pass the rugged Akumo Mountains, you'll arrive at the wide-open salt plains.
And that's where we're gonna end this journey, folks. So now, okay, we'll be playing. I'm probably gonna be playing Lost Ark like on my downtime. I'm probably not going to, you know. Earning player attendance. Yeah. So, I am probably going to switch characters. I don't even know where I am with this character. I might just play with my destroyer and then move on to my berserker once I catch up in the story. So I'd like to know what's going on. But I'm probably gonna play this game a little bit more in my downtime, because it is fun to play. Don't get me wrong. The berserker is like one of the easiest characters to play too, by the way. Maybe that's why I like it so much. Holy shit, where the fuck am I? Oh, that's Franco. Yeah, I gotta relearn all these like game mechanics. Holy shit, look at me. I look like a fucking monster. Oh my god, Stone of Birth. Oh my goodness, stop it. Stop it. Okay. You can sell this shit. New pupper skin select. I'm not gonna open that up. Okay. Open all those up. I think I have all those up. Oh. Wait, what's that? Thank you. Okay, 230. Goes same exact thing. The attack. Okay. The machine. I don't even know where I am in the story right now.
Welcome to Arthatine.
Customs clearance. Welcome to Arthatine.
Okay.
Come to think of it, a reporter from Stern wrote an article on the Ark some time ago.
There you go. I think I will talk to him about it. Thank you very much. All right, let me look at the map. Okay. So I'm here. I went here. So this is sort of like a high level area too. Okay. I guess I'll keep playing this. What does my character look like? Character.
Welcome to Arthur.
Character profiles P. Okay. Damn, it's been a minute since I played this game. I haven't unlocked that yet. 22. God damn, look at me. I'm fucking beast. Hellspawn's Voice Greatsword. Yeah, I gotta play some.
Welcome to Arthatine.
The Heartthrob Demon, baby. And I definitely need. All out attack. Class bonus berserker. I thought it was going for mayhem, right? Yeah. Well, hold on. Let's see. Skins and virtues. I think it's what? Crit, endurance, and expertise, right?
Welcome to Arthatine.
Okay, I'm not too sure about that. Mounts, codex, pets, training room characters, trade skills, combat skills. Finishing strike. Shoulder charge. Sword storm.
Welcome to Arthatine.
Oh shit, so if you want... Oh wow, beyond, they couldn't even give you the 3? Okay. Yeah, before they start charging you, okay. Memory achievements, card catalog. Here we go. Nature's elemental blessing damage. Water damage reduction, holy damage reduction.
Welcome to Arthatine. Okay. Welcome to Arthetine.
Yep, and none of these yet.
Welcome to Arthetine.
Very nice. Very, very nice. All right, folks. It's been almost 10 and a half hours of me gaming. I am tired. I'm gonna get something to eat. I'm gonna get some more coffee. I got some work to do. I gotta apply for a new job, man. I need a new job yet again. So until next time, stay warm actually, because it's getting cold over here. Stay toasty. Always touch grass. And God, speed. See y'all next time.